Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorites would never ever do any sort of act of violence against someone who didn't deserve it. Adam Frenton.
That's exactly right. If they do deserve it, watch out. Watch out, buddy.
That's right. So today we're probably gonna be watching two, maybe three, maybe even reading
Maybe
an
4,
article.
maybe 10,
maybe
maybe
5
20 videos.
different
We got
videos,
a lot
yes.
of videos lined up.
Yes.
It's going to be great. It's going to be an amazing show. Now,
They're-
Sitch, isn't all violence left-wing violence?
No.
I mean, it's just violence
No,
is
what does that even
inherently
mean?
left-wing.
Like violence as a concept is inherently a left wing thing.
Of course.
Oh,
Of
okay.
course.
Interesting. No, I never
Right-wing
thought
is
about
about
that.
peace.
Oh.
Peace, love, and humanity.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about Jesus.
Really?
Yeah, turning the other
Interesting.
cheek,
Uh-huh.
helping the poor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Wow. I've
Seriously.
never heard this before. Yeah.
Haven't you heard like all the Nazis are left wing? All the bad things of the world are left wing.
Of course. Nazis, monarchy, segregation,
Monarchy
slavery.
might be right wing.
All these things are left wing, obviously. Yeah. Of course.
Segregation has become left wing, totally left wing.
Well, that's true. You know, it's interesting. We've kind of flip-flopped. But hey, listen. The far right is trying to take it back at them. They're jealous. Okay. They're
Oh,
like, how dare the left try to take segregation from us? We need to bring it back to the far right, the
awful.
alt-right.
Well, let's watch a video. Come on. Enough of this.
Yes.
I hate
we
long
will.
intros. Nobody likes long intros.
But before we do, Anonymous Coward, thanks so much for the $20. Says, my progressive friend asked me if I was worried about being detained by ICE. Are you of Latin descent?
Mm-hmm.
He believes none of the shooters were leftists. Progressives are being radicalized to run cover for leftists and become useful idiots for them. You know, I told Sam, because sometimes we'll go out and she asked me, I feel like this is something that only a woman would do. She says, Sitch, do I need to bring my ID? Now, as a man, I'm like, why would you ever not have your wallet or your ID on you at all
Can you
times?
imagine? I know,
Right.
exactly.
But then again, you know, the whole woman thing with like not having a pocket, right? So
Uh-huh.
they have to like make a decision whether to have.
Why would you leave the house without a pocket?
Ask the people that design women's clothing. Okay.
Where are you going
That's
to
why
put
they
your
always have
car
to carry-
keys?
They have to carry purses. I will carry them, or or she has to have a purse or something. So, but now, and I'm like, listen, you always have to bring your ID with you now, because yeah, I don't know, man. You look a little Latina, you might get
Yeah.
deported. All right, I don't want to have to go down to the
Can you
alligator
imagine?
Alcatraz and have to bail you out.
You'll be at the detention center and somebody's going to start taking pot shots at you.
Exactly. So, but yeah, that's crazy that your friend thinks none of the shooters were leftists. This is unfortunately the information ecosystem in the country is completely destroyed, and we're gonna watch a video, which is Hasan contributing to that destruction. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that. And J-Mac, thanks so much to Circuit Far Daddy. J-Mac for the $20 says, Super Sunday Fun Day. Welcome all. Hope your weekends are going swell. Thank you so much. Hope
It's
you're all
great
doing
now.
fantastic.
I get to hang out with my buddy Sitch.
Yes.
We get to laugh at
Exactly.
videos together.
It's true.
Let's have some fun.
All right. So this Hasan videos from a day yesterday. It's called ICE Shooter Motive Released? Question mark? Let's find out. We're going to learn about the motives of the ICE shooter, okay?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
You
this
think you
doesn't
know.
sound good.
You
This
think
sounds really
you
bad.
know about the motives, but let me tell you something. You don't. Okay, Hasan is going to tell.
Mhm.
He's going to let us know the truth.
He's going to spin us around.
Yes.
So much to cover, so much going on in the world. Obviously, we got the FBI motives and FBI narratives that were undermined last night by Ken Klippenstein's fantastic reporting on the background of the shooter, the anti-ICE shooter.
So just in case you're unfamiliar, Ken Klippenstein is a far left socialist who
No way.
routinely runs interference for any subject matter like this whatsoever. There's an article he wrote a few months ago called Luigi sorry, I can't speak right now. Luigi Mangione becomes a political prisoner. And the whole article is lamenting the fact that Luigi is now a political prisoner, despite the fact that he murdered someone in a terrorist action.
Wow. I mean, I thought he was a criminal.
No, he's a political prisoner.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
He
Interesting.
Now Ken Clemensine also wrote an article, which I will read parts of at some point, where he claimed that the shooter, the Charlie Kirk's shooter, was also not really on the left.
Really? So this
Yeah.
is his MO. He does this on the reg.
Yes, this is a constant thing that this individual engages in.
Now, does Hasan know this or is he just dumb?
He knows this. He
Oh,
likes it. What do
okay.
you mean? He's a big fan of
He's
this.
gaslighting his
He's
audience.
huge fan of all this action.
This amazing write up that Ken Klippenstein did. He put
Yes.
all the bullshit together in one place
Hmm.
so we can read through it together.
Right. First and foremost, remember when Russia tried to stage a photo of a Ukrainian assassin's hideout and instead of SIM cards, they posted copies of The Sims? Yeah, this is just like, this is so bad that it made the libs go, I don't really believe this. Like, it even made the libs go, seems weird, right? And I don't know if it's because they're just incompetent. Like, what is this? Like, what? I don't know. It just seems so crazy. It seems like if
It's very interesting to me because this is so if you're just listening, he has the picture of the bullets that were found, and one of them, it looked like written in Sharpie, said anti-ice on it. And some people, especially people on the left, were very skeptical. They were accusing Kash Patel or the FBI
Of planting this.
of planting that, of writing it, and then putting it on the ground, to establish a motive and stuff. And it's very fascinating how, and this is kind of the problem. The American public has generally lost trust with all of our institutions, and they've become solely aligned on party politics. Because right now it's like, okay, Kash Patel is obviously, a Trump simp. He's on the right. So if you're on the right, you're like, oh, I'm more willing to trust what he says. But if you're on the left, you're like, oh, well, if he says it or the FBI says it, now that they're under his control, I have to, dismiss everything they say. It's all part of a conspiracy. When if it's like Biden's the president or a Democrat's president, it's the exact opposite. Well, if the FBI said it, you can't trust them. So now we have no institutions of trust anymore. Everything is just simply like, who's in charge? Do I trust that person?
Right. It seems like it would be difficult to just plant evidence like that, though, because they can do all sorts of CSI shit on it.
Well, it would be difficult.
Aren't they going to look for his DNA on those bullets? They probably are, right?
It would depend
and
how
wouldn't
much
Kash Patel's DNA be all over it if he went down and wrote on there with a Sharpie ice or anti-ice? How does he do? Does he get his gloves out? He's like, okay, aren't you contaminating the crime scene as you're planting evidence?
Well, obviously, what Kash Patel did was he waited for the suspect to be sleeping in a cell, and then he snuck in, and he like
scooped some DNA.
Yeah, he
he's
put
like,
the
I gotta
bullet in
rub
his
these
hand.
bullets I'm gonna plant on you all over your face. To get
Like
some
when
DNA
when
there.
they fingerprint you, like when you get arrested.
Yeah.
They just took a copy of that and they just like stuck it on the bullet, and they're like, I got him.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. No, but
they
to
fake
answer
the
your question,
fingerprints too.
right? To answer the question sincerely, it would depend on how like deep you want to take it. Because if it was just like one or a couple people involved planting the evidence, then yeah, it would be difficult because it would possibly create a trail where you'd have to create fake DNA evidence or fake fingerprints or blah blah blah. But if everyone's in on it, right, then it doesn't matter.
But you just need
the fakest
one
evidence ever, and they
whistleblower.
just lie about it.
Everyone in the crime scene unit is a Republican, a MAGA Republican.
Every single person at the FBI under Kash Patel
is corrupt,
is a Trump loyalist who will lie for politics. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, just like when everyone in the FBI under Biden was a Biden loyalist who was just trying to throw Trump in jail.
They can't even get a bunch of leftist YouTubers to stop backstabbing one another. How the hell are you going to get an entire institution like the FBI to not go after one another, especially if they've got dirt on them, like
these are
real
very
whistleblower type dirt.
These are very competent people. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think. okay, if my job is to go in there and plant evidence like this, I mean, can't they do handwriting analysis? Aren't they going to be like, oh, this is Kash Patel's handwriting? What the fuck?
We checked this against government gangsters, and we found out that actually, yeah.
How is he going to fake the actual shooter's handwriting? Aren't they going to go, oh, this is not the shooter's handwriting?
Right.
They're not going to look at that stuff? Okay.
No.
All right. Maybe. No. Whatever. So these bullets are fake? Is that the thing that's
That's
going
the
around
narrative,
now?
yeah.
Okay.
That's the narrative, yeah.
And Hasan believes that, right?
Of course he does.
Okay.
People will believe whatever's convenient for their political
exactly.
worldview at any moment.
Look at Hasan. He's like, of course we know this was a right winger.
Yes.
Look, only right wingers use bullets. We're all pacifists. Wasn't he swinging a gun around? Oh, it was an airsoft gun. Never mind.
That's right.
Yes. I'm sure
he was trying to pretend like it was a real gun.
You were anti-ice on all the BBs.
He there you go. He was trying to pretend it was a real gun to be like, oh, look how badass I am. You come to my house and I'll shoot you. But then when he got in trouble for it, he's like, it was just an airsoft gun. Hell, lol.
Yeah.
Fooled you.
Just a fakeo.
It seems like if they said ice is not poggers, that would make more sense, dude, than anti-ice on the bullet, you know? FBI 1000.
Ice is not poggers.
Yeah, people who say poggers, how do we get rid of them? How do we deport those people?
Isn't poggers still kind of like that? I feel like that's a term from like, I don't know, 5 years ago. Is that even like a big term anymore?
Poggers, internet slang term used to express excitement, enthusiasm, or amazement.
Yeah,
particularly in online gaming and okay.
Right, but I don't know if that's even a big thing.
FBI headquarters have been working 24/7 to seize devices, exploit data, and process writings obtained on location in the subject's person residence bedroom. This FBI is committed to providing timely updates as promised. The perp downloaded a document titled Dallas County Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management containing a list of DHS facilities. He conducted multiple searches of ballistics and the Charlie Kirk shot video between 9:23 and 9:24. Between 8:19 and 8:24, he searched apps that tracked the presence of ICE agents. One of the handwritten notes recovered read, hopefully this will give ICE agents real terror to think. Is there a sniper with AP rounds on that roof? Further accumulated evidence to this points to indicated high degree of pre-attack planning. The FBI will provide further updates when able.
So you see all that information.
Yeah.
It seems pretty conclusive. Okay. Assuming it's true, like, right? Like maybe Kash Patel totally lying. It's all part of a conspiracy. This guy was really a far right-wing terrorist who intentionally wanted to just shoot immigrants. Now, I would think it would be a little weird if a right-winger would want to shoot immigrants who are in ICE custody, presumably to be deported, right? Because you're already getting rid of them. Why would you then, wouldn't you go to a place where you would think that there were illegal immigrants that were not in custody to enact violence against? Why? It just seems strange to me that would be the
What if you start shooting American citizens, though?
Well, if you're going to go, I mean, are they really going to be that discerning, I guess?
Yeah.
The person who's like, I'm going to go kill the illegals, or like, I got to check their papers first to make sure.
I just wonder about all these left wingers. They actually go out and commit these violent acts, and then they're like, everyone thinks I'm right wing. Oh my God.
That is funny. Yeah. Actually, I want to interview. Well, this guy's dead, but that interview with the Charlie Kirk, I was the people.
Well, he'll be remembered as a Nazi.
Right. They're like, oh, I'm doing this for the leftist cause. And then all the people are like, oh, they're on the right. They're like, no.
Everyone labels him. Yeah. Well, he's burning in hell. Satan comes and tells him, by the way, they all think you're a Nazi.
Yes. Now,
how do you like that?
If this is true, obviously this would be very conclusive that they have apps that track ICE agents. And this is important. I didn't even know that was a thing. And that is kind of crazy. And this is part of why there's this issue now about, the safety of ICE agents. If there are apps that track their location, and, what is the point of doing that? I guess for people to evade the law. And now if it's going to be used for violence. So I guess he just went to like a nice facility, so you wouldn't really need the app at all. But
they post that shit everywhere here in Los Angeles when ICE is coming.
Right.
So I don't know that they need a dedicated app.
They have like
They do
you know,
Amber
guy.
Alerts and shit. Amber Alerts. Like ice is hitting the Home Depot.
They do not. They do not do that in LA.
Yeah, they do.
No. You've got an Amber Alert on your phone from
No,
like
no.
the governor that's like, oh, you know.
I have seen them use the Ring app where they're just
Oh,
like,
okay. Yeah, but isn't that like anyone that has a ring can send those out? Or is
yeah,
it? Yeah,
yes.
yeah. It's like a random person.
But they
I thought you
do
had
report ice. They're like, ice coming down.
right, right. You don't have like a Paul Revere-esque character who like runs down the streets of LA
No,
going,
it's
the
all
ice are coming. The
it's all
ice are coming.
digital.
Okay. And then
It
obviously you
is.
have this. Well, then here's the answer, Adam, because you're like, wouldn't they have to check his writing and see that it's Cash Patel's writing? Well, obviously, Cash Patel also faked the handwritten note that specifically says that they want the ICE agents to feel real terror, but it's also in Cash Patel's handwriting, so therefore it's part of the cover up,
Right. Yeah, they don't have
part
to
of the
believe any of this
conspiracy.
stuff.
Of course, of course.
Cash Patel's DNA is on the envelope. He licked it and closed it himself.
So you would think in order to go against this, you'd have to provide evidence that either the writing of the bullets was fake, that the writing of that this handwritten note, which is giving a very specific, clear motive, is fake, or that this looking up, you know, the ICE agent locations is fake. That you think that would be what you would have to do in order to disprove this information, right?
Yeah, in a normal world, obviously,
Okay.
but all you got to do is say, "Oh, this is bullshit." You don't need any
Well,
evidence.
we'll see what Ken Klippenstein here does.
So yeah, they're trying to tie this to like the ICE tracker apps, you know, like all of the grassroots mobilization against like ICE presence. Like they're gonna make that illegal too, I think. And I suspect they'll also simultaneously be like, yeah, not only do we have to make sure that these like grassroots ICE tracker apps are totally illegal because this person used it clearly, that all leftist organizing is illegal as well. Every neo-lib tweeter below doesn't buy it. Yeah, no, I do like that the liberals, even liberals who normally would be totally reliant on government, like official organs of the government saying anything really, have looked at this and been like, nah, this doesn't make a lot of sense. But
Did I bring up anything about, oh, the government is so trustworthy, we should totally believe them just because they say so? I mean, I went to handwriting
No.
analysis, DNA, like all the different levels
Well, they
of
could fake all.
evidence that you would have to go through to actually plant evidence like this.
Yeah, but Adam, they have to fake. They could very easily fake every single one of those things.
Okay.
And then when this, and then with the Charlie Kirk situation, I guess if he's still alive, or any other situation with the family members, they'll threaten the family members to say, "Hey, if you don't go along with this, that your family member was this killer, we're going to kill you." And then they'll all just acknowledge it in court or in documents. It's all part of the big cover up, the big conspiracy.
Yeah. Okay. Do they?
Yeah.
I don't know if they have I know they had the family member with the Charlie Kirk shooter, but I don't know if this guy's family members have come forward and went, "Yeah, he was a lunatic."
I'm sure they're interviewing him.
Yeah.
M8566 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, Adam, please create a poll so we can gauge chat's political affiliation. S class, A team, Sammy squad, or High Flyers.
Okay.
There you go.
I can do that. Are they? So that's not really a political affiliation, obviously. But if you want those, I will.
Team support. Group affiliation, maybe.
Okay.
There's obviously a little bit more information that is now readily available to us. Shouts out to Ken Leakenstein, as always, for doing fantastic reporting. He went and he got anonymously interviewed some of the friends, lifelong friends, really, of the shooter. And he revealed that the ways in which the FBI has concocted this like left-wing anti-fascist terrorism narrative is not great. Joseph K. Young says, ascribing motive to politically violent people is hard when they don't leave a manifesto. We should all pause and do some research and or read things like this, where someone tries to figure out the motive by actually talking to people. Exclusive, the ICE shooter's politics. Joshua John's friends speak. The deadly sniper attack on a Dallas ICE facility this morning seems straightforward, with anti-ICE engraved on the unspent shell casing recovered from the scene, per the FBI. But after interviewing several of the alleged shooter's former friends, the picture isn't so clear. Within minutes of the shooting, FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X, while the investigation is ongoing, an initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind this attack. See photo below. Now, what's crazy about it is, like, I need you guys to understand something. The FBI should not be doing this for two different reasons. One, in this circumstance, the investigation is irrelevant, really, because, like, the shooter died, right? He killed himself. But in
what the fuck, really?
The investigation into a terrorist shooting on a government building, which killed one person and wounded two others. I mean, that's irrelevant because the shooter died. We don't need to investigate it, like, right? Just whatever. It's look, the guy's dead. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay.
Case closed.
Case closed. Do you think there's any reality, any world where if some like MAGA guy or some white nationalist guy attacked a government facility and killed someone and then killed himself, you think Hasan would have like, oh, case closed, we don't have to investigate how this happened?
Of course not. Yeah, that's why it's laughable. Look, I couldn't help laughing because it's so ridiculous. How can he say that and still be taken seriously?
Case closed.
So this guy committed suicide, so this is over.
It's over.
Wrap it up. Who's the high flyers? Who are high flyers?
Blunty Fly.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Doesn't even. Oh my god, the father of Blunty Fly doesn't even know his own team.
I feel bad now.
Should feel bad.
It should be the Blunty Flyers.
Okay,
there we go. I'll fix it up. No, I'll leave it high flyers. You guys want high flyers? You get high flyers. Okay.
The Blunty. What about Blunty Bros?
Oh, Blunty Bros is good.
That's pretty good.
I like that.
In situations where there's an ongoing court case, you're not supposed to taint the evidence by immediately coming out in public and creating a narrative framing around the situation. That's not something you can do. That's not.
Okay, well, I'm so confused. Wait, what is the court case about? The guy is dead. You just said.
I know. I was going to say, what is he worried about? Tainting the jury pool? Like, what the fuck?
They're tainting the jury pool and they bring up the court. They're gonna wheel the guy's like corpse in with his head like splattered up. They're just gonna like prop it in like the little box. They're like, there he is, guilty.
Terrible.
Ready to jury. This is also ironic too because this guy that he's praising, Ken Klippenstein, he made a lot of news because he intentionally he somehow got and leaked Luigi Mangioni's manifesto before the police or any of the authorities wanted it to be out in public. And Hasan was in favor of that action. So when it's like a guy who's on the left who does an act of terrorism or violence and it gets applauded and celebrated, Hasan's like, yeah, leak the manifesto. But when it's a guy who probably on the left, that they don't want to be on the left, who is not going to be applauded, he's like, why investigate? Why put this information out there? This is all bad.
Yeah, exactly. We know why, because he's worried it's going to mess up his political team.
Yes.
It's going to get him in trouble.
Something you should be doing in general, okay? But the other societal impact of the FBI doing this like very clearly biased immediate evidence farming is making people less reliant on the FBI as a reasonable actor. This is genuinely a problem if you believe that we have to be a nation of rules and laws, and you have to have like at least some commitment to these institutions that are going to be infallible to a certain degree. They're going to abide by an incredibly high standard when they're doing these sorts of investigations. Like, you can't be doing shit like this. I hate to sound like a liberal, but this is a ridiculous thing to do. You can't be running around and being like, this is a bad guy and I found out exactly what their biases are, and I'll have you know, it might come as a surprise, but the shooter was exactly the opposite of my worldview and was very clearly acting out in a way that I want to, in all of the groups that I want to silence and suppress. You can't do that.
Okay. So this is okay. This is really stupid because whenever these incidents of violence occur, and we've all seen it, it's been happening nonstop recently. Everyone runs around and they all point the fingers. Whose political ideology is this? Is it a political ideology? Is it a crazy person? Who's to blame for this action? What ideology, what group is to blame for this action? And
Mhm.
I do think, and we've said this before, that I really don't like, and this came up with some of the school shooters recently, where they do have some manifesto, they do have information, and the police will just not release it. And so everyone's left in sort of the limbo land of finger pointing, and no one really knows what's going on. And to me, that's 10 times worse than actually being like, no, this is what the person said. And maybe sometimes it's coherent and maybe sometimes it's incoherent, but people need to know. People, I think, deserve the right to know. Someone commits acts of violence and terrorism against the innocent public. People have a right to know what the fuck, why the person did it, what motivated it.
Yeah, they have an excuse with the trying to avoid copycat crimes. So it's a tough one. I agree
Yeah,
with
but
you, and I want to know.
right.
Obviously, I want to know. We all want to know because we all want that information. The problem is there's a bunch of insane people out there who are going to be like, "Oh, I should do this. Look, this
That's
person's
true.
getting famous. They're getting all this attention."
But for example, like this shooter who probably 100% was a copycat shooter because it said, or Cash Patel said, that their computer records showed that they were continually looking up the
The
Charlie
Charlie
Kirk
Kirk. Oh,
video.
okay. So they
Now,
were copycat.
now maybe they were just doing that because like literally everyone probably looking that up. But considering they went and did a shooting, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a copycat situation. But
Yeah,
the
look,
issue is
even
like,
writing on the bullets is like
yes, which started
something
with
copycat.
right, but started with Luigi and all this other stuff. And like since a lot of these things are going to be reported on, Luigi killing the guy is reported on. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was reported on, and like there was video of it. So even if the government didn't report on the motivations of the shooter, I still think copycat people would look at the actions, look at the video, and they would copy it based on that. I don't think they would have to be like, "Oh, I saw the Discord messages of the shooter.
Yeah,
That's what motivated
that's a
me."
good point. Yeah. So they should just keep it all a secret. It's messed up. It's totally messed
It
up
is. It
because we're
is.
in a
Yeah.
catch 22. We're in a no-win situation. I don't think it's a catch 22. I think it's a no-win situation.
Well, we need to address like if there is a rash of political violence that
Mm-hmm.
breaks out and it's seemingly motivated by one side or one political ideology, then you need to have a public conversation about it. Say, okay, well, obviously something fucked up's going on here. We need to address this and we need to stop this. And we keep seemingly this year having far left violence that has been occurring. You had this, we had Charlie Kirk, we had Luigi Mangione, we had those two people outside the Israeli embassy. They had the guy who tried to light Shapiro's mansion on fire. There's like all this shit keeps like happening. And there needs to be a conversation about it. Like, okay, obviously a lot of the left, the young left and the online left is seeming to get fucking radicalized, and the mainstream needs to actually acknowledge this and do something about it. Has to try to stop this behavior as opposed to brushing it on the rug, not really caring about it, just trying to like say, oh, it'll just go away on its own. Because I don't think it will go away on its own.
Yeah, it's a fucked up situation. They constantly are pivoting to there's a lot of violence on the right, and they have a couple different situations that they point to.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's pretty obvious that the left wing is the one that's getting violent now. So I'm down for
Yeah.
having that conversation.
This year, I mean, there's obviously been lots of right wing political violence and terrorism in the past and stuff of that
Historically,
nature.
yeah.
Yeah. And I still think probably the guy who killed the people in Minnesota was probably right wing, even though it's a little like we don't really exactly know what's going on there. And then today, we don't really know the motivation yet. Um, but there was a person that attacked a Mormon church a few hours ago.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, a guy drove their truck into it and like it exploded, and they think they had a bomb in it or something, and they started shooting at people in a Mormon church. Now they don't really know what the motivation is yet. the guy did have 2 American flags propped up in the back of his truck, and his license plate supposedly is like a veteran, Iraqi veteran license plate. So
Hmm.
he could just be someone who's, crazy or something. We don't know. But there definitely seems to be an explosion of political terrorism and violence going on in the country.
Yeah, that sucks. Hitting a church on Sunday, what an asshole.
Yep.
Can't do that, man. You can't do that. Like, can you imagine after like a million different investigations that have been conducted to like right-wing political violence, like Joe Biden coming out and being like, guys, listen, I don't normally do this. I'm not even going to look at the manifesto. I'm just going to come out and be like, that's a right-wing guy. That's a right-wing guy. Bet you he's a Ben Shapiro fan. We got to start taking care of these Ben Shapiro style content creators. Like, that would be insane. And then having the FBI reveal this information immediately without any sort of serious investigation being conducted into the matter. So it's even worse when there is, it's even worse in the Tyler Robinson case because the shooter is not dead. So there is not only an investigation that will be conducted, but also a court case that will happen in the aftermath of this, right? You can't do this with Luigi Mangione in the way that the law enforcement agencies and people in positions of power have done. This actually taints the jury pool. This is like
Okay, in these 2 cases, it's not really a question of whether they did it or not. Nobody thinks Luigi didn't do it. Nobody thinks that, well, some of the conspiracy people think, but most people don't think that the guy that killed Charlie Kirk didn't do it. He literally turned himself in, and it was his father's gun. So this whole like, well, you're tainting the jury pool. Tainting them from what exactly?
Yeah.
It's not a whodunit situation.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Obviously, Hasan just talking smack.
Now, if it wasn't, I could theoretically agree with this. If there's a situation where, and I do think that, obviously there was a situation with the Charlie Kirk shooting where Kash Patel, I think because he's mostly probably incompetent, was putting out false information about that they had the shooter when they didn't have the shooter and all this other stuff. And I don't know if you saw, supposedly he was like tweeting this information out from some fancy restaurant because he had some reservation that was hard to get. He didn't want to leave the restaurant.
No way.
Yeah, yes way.
This is just crazy.
I think it's totally fair to call into question the competency of Kash Patel and a lot of figures in the Trump administration, 100%. But in terms of these shootings and the motivations, this information should be public, and they've been correct so far. So
Kash is a showboater. He just wants to get out there in front of the cameras.
Yeah.
Biasing, you're creating an environment, a narrative bias before due process takes place. It's grounds for a mistrial. Like, what the fuck are we doing? This is so ridiculous. Obviously, it's not going to happen, right? Given the severity of the crime, it's never going to happen. But like under normal circumstances, that is unironically what would take place. Being in this administration just feels like a
grounds for a mistrial. What?
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
Race to the bottom. Everyone is trying to get out their Twitter posts as fast as possible for clout. Literally an administration of influence. I know you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that, little baby. If you want the FBI to be like a serious institution that people still respect, you can't be doing that. Get Kash Patel out of there, man. What the hell?
Says a guy who's pro-terrorism. I can't believe this coming from Hasan. It's like, let me give you advice on how to keep your institution credible for the American people.
Yeah, which Hasan, this is hilarious too, because Hasan's whole position is you should never trust the FBI as a socialist.
Yeah.
He's like, the FBI,
anything pro-American is bad.
Yes. He's never trusted the FBI. He's never liked the FBI. He's always thought the FBI was evil and corrupt. So this is all like nonsense and BS. And then on top of that, I don't know if you saw a clip, but it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. Hasan started his stream by singing that Bella Ciao
Bella
song.
Ciao? No way. For
Yes.
real?
Yes.
What? Insane.
There was, yes, it said Bella Ciao was one of the things that was written on the bullets that the
Charlie Kirk killer. Yeah, exactly.
Killer had. And Hasan, who claimed so strongly, that he does not like political violence and it was all bad and blah, 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 blah. Yet he starts the stream singing the song. You're like, oh, gee, what are we supposed to infer from this? I wonder. I wonder.
Yeah, you're rallying people to go out and do it again. That's sick. That is totally sick. Yeah.
This story, this shooting, I mean, I think the only reason it's not getting more emotion or energy behind it is because the shooter was so incompetent with his terrorism that he didn't even kill any of his targets. He just killed random people that were being detained for deportation. If he had killed ICE agents,
terrible.
which is horrible. But if he had killed ICE agents, I think the right would be so much more animated about this shooting, and it would be like this whole, Charlie Kirk 2.0 situation going on.
Yeah, they would be. It's still sick that
It's very sick.
Killed innocent people that were getting.
Yes.
I mean, even though they were getting deported, they were going to go home and live.
Right.
So lame.
If you want the FBI to be like a serious institution that people still respect, you can't be doing that. Get Kash Patel out of there, man. What the hell? President Trump responded to the shooting by blaming the radical left, vowing to sign another executive order to dismantle what he called domestic terrorism networks. This comes at the heels of another executive order he signed this week, designating Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, as I previously reported. I have been briefed on the deadly shooting. We already read this yesterday, but he said, I've been briefed on the deadly shooting. It's Antifa. You can't compare ICE agents to Nazis. That's completely unacceptable. All this stuff, right? Vice President J.D. Vance, meanwhile, says, we know that this person was politically motivated, pointing both to the inscriptions and some evidence we have that's not yet public. On the off chance the shooting wasn't what it looked like, I reached out to people who knew the gunman, 29-year-old Joshua John. 3 who knew him since at least middle school and agreed to speak to me on the condition that I not name them, corroborating their friendship with photos and other records. Their accounts paint the picture of someone with a vaguely libertarian bent who despised both major parties and politicians generally, including Trump, but who didn't engage with politics.
So we already are in a bad situation because we have now, again, you could believe that the FBI and Kash Patel are just planting evidence and lying. Okay. You could believe that. I'd want to see some sort of evidence for that because that'd be like an insane scandal. It'd be a massive fucking scandal, but I'd like to see evidence for that. So you can either believe this physical evidence that they have, and that we've seen a photograph, at least, of the bullets that shows that, or we can believe a far left journalist who says that he has anonymous sources that supposedly say that they're his friends, and we have to trust that he actually, got good sources for this.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. Maybe the sources are probably biased.
Or they're just full of shit. How many times you have a lot of this situation? Someone does something. Me,
I'm spinning a yarn. The biggest yarn I can possibly spin.
Like one of the most common things is if someone goes off and commits a crime or becomes famous or infamous, every person that had any sort of like brief interaction or knowledge of them is like, oh, right. I was that guy's friend. Interview me. I'll tell you all the juicy details. People just like to be interviewed and like talk a bunch of shit.
Of course. Yeah.
And so like we need these people to not be anonymous to actually know, well, did they actually know anything about him? Or are they just making this up?
No, they have to remain anonymous because otherwise their friends would call them on it. You didn't know that guy. What the fuck?
Exactly. Which seems kind of bizarre anyway. And then on top of it, it's like, even if they have a situation where someone could be family members, they could be friends with someone, they don't know that those person's going to go off and do a shooting. That's like super fucking common all the time. All these people, whenever these mass shootings happen, they're like, oh, I mean, he seemed a little down, but I didn't know he was going to do fucking something crazy like this. That's one of the most common things ever. So the idea is like, well, I talked to his friends and they didn't know, this information about him. It's like, so what?
Yeah, of course. He wasn't broadcasting it. How is this not tainting the jury pool by Hasan's standard?
Well, it's okay because the government already tainted the jury pool, so now they're tainting it back in a different direction.
The gloves are off. Everyone can do it.
Now, I don't know what the jury pool is going to be jurying on, considering the guy's dead, but
maybe a future jury for some other thing.
Yes.
Now they're tainted.
He preferred edgy humor, video games, and the message board 4chan, all of which he became increasingly steeped in as he withdrew from social life, as well as their own friendships several years ago, they said. None of his former...
He hasn't been friends with him for years.
I
Holy
know.
shit. Translation. I haven't talked to him for 4 years.
Well, that makes it even worse. So now we're supposed to disbelieve physical evidence, supposed physical evidence for people that haven't been friends for, when you say several years, that means 3 years or more, right?
Several. He didn't say a few
Yeah.
years, several years. 10
Several years.
years.
3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. Yeah. How? Yeah. And actually, yeah. Why? See, that's like classic reporter weasel words, because when Ken Klippenstein talked to these people, they gave him a specific number of when they stopped interacting with them. And that number was too high for him to
Right.
write down here. So he changed whatever that number was to several years.
Yeah. It's all bullshit. It's totally bullshit.
Yes.
Friends believed the anti-ICE inscription could possibly be sincere, feeling such a serious political statement was anathema to who John was. His humor was deeply ironic, often offensive, and aggressive to the point of alienation. Classic leftist site 4chan. Before you say...
And also, this is yeah.
Didn't this guy travel all the way across the United States to get a job working at a pot farm, and he was living in his car?
Oh,
that's the same guy. This is the guy
farm?
that shot the immigrants outside the ICE agency, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I read a thing that he worked at some marijuana farm in Seattle, Washington, and was living in his car.
Farm.
Yeah.
I thought you said pop. I was very confused.
No,
like a soda
pot.
pop farm? Like
no.
The farm and the
pot
soda
farm.
pop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got a job in Seattle, Washington at some weed farm, marijuana farm, and he was living in his car. I was like, oh. They interviewed his boss, and his boss said he was directionless. So.
I mean, that's pretty common, yes. It says, here's an article from a local news outlet a few days ago. This is from 3 days ago, okay? It says, law enforcement obtained warrants for devices and locations associated with the shooter. They found a collection of notes. One of them said, quote, yes, it was me. Yes, it was just me in my brain. He referred to ICE agents as people showing up to collect a dirty paycheck and said he wanted to maximize harm against ICE while minimizing collateral damage. Well, obviously, he fucked that one up completely.
Fucked that up bad, didn't he?
Yeah. So, but we can't believe those notes because we have anonymous friends who say no. When actually, it's one of the most common things ever is to see these people who do the horseshoe dance where they go from one extreme to the other. They'll either be on the far right or the far left, and they'll just switch, something happens and they'll just kind of jump from one extreme to the other extreme.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yep. Classic leftist site 4chan. There are leftists who are on 4chan as well. Okay, that's true. It's not just right wingers, even though it's most famous for right wingers, and the likelihood that you're a right winger if you're on poll, especially you're most likely a right winger, but that doesn't mean that there aren't leftists on 4chan. Okay, just remember that. He was most certainly an edgelord, an irony guy. One friend said, "Edgelord is online speak for someone who doesn't who likes to espouse edgy nihilistic views." Asked about the inscription on the bullet, the friend said, "Josh was an edgelord who wanted someone to get blamed. I think he tried his best to write something goofy to rile people up." Another friend showed me a Facebook post describing how John had flooded his friend's comment section with rape jokes. Playful shock humor, the friend said. Insane. Hey man, that's just playful shock humor. John's profile on the gaming platform Steam showed the vast amounts of time he spent playing video games, particularly shooters.
Also, this is another thing too. We're hitting so many red flags. We have anonymous sources who have not interacted with the subject for some
years.
Undisclosed period of time.
Several years.
Yes. And then we don't even have when they're suppose he's making these comments or doing these things, we don't even have pictures or direct quotes of what those things are. They're just someone else giving a secondhand account of their interpretation of something in a general fashion.
Their recollection.
Yes, from several years ago.
Yeah, hearsay.
And now, listen, now we're going to look into his Steam file. Okay, Steam records.
Than 6,000 hours on Rust, which, oof, red flag. That's, no disrespect to Rust, but bit of a red flag there, 3,000 on Team Fortress 2, 1,000 on Left 4 Dead 2. He even found time to play 3.5 hours in the past 2 weeks. The account.
Okay. Now this is a red flag. This is an inordinate amount of video gameplay. He's got 10,000 hours on his top played games.
This is legit, right? This is his real account.
supposedly.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm assuming it is, but 10,000 hours. 10,000. I thought I've played a lot of video games. I've played a lot of Left 4 Dead 2 and Team Fortress 2 in my days. I can't even imagine playing 10,000 fucking. That's is insane.
Yeah,
That's
you've
so fucking crazy.
definitely you got that's directionless, right?
How do you find the time in the day? I think I can't even. God, how many
I
how
know.
many days
I'm
is that?
looking it up
How many
now.
days is 10,000 hours?
No,
That's
let's
416 days. Okay.
no,
That's
let's do work weeks divided by 40.
okay.
40 hours. 250 weeks.
Wait,
Uh,
that can't be right.
so that's like a full-time job. That's like 1 year at a full-time job.
That is insane. I thought I played a lot of WoW. There's no way I played anywhere near 10,000 hours of WoW. This is my entire life. This is insane.
Right.
I think if you totaled up every video game I've ever played in my entire life, I cannot imagine it would be 10,000 hours. That is just so crazy.
That's 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for a year.
That's a lot. Okay.
Well, you must be good at it, right? No, he
I
sucks.
guess. Well, that would be depressing, right? Jeez.
So,
shows. Among the dozen or so usernames he used, one was reading #impeachment. When I asked if this wasn't a clear reference to anti-Trump politics, his friends recoiled at the idea that he would express opposition to Trump so sincerely and straightforwardly. Instead, they saw it as a part of his broader ironic persona, poking fun at the anti-Trump resistance types. Hanky Bob,
There you go. Listen, it was an ironic thing. Okay.
he has
and Clan Tag.
TDS. And
No,
they're trying to spin it. He's a Trump supporter.
yeah, he was making fun of the impeachment stuff.
Oh,
It was
okay.
ironic.
Clan Tag. Users also played as Sam I Am. That said, one friend recalled that when Trump first came to power, Jan was not a fan, though he had contempt for mainstream politicians in general. His friends say he had more of a libertarian bent, with one recalling an interest in the libertarian figure Ron Paul. You know what's really funny?
Obviously, Ron Paul radicalized this person.
Hasan is just, he loves this article.
God.
He completely loves this article.
I
Because
know.
it's manna from heaven for him.
About the ideological motives that people try to ascribe to, instances of political violence, like people who have engaged in acts of political violence, is that we have such a silly view of the average American, which I always point to when talking about the median voter. Identifying the politics of a median voter is a virtually impossible. Okay. It's just so silly because most people do not subscribe to straight ticket blue Dem or straight ticket right-wing Republican voting. There is more consolidation ideologically within the right as opposed to the liberal side.
Okay, I don't know if he's just being stupidly wrong here or he's being sneaky here. Because he said median voter. He didn't say average voter. Because the average voter will just vote along party lines for most of their life.
Right.
Consistently. So this is completely untrue. The average voter will just vote strictly along party lines.
Right.
Because okay? He's trying to make this argument
it's easier.
Right. But he's trying to make this argument that the average voter, if you tried to figure out their political affiliation, it would just make no sense, which is completely untrue.
They're all over the place. Yeah.
That's not accurate. But he said the median voter.
Yeah.
And I was thinking like, okay,
he means the average voter.
But I was like, what is that? What is a median voter? What does that even, what does that even mean? Because the median means that you take a set of numbers and you're choosing whatever the middle point is, which isn't necessarily the average. I'm like, well, what does that mean in terms of voting?
Right.
Exactly. And so I found this thing. I don't know if that's what he's referencing. It says the median voter is an individual whose preferences lie at the exact midpoint of a distribution of voters. The concept is best known as the median voter theorem or Black's median voter theorem. I assume that's the guy who came up with it, not it's like a racial thing. It says that if voters and candidates are distributed along a political spectrum, any condorcent consistent voting method will elect the candidate preferred by the median voter. Median voter theorem thus shows that under a realistic model of voter behavior. Okay, I don't know. This is like,
Yeah.
the fuck does any of this stuff mean?
Who cares?
I'm assuming he's not referencing this because I don't even know what the fuck this person is talking about.
He's basically obfuscating on the guy. He's saying, there's no way we can understand his politics.
Right.
It's completely invisible to us. These people are scatterbrained.
Now, there are a lot of undecided voters and swing voters who don't make up the majority, who you could say, okay, yeah, they probably have a grab bag of beliefs or ideologies that, you know, they believe in, and those people can go back and forth. But generally, those aren't the people that are going out and doing shooting.
Yeah, they're moderates. They're not going out with the zeal to shoot people for their team.
Right. Of things for sure. But having said that, even then, it is virtually impossible to understand what the average American, especially the average American that doesn't vote, even though.
Okay, so he did say, so I don't know. He just.
Now he's talking average. Yeah, he switched over.
Average. Okay.
Isn't this insane though? Hasan's been telling all of his audience that they should go out and commit acts of violence. They finally do, and then Hasan completely disowns them. This is wrong. How dare you? Well, Hasan, you're sending mixed messages here. What are you doing?
That's the conundrum, is that, yeah, the alt left has been pushing do the violence thing, but they're like, listen, you should only do the violence if A, you're attractive like Luigi, so that a bunch of people simp for you, a bunch of women and gay men simp for you, and B, if you pick a target that is just so universally disliked that even people on the right won't care that much about it, like the United Healthcare CEO.
He is eligible to vote is genuinely impossible. It is incoherent. There are many people in here that if someone from the outside was looking at your social media profiles, they would be like, what the f does this guy believe? I don't understand it. I can't associate it with any sort of like mainline established political ideology.
Oh, look, they're following Hasan. They're following Destiny. They're following David Pakman. They're following Kyle Klensky. Oh, we can't tell anything about them. It's a fucking mystery. Holy shit.
Well, but he was very sneaky with what he said. He said you could look at his fans and you'd say, okay, well, I don't see where this is like a mainline political ideology. It's like, that's true, because it's not a Hasan fans don't follow a quote mainline political philosophy. They follow a far leftist, socialist, alt-left philosophy that is not mainstream. Yes.
Yeah, fringe philosophy. Yeah. But can't they just look at who he's following? Seems like that would be helpful. Maybe they have looked at that, but they haven't published the information.
Still, the friend who recounted Jan's dislike of Trump insisted that there was at least a kernel of seriousness to the username. If it was ironic,
if the friend came out and said, "Oh yeah, he was a huge Hasan fan, listened to Hasan every day while he was streaming for 8 hours," do you think it would make it in the article? Something tells me that it wouldn't.
I would not trust Glenn Klippenklum to put that information in the article.
He'd be like, you don't know this guy. You don't know him.
It's half irony, where you're half kidding, half serious, just in case, he said. He was never really into politics, especially not politicians, said another friend who had known Jan since age 8. He was into politics only in the 4chan sense. Contrarian, provocative, boundary pushing for laughs, not conviction. 4chan,
he's known him since he was 8 years old.
Well, when he was 8 years old, he wasn't very political, so I have no clue what the motivation could have been.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of politics do you have when you're 8 years old anyway? I mean, I was fiercely political when I was 8 years old, but I think that's unusual.
Anonymous message board where provocation and irony are the...
Look at this. Grendel Vavat gave us 50 gifted memberships. Look at this. Welcome new members. Thank you so much, Grendel. That's awesome. Thank you. Get those new memberships.
Snatch them up.
Make sure you vote in the poll for A-Team. I'm up 32%. Look at this.
Wow.
First place.
Wow.
I've discovered the key. You got to get other candidates in. It really does work. It really does.
See, I'm like Bernie Sanders. Okay, you're splitting the vote, Adam. You're splitting the vote against me.
You're splitting the vote. Yeah,
You've
look at
got
this.
Elizabeth Warren, Sammy over here splitting the vote away from me, Bernie Sanders.
That's right.
Look at that. Sammy and Blunty Fly
Oh,
splitting the
look at
vote.
this. JMac comes in for 50 gifted memberships
Thank
too.
you so much,
That's
J-Mac.
100. And then AKA Batosai comes in for one gifted membership. We're up to
101.
101.
Thank you so much. Look at this.
Welcome,
Okay.
new members.
Thank you all. Very generous.
Yes. The Blunty bros are raking it in.
They are. They
I
are.
can't believe Blunty Fly is more popular than your girlfriend. That's just sad.
That's only because they see Blunty Fly every day in the little bottom right of the screen. Okay.
I
If
feel
you
bad
had a
now.
picture of Sammy in her Tifa cosplay on screen 24/7.
Oh yeah, I should.
I think we both probably lose to her.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
That's what I need to do.
yes. Viking Long, thanks so much for 20 Canadian. Says, love you guys. I think all stuff is an education issue. Need a new mandatory class, school to teach media literacy. How to look into subjects and not believing cut clips on face value, etc. Yeah, that would. You know what? It's funny because Sammy, the same as class, she's always asking me like, how do we fix these problems? And that is a great idea, and I think we'll probably start seeing stuff like that. Is maybe it needs to be like mandatory classes on not believing everything you see on the internet and how to actually quote do your research, and not by like oh, you have to find some fucking conspiracy theorist asshole, but to actually look at sources, look at the context of information. Because later in the stream, I'm going to talk about we have a whole story that was completely 100% fake news that spread like wildfire, and it was literally only because no one actually read the source material.
Ooh,
whatsoever.
ouch.
And it wasn't even that long to read. And if you just read the source material, you'd instantly realize that the whole story was just fake. So that would be great.
M8566 comes in with another 5 gifted memberships. Look at this. We're painting the chat green. It's going to be all green here.
Green, baby.
It's like 95% already.
Mm-hmm.
Point of the realm was apparently one of Jan's favorite haunts. His abrasive humor is where his friends describe his opinions on him diverge the most, with some describing it as amusing, but others as grating, especially as his online persona bled into real life. I mostly stopped talking to him when he took his 4chan irony stuff into daily interactions, one friend told me. He was becoming unbearable. Once he dropped out of college, he had no obligation to be social, and none of us reached out due to his edgelord behavior. Oh my Lord. This is, what's really funny? A lot of mainstream voices, especially on the right, constantly are now trying to point the finger of blame at like edgy nihilism and like political violence in my direction. And so much of what I try to do is to snap people out of this. Like literally, if people come in here and watch me for half a day, they will realize that a big chunk of what I am combating is exactly this: the social isolation that comes from finding yourself steeped within like incel, extremely online, irony poisoned, nihilistic circles that basically push your real life social interactions into the background as your online persona under the guise of anonymity becomes more and more your real world persona as well. And it causes people around you to go, ew, gross, get the fuck away from me. This is a big part of
I mean, this just sounds like complete bullshit to me.
Mm-hmm.
You think Hasan is convincing people to go out and be in the real world? Touch grass, as the kids say.
That's why it's like what he's saying in terms of these environments creating people to be nihilistic. That is true. But yes, the idea that Hasan is some sort of...
But Hasan plays into that.
Yes, 100%.
Totally nihilistic. What are you talking about?
Yes, he's 100,000% contributing to that ecosystem. And the idea that he's some sort of, warrior against that he's getting people to touch grass. Yes, the millionaire socialist is getting people to go out there into the real world and create positive change.
Right. Work on yourself. I mean, at least the red pill guys are saying you could go to the gym and work out, right? Hasan says none of that shit. Hasan is like, no, stay and listen to me and preach socialism. Mm-hmm. That'll make friends for you. No, that's what pushes people away. People are like, oh, yeah. When you started dipping into the Hasan socialism 24 hours a day, we were like, nah. Bye-bye.
The reason why I always say touch grass is a big part of the reason why I always say be
Oh my God.
Touch grass, everybody.
He uses a touch grass. This is why I tell you to touch grass.
normal. I would have to say you're doing a terrible job. Yeah, that's unironically the most untrue thing.
Son is chat's like, what are you talking about, son? What are you talking about? You're crazy.
I am a good influence.
Yes.
You could say, because there are
That guy's been subscribed to him for 33 months too.
a ton of people in here that have found not only a sense of community online, but also have found themselves doing more productive in the real world as a direct consequence of me urging them to stop and shake themselves out of this like weird, deep, dark, nihilistic internet-based online circles that they find themselves in, whether it be going out and working out, whether it be urging them to join it, their local organizations and things of that nature.
Look, you join your local organization, get political. That's exactly what he's going to tell you to do. It's ridiculous. We always have fans reach out to us and say, oh yeah, I listen to you guys forever. Now I'm an attorney or a doctor. And I think, yes, that's exactly what we want to see. Better yourself. But Hasan is like, no, go out and knock on doors and try to get people to vote for Democrats.
Yeah, well,
that's a good way to spend your time.
I know.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to find anyone who, with insight into Jan's more recent views, something that his friend said was unsurprising given his withdrawal from social life over the past few years.
Nobody's talked to him for 3 years. Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
This is insane. So why are you digging this up? Why are you going excavating? Huh? Why are you being the archaeologist of this guy?
We have to ignore physical evidence because someone that knew him 3 years ago says something else.
Right. It's total bullshit.
If you're having trouble finding people besides immediate family who knew him, that's part of the story, one friend said. Every mutual friend drifted away over that kind of edgelord behavior. A fledgling version of Jan's humor appears in the following YouTube video since removed from when he was a high schooler, a tongue-in-cheek parody of tech advice videos. Hello there, Facebook user. Are you tired of scrolling through your Facebook feed mindlessly? Well, there's a solution. You can unlike all your crappy pages. The following audio recording of Jan bombing at stand-up comedy was shared with me. It drew a comparison by one friend to the 2019 Joker film starring Joaquin Phoenix as an off-putting loner who also tried and failed at comedy. The film culminates in a scene in which the Joker gets his revenge on the entertainment world by gunning down the host of a popular late-night TV show.
Totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant to the actual situation. Can we see his comedy? Is his comedy still up?
He plays a little bit of it. The audio is like, I can't even really understand what the fuck he's talking about.
Oh, that's too bad.
So they have identified the person who crashed into and started shooting people at the Michigan Mormon Church.
Okay.
And of course, now that they've identified him, everyone's rushing to try to figure out what their political affiliation is.
Right. The internet's going to town.
Right. And so in a sort of, this is obviously people died here, so it's kind of horrific, but in a sort of like very dark, I don't know if it's comedic or dark irony situation, we've now have another 2 movies is going to be spawned off because people have a picture of their yard, of their front yard, and they have a Trump Vance, or is it, I don't know if it's a Trump Vance or a Trump Pence sign, like on the Google image picture that people were looking at, but then there's also a stop sign underneath it. So it's like, okay, well, is the stop sign because they thought someone was going to crash in their house, or are they trying to say stop Trump? Like it's now people just interpret it however.
Oh, wow.
So what exactly does that mean? Oh.
Stop Vance Pence.
Yes. So everyone's going to.
Can you send the picture and I'll bring it up?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
I want to bring it up. So I would say I would agree on this one. People gotta relax and let more information come out before everyone starts finger pointing and jumping down everyone's throats.
Was it a big murder fest at the church?
Let me see here.
I hate these mass shootings.
Yeah. It says at least 2 dead, 8 wounded.
Wow.
So yeah, not great. Definitely horrific.
The audio from his attempted stand-up routine where he bombs now resonates uncannily with Joker, the friend said. Ironically, Jan's contempt for Trump and the major political parties has bestowed them with one of the most intensely partisan news cycles in recent memory. In this sense, the joke is on him and all of us too. This still doesn't mean that the shooter has no profiles in or has no ideological profile that could be left slanted in any capacity, in any way, shape, or form, for the record. But this paired up with the fact that the FBI investigation that has yielded no results, both in the case of Tyler Robinson and also in the case of this shooter as well, to any sort of like left adjacent groups, like left adjacent associations, makes it much harder for the government to develop a profile that would justify significant incursions on free speech. Do you want me to actually look at the failed bomb stand-up routine that was audio? I guess it could like show us a little bit more of the background, but it's from 2019.
Was it the Dallas Comedy Club last time? All right, so I'm going to start out with talking about something pretty serious. My buddy was talking to me the other day about reality TV, and he didn't like it too much. He said reality TV should never be played on TV, and I was all taken aback, like, whoa, dude, come on. I have some extremely bad insecurity issues about myself. They constantly eat me up alive, and reality TV is a remedy for that. That's a perfect remedy, and it applies.
I'll be honest. So, right off the jump, just hearing him speak, this is more consistent with like loner, antisocial personality disordered, like socially malignant shooters that we have seen in the past, as opposed to someone like Tyler Robinson, who very clearly still had.
I like how we have. Remember when Hasan was the armchair weapons expert?
Oh, yeah.
Totally. You know, when there was the story about, whether Israel dropped ammunition and blew up the hospital, or whether it was Hamas or some other Palestinian group that shot it. And he's like, oh, I can hear the sound of the bomb, and I've made determinations based on the sound of like what the munitions was, because he's such a munitions expert. So now Hasan is an armchair voice analysis expert. And by hearing some cringy clip of a guy performing very poorly at some local club doing stand-up for the first time, he's like, obviously, this is a antisocial personality nihilist psychopath.
Yeah, whenever I see someone up in front of a crowd talking to them, I think, oh yeah, a loner, antisocial.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like, what the fuck?
Normally that's the person sitting in the back of the room.
I know. This is so dumb. Like, yes, a person who is nervous and shy on stage, you're like, oh, obviously I know everything about them. I heard them for 30 seconds. Okay.
It takes a lot of guts to get up in front of it. But obviously this guy's, what I see is someone who's looking for attention, right? Someone who's going to actually do a comedy bit and stand up in front of a comedy club. Right. That person wants attention.
Sure.
This is how people get attention, which fucking sucks.
Friends at the point of the alleged assassination of Charlie Kirk that he allegedly participated in. Do you see what I mean?
What? Alleged. You hear the emphasis? The emphasis on those alleged there. Okay.
To someone like Tyler Robinson, who very clearly still had friends at the point of the alleged assassination of Charlie Kirk that he allegedly participated in.
Why is he saying that?
Because it's alleged. Obviously.
Do you get in trouble for saying this guy's a murderer?
Not unless you're worried he's going to sue you.
I mean, there's a lot of people that still say that about Kyle Rittenhouse, and he was acquitted.
Right. It's because, I don't know if you know this, Hasan is going to break bread with Candace Owens. Okay, they're going to unite and hold hands and talk about how it was really Israel. Took out Charlie.
God, wouldn't be surprised. Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? This reminds me more of like a Thomas Crook style individual where,
oh my God, he goes straight to the right wing guy.
Well, Crooks wasn't right wing. He was nothing.
Oh,
it seemed like he was nothing. Yeah.
Their politics are indecipherable, and it just like kind of doesn't make sense. As far as like Luigi Mangione or Tyler Robinson goes, their background does not correspond to like the average profile of like a school shooter or a mass shooter, a person engaging in like a horrific act of violence. This seems to be more evidence that the political shooting is supplanting the school shooting as a path to notoriety for suicidal and nihilistic, socially maladjusted individividuals. Yes, this is.
Now that I could actually agree with, and that is, this. I mean, obviously, doing a school shooting is disturbing too. So we might see this disturbing pattern arise. Yeah,
the stand-up routine plays into that.
Yeah,
yeah.
My argument as well. This is what I am seeing as well, especially because these things have a tendency to create copycats. In the past, and I said this yesterday.
I mean, the problem is, where are you going to get attention, right? Who's going to praise you? Oh, it's all these crazy leftists online who celebrate violence. That's part of the problem. There's an audience for it. But people like Hasan are creating that audience. So,
in the past, when people wanted to make a name for themselves, when someone was like a socially maladjusted, isolated, alienated, sometimes mentally ill person, right? And they had suicidal ideation. Instead of doing suicide by cop, they would go and engage in a mass shooting in an area, in an environment that they've designed for themselves that have tremendous control over their lives. If you're young, it's the school, right? The school is restrictive. If you are older, it's your workplace, right? It's your resentment. It's the resentment that you experience that you associate with a hierarchy that holds you back. But I think a lot of these people have now realized that given how much school shootings have become commonplace, it doesn't actually end up getting you the broad recognition and the constant back and forth. Like, what's the reason why he did this? What's the reason why he actually, let's try to identify the motives. Let's like dig into the background of the shooter. Because like the evidence itself is built in. I mean, look at the Annunciation Church shooter, right? Right-wing profile, insane, highlighted a bunch of white nationalist mass shooters. That was a story that was around for like 2.5 days. And then people made their partisan motives, people made their partisan framework very clear in that process. And then they just moved on. So you don't get the same level of elevated profile from stuff like that. So then you see, I think, people engaging in acts of political violence potentially, because they think this will allow this will give them more notoriety. If I were to dive into the mindset of a person like this, I suspect that this is for them a way to chase fame, a way to have a semblance of control over their lives when they feel like they've completely lost all power. They have no way of developing autonomy. They feel alienated. They feel isolated. They don't have any friends. They don't have any purpose in life.
He doesn't make the connection, though, that the fame and notoriety comes from the people on the left cheering for you.
Mm-hmm.
People on the right are not celebrating right-wing shooters, right-wing violence. That's not happening. But these left-wing shooters, I mean, obviously the Charlie Kirk is a perfect example. Everyone went fucking crazy celebrating that shit. So that inspires people. They're like, oh my goodness, I can be loved. I can be immediately loved by everyone on TikTok.
Yeah, you can say that there were people that were I don't know if it's celebrating. There were people that were like mocking. I guess they were celebrating and mocking.
They were celebrating.
No.
So sick.
They were, but I'm saying there were people that were definitely celebrating and mocking the guy who attacked Nancy Pelosi's husband. But that was done in such a fashion that like no one would want to emulate that, because the guy was like crazy and it was weird. And people were like coming up with this whole thing about it. They were like gay lovers or something. So even though people were mocking it, which is disgusting, the circumstances around it would not breed emulation because of the weirdness of the situation. So, but yeah, so I mean, so far
they
there
weren't
hasn't
celebrating the act. They weren't celebrating the person doing it to their political rival in the same way that they were.
I don't know if I
Charlie
agree. They
Kirk.
kind of were.
Were they?
I think they were.
Okay, well, that's sick.
But
That's grotesque.
it is. But there hasn't been yet, and unfortunately there won't be, hopefully there won't be, some sort of right-wing attack on a person who does an attack motivated by right-wing ideology that is then celebrated by the right, because that could lead to, as you're saying, sort of the emulation copycat factor.
Yeah. If something happens to the Charlie Kirk of the left, whoever that may be, and there is the kind of celebration that there was over Charlie Kirk on the right, it is going to inspire more people to commit acts of violence, which fucking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what creates it. There's the audience there for it. Yeah, which is totally lame. But Hasan keeps saying that. Oh yeah, they're doing it for notoriety and fame. Well, maybe you shouldn't give them the notoriety and fame.
And they feel like this is a way to become powerful in their own minds. This like sick, twisted way to try and get notoriety and therefore some kind of power even after they die. Now, I don't.
God, he's so stupid. They want popularity. And that popularity is very real. We saw the popularity on TikTok over the Charlie Kirk thing. We saw that popularity, which is fucking gross.
Think that for Luigi that was the case, right? I don't know, but it didn't feel like that was the case for Luigi Mangione. But it
Wait, hold on.
To become powerful in their own minds. This like sick, twisted way to try and get notoriety and therefore some kind of power even after they die. Now, I don't think that for Luigi that was the case, right? I don't know, but it didn't feel like that was the case for Luigi Mangione. But it doesn't matter because like the endless back and forth in the aftermath, the endless media cycle.
So even he's, oh my God, he's still trying to like suck up to or to praise Luigi.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so disgusting.
Yeah, because he's telling all his fans to praise him.
He's like, oh, with Luigi, I don't think Luigi was motivated by all these negative things. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Hasan.
Looking at the motives and looking at the causes of why this kind of violence was outright celebrated, right? Allegedly with Luigi Mangione. That in and of itself,
allegedly, right?
Now he's saying the celebration is allegedly.
Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ.
I mean, we saw Taylor Lorenz on Piers Morgan. It seemed pretty obvious. She said that she felt joyful.
Right.
Remember?
Right. Oh, my God.
What a loony bin.
Think created a media environment that made it so that other people would look at that and be like, I want that. Like, I want that for myself. I want this kind of fanfare, or I want this kind of endlessly diving into the background of someone like me, little old me, becoming high profile, which of course is genuinely worrisome for two different reasons. One, because it's just yet another, like the more high profile shootings take place and the more this kind of violence we are desensitized to, the more people will try to increase the intensity in the aftermath of that, especially if people in positions of power feel fearful. They will greatly clamp on those who they believe are responsible for this kind of radicalization. And it'll never be the systems themselves that are radicalizing people. It'll never be like the cost of paywalling healthcare for many Americans that universalizes that experience for them. It'll always be people like myself, you know, it'll always be a media figure that played a role in this. And for the Republicans, it's very clear. It's not just people like myself either. It's also the Democrats as a whole. It's anyone that considers what Donald Trump is doing to be Nazi behavior, fascist behavior. Do you see what I mean?
Look, he's backpedaling so much here. He must know that there's a huge target on him right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they will do everything in their power to stamp out discontent. People have been chasing fame or infamy of the Columbine boys for years. Everyone still remembers their names. People won't remember Solomon Henderson in 20 years. Yeah, the irony, of course, is that the increasing frequency of these kinds of violence, these kinds of violent incidents, also leads to an overall desensitization to these kinds of violent incidents. And therefore, it causes people that are chasing infamy by engaging in this incredibly violent act to not even get that infamy anyway.
Okay, I sent you an X post they can bring up here. Because, so the end of that clip that we just watched is Hasan crying about, oh, They're trying to blame people like me, innocent baby angel Hassan, for radicalizing people, for maybe people going out and doing violence. How could they blame me? I'm so innocent. And then we cut to this clip that took place
this is gonna be great. I can
in
tell
the
already.
exact same time period of all this situation that
Right.
he's talking about here. I think this was like the day after the clip that we just watched came out.
All right. 17 seconds. Ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Partigiano. Bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Turkey's in a pain to protect the flotilla. Erdogan probably watched your stream yesterday. Yeah, he listens to me, dude.
That's so interesting. Hassan randomly singing that Bella Ciao
Giving
song.
a shout out.
Yes.
Giving a shout out to Charlie Kirk's murderer.
Yes.
Murderer.
Oh.
Look, doesn't that just say, look, if you want to get a shout out from Hassan, what do you have to do, Sitch?
You have to go shoot somebody on the right.
Fuck, I can't believe this shit. This is a guy who's telling people to go out and touch grass. After he lectures for 20 minutes about how all these people want his notoriety.
Yes.
And he's like, look, I'm going to give you the notoriety you deserve, you seek. Come to me.
Yeah. And it really shows you what a despicable snake he is, because so much of his rhetoric is like, oh, it was bad that Charlie Kirk died, blah, 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 blah. And it's obvious that, as you said, there's a lot of eyeballs on him at the moment. A lot of people looking at him. Unfortunately, because Destiny's such a fucking retard spaz and can't keep his fucking mouth shut and not be unhinged, Destiny kind of shoved a lot of the attention away from Hassan onto himself. Right. But yes, there's a lot of attention on Hassan. And so he's been trying to say stuff. And then here he opens up his stream with the most obvious call out to the shooter.
I mean, your brain has to be off to do this kind of stuff.
This is so intentional. There's no reality, no world where you're like, oh, this was just a mistake. This is an accident. Just a total accident that I did this. I just for no other reason just happened to be watching this song, and it was just stuck in my head as I was singing it on stream. Who knows, right?
It's sick. It's totally sick. This is a celebration. Everyone who's hearing this and is celebrating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. Listen, it's good because on October 8th, we'll probably watch it here, is the House Oversight Committee, where they're going to bring out the heads of Twitch and Discord and some other platforms in Congress, and they're going to ask them a whole bunch of questions. And it will be nice to see Dan Clancy, hopefully some of the Congress people will play clips of Hassan doing all this and advocating for all this crazy shit. And will say, hey, Dan Clancy, I'm very confused. In your terms of service, it says advocating for terrorism and political violence is not allowed. And yet, very clearly, we have one of your top streamers doing this exact action. Why is he still allowed on the platform?
Yeah, this would be great. This would be great. That would make some viral clips out of that stuffy old congressional hearing.
Mm-hmm.
They play this clip of Hassan. Oh my God. I can't wait for the 8th. It's going to be
I was
great.
seeing an article that I want to cover a little bit of here, which is, it's a good sign, but I still think it's not great. And this was in The Atlantic. So a pretty mainstream publication, The Atlantic. And the article was titled, Left-Wing Terrorism is on the Rise. For the first time in more than 30 years, attacks by the far left outnumber those by the far right. So this is good because most people will only ever look at a headline of an article. They'll never actually read the article. So simply just having the headline, put that out there from a non-right-wing source, okay, from a more lefty or more centery publication, will make it pierce the bubble somewhat into saying, okay, there is actually something going on here at this moment. So it says, the article says, no matter how hard ideologues try to exclusively blame their political foes for acts of political violence, the truth is that violent extremists today emerge from across the political spectrum. We've studied this problem, believe that our data can help illuminate an issue too often defined by partisan finger pointing. As part of a study to be published this week by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, we compiled and analyzed a data set of 750 attacks and plots in the United States from January 1st, 1994 to July 4th, 2025. Our research focuses only on incidents of terrorism, which we define as attacks or plots by a non-state actor attempting to achieve a political end and exert a psychological influence on a broad population. Among other details, the dataset includes the types of weapon used, the intended targets, and the number of fatalities and ideologue of the perpetrators. So I already don't like the framing of terrorism here. Or rather, I do think that there needs to be information on not just terrorism, but like if someone does an attack on someone because they're politically motivated or because they don't like that person for some political ideology, like if some random person, I don't know, walks by and they see a person with a MAGA hat on and they decide to attack them just because they have a MAGA hat on. Does that person have some idea in their mind of like, oh, I'm trying to create some sort of psychological influence? No, maybe not. Maybe they just, were motivated by some political philosophy. Oh, I hate Trump supporters and they attack him, right? So I do think they should just look into like, okay, politically motivated criminal activity where the motivation of the crime is based on a political ideology as opposed to strictly adhering to the definition of terrorism. That would make a lot more sense to me. And also, because under this definition of terrorism, I think a lot of the BLM riots and stuff do not fall at all in any of this research because of how terrorism is defined. Because they say, oh, well, riots are they're just people that are just angry, that are just mad, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, but if people are mad or angry because they believe some political ideology and then they do something crazy for it, that should still be part of the metric. That should be something that we can look at and say, oh, okay, well, obviously we can see where the problem areas are.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there were a lot of people who were in fear during the Black Lives Matter riots. So,
Why'd you send me this picture of Gomer?
he's the guy who's on the October 8th committee. He's the chairman.
Perfect.
Yeah,
My
our
favorite.
favorite.
Comer,
I
our
know,
favorite
that's why I was
chairman
like,
head. Okay.
I was trying to look up to see who was going to be on it.
Right. We found that left-wing terrorism has increased since President Donald Trump's rise to political prominence in 2016. Indeed, 2025 marks the first time in more than 30 years that left-wing attacks outnumbered those from the far right. Despite its recent increase, however, left-wing terrorism is not nearly as common today as it was in the 1960s and early 70s. It is kind of insane too. And I really think this is the nature of Hollywood being very left-wing biased and a lot of teaching being very left-wing biased. Is that, I mean, I didn't know that. I don't think the average American realizes that in the 60s and 70s, there was like some insane level of left wing terrorism that was popping off. People just don't know about that
No,
whatsoever.
they don't at all. Yeah.
No.
Nobody talks about it.
The only violence that was ever talked about in the 60s and 70s, really the 60s, was racial violence in the South. And that's the bias of the left media and
oh yeah, they talk about
industry.
that all the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those years marked the height of groups such as the Weather Underground and the Symbionese Liberation Army, best known for kidnapping the newspaper heiress Patty Hearst. There you go, Patty Hearst syndrome. In the 80s and early 90s, left-wing terrorism declined while jihadist and right-wing terrorism rose, particularly in the forms of anti-government and white supremacy violence. Following the trend, according to our analysis, violence on the left accounted for 4 plots and attacks from 1994 to 2000, compared with 144 on the right. The difference narrowed in the following decade, but the right continued to account for significantly more attacks and killings than did the left. The year 2016 was a turning point for left-wing terrorism. Even as right-wing incidents remained much more common, Trump's political ascent and the expansion of the MAGA movement seemed to have re-energized left-wing violent extremism, which accounted for 37 incidents from 2016 to 2024, most of them motivated by either anti-government or partisan sentiment. And so, I mean, this is part of the problem, too, because those 37 incidents obviously do not include the mass BLM rioting across the country, which would definitely make that number double.
Yeah.
Increase substantially. So it's definitely, and I'd have to look at the data set because I kind of tried to look at their source, but I didn't see the data set they're using for the individual instances. because there's no way that this accounts for. I've seen more than 37 Antifa like violent acts and riots in, between the time period. So how is it only possible if there's only 37 incidents of this?
Because they're not counting them.
Well, that's the problem.
They don't count them.
Yeah.
They're like, up.
By July 4th of this year, far left extremists have already been responsible for 5 terrorist attacks and plots, putting 2025 on pace to be the left's most violent year in more than 3 decades. On July 4th, for example, law enforcement officials say that an assailant shot and wounded a police officer who was responding to reports of disturbance at a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention facility in Texas. Meanwhile, another alleged assailant fired at ICE correctional officers. Authorities apprehended 14 suspects who now face federal charges, including the attempted murder of federal officers and fire-related offenses. Details now, and this is crazy too, because like people now they know about this guy who shot the ICE facility, but these other instances I don't think were really discussed that much in the mainstream. And I don't think if you ask most normie people that they'd even be aware that these happened. I think if I asked my parents about this, they would not have any awareness that these incidents occurred. And my dad follows the news very closely, but he follows kind of like the more mainstream left news.
Where they're hiding all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Details about Kirk's alleged killer are still emerging, but preliminary evidence indicates that he had a left-wing motivation and could add to this year's tally, that would add. And then obviously also the ICE shooter.
But they stay away from the riots, obviously, because they're like, oh, wow, that's massive violence. We don't want to get the numbers out of hand. This is just one person, and one person died.
In many cases, characterizing the ideology of a perpetrator is difficult, if not impossible. Some extremists pick from a salad bar of ideologies. As former FBI Director Christopher Wray once said, many of which don't fit into traditional right-left dichotomy. In other instances, such as the 2011 shooting of the Democratic Representative Gabby Gifford, the perpetrator's beliefs are so muddled that even calling them political exaggerates their coherence, despite the fact that they target a political figure. A major shift in politics, however, can cause the losing side to become more combative. Just as Trump's election led to a rise in left-wing violence, President Barack Obama's election corresponded with a surge of violence from the right. From 2009 to 2016, right-wing extremists were responsible for 106 terrorist attacks and plots, nearly double the 58 right-wing incidents that occurred in the 8 years prior. These tend to be more lethal than left-wing attacks, which generally target specific individuals, such as the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year, or the assassination attempt on Trump at his West Palm Beach golf course. So I'm glad that they at least included those incidences. So that's good to know. They at least included, because I think a lot of people were it's even the terrorism charge was, I believe, dropped against Luigi in New York, which is kind of crazy. But
yeah, insane.
Right-wing extremists, by contrast, are more likely to target whole groups. In the past decade in the United States, 36 left-wing attacks have killed 13 people, whereas 152 right-wing attacks have killed 112 people. The Biden administration took important steps to counter the rise of far extremists. After January 6, 2021, the U.S. government brought charges against more than 1,000 people disrupting violent right-wing networks such as the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. Yeah, if they're going to include January 6th riot as right-wing
ironic,
violence,
isn't it?
Right. If you're going to consider that as right-wing violence, then you 100,000% have to include the BLM riots as left-wing violence. Otherwise, it would make absolutely no sense.
That's just protests, just peaceful protests.
Right. The administration also made right-wing groups a counterterrorism priority, taking measures to reduce the presence of extremists in the military. The far-right terrorist death toll fell under Biden compared with the previous 4 years, but lethal attacks persisted. This year, however, violence on the right has plummeted. Only one right-wing terrorist incident occurred in the first 6 months of 2025. The rampage on June 14th that left Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband dead, and State Senator John Hoffman and his wife wounded. This extraordinary drop-off is too recent to allow for any definitive explanations. The number of terror incidents often fluctuates over periods of time, but Trump's reelection could be a key factor. His victory deflated election conspiracies that had once motivated many extremists. Since then, Trump has taken a maximal approach on some of the far right's highest priority issues, particularly immigration. You sent me, speaking of election conspiracies, because I didn't watch it yet. I forgot to watch it. There was that Dave Pacman had that guy on who is claiming that Donald Trump stole the election. And that video has over 1 million views.
Yeah, almost 2 million.
Right. Oh, okay. It's almost at 2 million now. So maybe ironically now we'll have some sort of movement on the left kind of picking up the mantle of fake
election denialism.
Yeah.
But they're not going to call it election denialism. And when they riot, they're just going to call it peaceful protest.
Right.
Because it's left wing.
Enrico Tarrio, the former Proud Boy leaders and convicted seditionist, whom Trump pardoned, recently summed up president's potential psychological effect on the violent right. Quote, we won. We got what we wanted. That's not great. Under Trump, right-wing extremists may feel less need to mobilize because of their sense their interests are already being taken care of, but Charlie Kirk's death could change his calculus. Conservatives, including members of Congress and online influencers, have used the assassination to support the contention that the left is engaged in war. Trump himself has claimed that a network of political organizations fund and support political violence and must be neutralized, which is true. I don't know if I would trust the Trump administration to target correctly, but there definitely is insane to me that all these Antifa groups have been able to run around and do what they've been doing for 8 to 10 years without anyone arresting people or throwing them in jail.
And just saying that they aren't even an organized group. They're just an idea.
Yes. And that's what's crazy too, is because there were so many, and it's true, there was a lot of people looking at the Proud Boys and all that other stuff and the Oath Keepers, and that's fine. Looking at those people and they're doing something wrong, fucking arrest them. But a lot of those videos that we'd see of like the Proud Boys getting the fights is that they would be getting the fights with Antifa people. So it's like, why is there not, people investigating the Antifa groups and trying to stop these organizations from forming?
Just an idea.
Okay.
I watched a documentary on Antifa and it was super pro Antifa, but they still had a group and were organized.
Right.
They did all sorts of training and stuff.
This sort of rhetoric could encourage right-wing vigilantism or presage a government crackdown on left-leaning organizations, which in turn could inflame left-wing extremists and pose a great threat to free speech. Exaggerated rhetoric across party lines helps explain why both Republicans and Democrats believe that more than 40% of the other side supports murder if it serves their political interest. In reality, less than 4% of Americans support partisan violence, such as assault or arson, let alone murder. Even that number is too high, of course, but it will surely drop if partisans stop misconstruing their opponents. Well, that's good. I mean, because we saw that other, well, I don't know, because I just clicked the link. That study they're citing is from 2024. I mean, there's that other, it was kind of worded weirdly, but there was that other survey that we saw where, depending on how it was being worded, you could get 25% of people on, I think, the left to be in favor of political violence in some circumstances. So I think it was 25% of the 18 to 30 demographic.
Yeah, much too high, obviously.
Which is disturbing.
1 in 4.
Yeah, of young people. The exaggerated rhetoric across party lines helps explain why both Republicans are the one. Actually, staunching political violence will require America's leaders to commit to fighting all forms of extremism, not just those associated with their opponents. The Trump administration has prioritized combating the rise of left-wing terrorism, but not right-wing terrorism, which remains a concern despite its decline this year. Developing the programs and expertise to suppress different forms of terrorism takes years, and ignoring a long-term threat to go after a more immediate one could be deadly over time. Condemning all political violence, especially when it emanates from one's own side or targets one's opponents, is also an important means of breaking the cycle of distrust. Many prominent Democrats have done this since Charlie Kirk shooting. So did many Republicans after the assassination of Portman and the attack on Paul Pelosi in 2022. Still, both sides need to improve, as evidenced by some left-wing celebrations of Luigi Mangione, the alleged killer of Thompson, the healthcare executive, and the failure of some conservative leaders to expressly condemn white supremacists, Portman's assassins, and other violent extremists. Utah Governor Spencer Cox has served as a model in unequivocally denouncing extremism, which makes them outcasts instead of heroes. Cox describes Kirk's killing as an attack on all of us, and he offered a simple exhortation that would benefit both sides, particularly in moments like these when violence can spiral, disagree better. So this is why, and I don't think most people read this article, but again, the headline is great. That's very important. Most people will only see the headline. So, break through maybe some of the sort of normie news bubble, but I think I don't agree with like the framing. A lot of the body of the article is very tepid or kind of, it is, both sidesy.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
It's annoying because on one hand, like I understand, like ideally, I think the left's response to Charlie Kirk's assassination, the ICE shooter, and all this other stuff. And I mean, we don't know what's going on with this recent situation with the church, but I think broadly the left's response, not only to denounce the violence, but should just be to unequivocally say, we 100% denounce the people that are cheering this on. These people are disgusting scum, and we need to throw them out, get them the fuck away from our movement. Fuck these people with all of our hearts and souls. Okay, we don't stand for any of that, and that should be like the end of the statement. Period. Just leave it like there. But because of this, we exist in this like weird political environment. No one ever wants to give the other side any sort of win whatsoever. Like it just, and I like, and you know this, Adam. You feel this. We all feel this. It's like when there's someone that we don't like, it like causes emotional, physical pain for you to ever possibly give them something that they would perceive as a win at your expense.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
It just,
Fuck
yeah,
them.
you're just like it disgusts you on this primal level. And if you want to have free will, and if you want to be a moral agent and want to be the moral person, you just have to ignore that and do what is right and not let that control you. And
This
so,
is a completely different situation for me though, because
mhm,
I'm not a partisan. I don't want to stick it to Democrats. I don't want to stick it to Republicans. I get in that situation when it's an individual person that I feel like has wronged me.
right,
I'm definitely out to get them because I want to get even, right? I got
of
to
course,
even the scales of justice. But so many people are just they get involved in this partisan politics and it just rots their brain. They
yeah,
don't want to see any. Their whole goal is to protect the reputation of Democrats and to savage the reputation of Republicans. And it's bullshit. It's a stupid game. I don't like it.
yeah, 100%. And so, yeah, and it's, I mean, you don't have that feeling, and I don't have that feeling because we're not looking at it that way. But I think most people that cover politics do have that feeling and
Yeah.
are very partisan in their view. So that's the way they're going to look at it. And then you kind of get into the Sun Tzu situation of, um, because of the way that Trump and other people talking about this, they're not really leaving the sort of rhetorical room to retreat for a lot of people. JD Vance, I'd say, did. I don't think
He
Trump
did a
did
good
really.
job. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Vance did, but Trump didn't really do that. And so since there was no avenue for retreat, that kind of makes so many of the people on the left just double, triple, quadruple down, which I think is still wrong. You can't really, even if Trump does something that you think is wrong, you shouldn't. I don't like this rationale where people say, "Oh, well, because the person I don't like did something wrong, that has to dictate my behavior. I can't do the correct action because the person I don't like, because I don't like Donald Trump, you know, I can't do the right thing. I have to just base my opinion on him." And that's kind of like Destiny's entire argument in terms of how to engage with all this stuff. And I think
Yeah,
that,
that stupid Destiny thing was on CNN. I saw another guy on CNN saying that I'm just a YouTuber.
oh,
Donald
really?
Trump is the president of the United States.
Right, right.
Yeah, there's a clip going around of Scott Jennings going off on him
Yes.
in the same
Which,
way that Anna went off on Destiny.
right.
It's like
Which,
it's stupid.
if you're on the left and you're having these conversations, the argument should be you should just have the moral position to denounce the violence, denounce people that are doing it. And then, that's where you should leave it. And then if the conversation further comes up, you can throw in something about, well, you think Donald Trump did a shitty job handling the situation. But it seems like so much of the emphasis is either to not, it seems like so much of the emphasis is to denounce it, but then spend like 90% of the time talking about Donald Trump's response to it being
This is
shitty.
I don't know the specific chain of command in the military, but I know a captain is lower than a general. So the
Mm-hmm.
equivalent for me is kind of like a captain who I think has dozens of men underneath him, right? I think he does a platoon or something like that. To say, oh, well, look, I'm not a general, so I only have influence over these dozen or so guys. Well, you have influence over those dozen or so guys. Influence them. What the fuck? That's how it
Right.
works, right? If
Right.
you're a YouTuber with some influence, and Destiny obviously has much more influence over people than just a dozen guys, right? Thousands of young men listen to this guy, right? Influence him. The whole idea behind, oh, well, I can't do anything because I don't have as much influence as Donald Trump. He has all the influence and I have just a little bit. Well, use the influence that you have, you dipshit.
Right.
Yeah, everyone
Well,
needs to pull together and use the influence that they have over the people that they have influence over and
right.
chill people out. Chill
Yes.
these fucking people out.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
And look, Destiny can't complain about Donald Trump saying stand back and stand by with the Proud Boys if he's going to say stand back and stand by with his people, because he's like, look, we got to be at red alert here.
Yeah, or
you're
even
doing the
more
same
extreme,
fucking thing.
or even more extreme rhetoric.
Yeah,
and it's like,
yes.
100%. If you want to, because as I agree 100%, everyone should be trying to shut everyone down. A lot of people on the right are not doing that, obviously. Trump being one of them, Elon Musk also being one of them. And it's fine if you want to criticize them, call them out, but that doesn't give you the right to act immorally yourself if you're on the left.
Yeah.
Or to diminish or to downplay what's actually going on here with a lot of radical left violence and rhetoric that is just, spiraling out.
AOC came out and I found her speech to be detestable. Same. What was the other one on the
Ilhan Omar?
Well, she was horrible too. Rashida Tlaib. I think we played on the Tuesday stream. Yeah, exactly. But because they are definitely riling people up, and people are making the argument that Trump is doing that, and there's some merit to that argument. I think JD Vance did a much better job. Just because these people are riling people up doesn't mean we should be riling people up. And Sitch and I have made a concentrated effort to try to, go against that.
Right.
Yeah, with our audience. Our audience is a tenth the size of Destiny's, but it's just, if we would say, oh, Destiny needs to chill out before we can, fuck that. That's stupid. Completely stupid.
I think in terms of my own view on it, because I do understand the argument of Trump as president, Destiny is some streamer or whatever, Hasan's a streamer or whatever, even though they obviously have influence over people and definitely can influence someone to engage in political violence. You only need to influence one person to kill someone. So it's kind of why this whole issue is, the framing of it's kind of stupid. But I think I would also be more sympathetic to the framing of like, we need to talk specifically about, Trump's reaction 90% of the time. If I didn't feel like the mainstream was still dropping the ball mostly and still downplaying that there is a radical element of the left that is growing in size and in popularity among young people, and they keep downplaying it and hiding it and shielding it from public view. It was completely unacceptable that all these major publications whitewashed and publicized Hasan following Charlie Kirk's assassination and gave all these articles, where he gets to be interviewed and seem like some reasonable person.
Yeah, that's sick.
Some reasonable political positions. Yeah. And I don't know what the fuck's going on. We're like, I want to be positive, but I am getting worried here because it's like, I see a lot of these mainstream publications keep publicizing Hasan for some bizarre reason. Like, it's like this year has been like the year of trying to whitewash radicals. And then I also see all these fucking other weird, now they're not the mainstream yet, which is thankful, but I do see a disturbing insane amount of engagement in views every time Nick Fuentes, is on X or on YouTube or is interviewed by someone outside of the Groyper bubble. The video gets insane levels of engagement and the comments are just completely flooded with white nationalist talking points.
Listen, we talked about whether or not Nick Fuentes could be redeemable. And look, I haven't listened to any Nick Fuentes in years, probably years, but I did listen to a video after we had that conversation. So irredeemable.
What video was it?
I can't remember, but it was just this shit he was saying was insane. I was like, oh my God, this is just fucking just catering full on to the racists.
Of course.
No hiding. No hiding his power level. Everything was just out in the open.
It's weird because I don't know. There's like this weird thing where on one hand, like I didn't watch it yet. I just saw clips of the Patrick Bet-Davis interview where he was still, saying that he was against interracial marriages and shit. But he is trying to do this weird, like, oh, I'm going to try to package it in a nicer way. kind of like how Richard Spencer did originally. Like, I'm going to try to be like, I'm racist, but I'm like nice about it. Like he's trying to do it. And I don't know why. He's definitely knows something behind the scenes of someone trying to make him more mainstream. It's definitely happening right now. So I
There,
am disturbed that both Nick and Hasan are some forces are trying to mainstream these two, I'd say psychopaths, these two extreme pieces of shit.
the I have something to say about Hassan. The Nick Fuentes saying somebody is watching his show, which I don't think is on YouTube. I think he tried to start a YouTube channel and they deleted it.
Mm-hmm.
They are taking clips from his show, wherever it is, Rumble or whatever, and doing commentary on his show. And his show is super race based, incendiary shit. But the guy doing commentary, it sounds like he's got like a Pakistani accent or something, which is kind of weird, right? Because obviously he's going to be a target of the Groypers, but he still wants to make the money because you're right. These videos get insane amounts of views just showing him on YouTube because he's saying insane shit. It's driving people crazy. I'm sure they share like mad because it's so,
Mm-hmm.
it makes everyone so angry. But,
Well,
and then Hassan, obviously, look, the left they're desperate because they need men, young men in the election.
mm-hmm.
They got killed on young men in the 2024 election. And I just saw a thing that 2.5 million people change their registration from Democrat to Republican. That's fucking crazy. That's
That is
crazy.
How many you say? 2 million?
2.5 million people switched their party affiliation in the wake of the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Right. Wow.
Yeah. That they were registered Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
They filled out the thing online and said, I'm registering as a Republican now.
Mm-hmm.
The Democratic Party is fucking, they're in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
So they're like, we need Hassan. They're desperate to do anything. That's why they're propping up Hassan. They're like, look, here's a good looking young man who believes in democratic values.
Right.
And they don't know. They're fucking idiots. They're like, oh, look, 40,000 people watch this guy.
Right.
He gets more views than CNN. We need those voters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah. So they totally want to whitewash him. He's their Joe Rogan on the left. They're going to do it. Doesn't matter.
So
doesn't matter.
I know. So in that study that they were citing about the left-wing violence, I want to read this part in the appendix. It says what is excluded from the study. Okay.
Oh yeah, this should be good.
Right. So now keep in mind, even with excluding all of this, they still have this year. There's still the left-wing violence has outnumbered the right-wing violence, or I'm sorry, terrorism, because they're specifically terrorism, not violence, which I think is a problem. It says this analysis excludes a number of incidents that further contribute to the perception of an increase in left-wing violent activity in 2025. Different definitions and coding might legitimately include these, but the explanation below details why they are excluded from this data set. So they're saying there's a lot of things that they excluded that would have made the number even bigger. The definition of terrorism used here excludes a series of attacks against Tesla vehicles and facilities. There were more than 20 such incidences in the United States from January to April 2025. Attacks on Tesla in the United States were linked to individuals expressing opposition to CEO Elon Musk's political affiliations, particularly his role and actions in the Trump administration. Although the CSIS study team determined these attacks were incidents of economic vandalism rather than terrorism, many involved substantial property destruction and drew sharp condemnation from the Trump administration and Department of Justice. In some cases, prosecutors have even sought terrorism enhancements and charging decisions. Although excluded from this data set, these highly publicized incidents attracted significant attention and reinforced the perception of escalating left-wing violence in 2025. So I'm glad that they say that at the end there, that it's reinforcing the perception of escalating left-wing violence. But how could you, like, it is kind of fucking crazy. You're not going to include, this is what I'm saying, like this, having it be terrorism is fucking stupid, as opposed to just being violence or crime that is perpetuated because of a political ideology. That is the motivation. Because how could you not include the 20 incidences of people attacking Tesla facilities specifically because they're motivated by a left-wing ideology against Elon Musk and the Trump administration?
That's totally ridiculous.
It's totally
and I mean, you can frame it as terrorism. I don't know the specific definition of terrorism. I think you read it a second ago. But they're doing it because they're trying to make you not buy a Tesla. They're trying to make you afraid to buy a Tesla or to own a Tesla.
Yes.
So,
Which I don't even know. Yeah, 'cause according to your definition, I don't even know how this doesn't include that. It says this analysis defines terrorism as a deliberate use or threat of premeditated violence by non-state actors with the intent to achieve political goals by creating a broad psychological impact. How does
yeah,
that
they
not
want
include
Tesla
the?
to go out of business. They want to
Yeah,
bring the stock price down. They want to do all kinds of things.
how does that not include that? That doesn't make any sense at all. And I
Yeah.
think that that would, if they did include that, that would, I think, double the already increased left wing violence numbers if they included that. So this is why even with them saying that the left wing violence is the highest point this year than anything else, it's still massively, I think, underreported. There were three high-profile terrorist attacks in the United States in the first half of 2025, motivated by the conflict between Israel and Palestine. These include the April arson attack
Oh
on
yeah.
Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro's residence, a May shooting that killed two Israeli embassy staff in Washington, D.C., and a June firebombing of a pro-Israel solidarity walk in Boulder that injured 15 demonstrators. In this data set, these attacks are classified as ethno-nationalist incidents rather than a left-wing one. However, it is noteworthy that all three incidents involved attackers motivated by opposition to Israel's actions in Gaza or U.S. support for Israel, a political position traditionally associated with left-wing politics in the United States.
Yeah, I was
So,
going to say, how did they define those as right wing?
well, they didn't. They just said like it's anything that is any, I guess, flavor of ethno-nationalism, which
Mm.
is confusing because yes, you're right. If you look at ethno-nationalists on a chart, everyone's going to assume you mean white ethno-nationalist, which is weird because the chart has a jihadist label too. So, and also I would say that that's bullshit because I believe with the last one, the person who did the firebomb, that was like an Egyptian person. And if you look into their motivation, like what you have to do is you have to look at their motivation, say, okay, do they just like not like Jews because of their own ethnicity, or they just don't like Jews? If that's the case, then sure, it shouldn't be necessarily like a left wing ideology. But with the shooter at the Israeli embassy, I mean, they were
That was left
chanting,
wing, yeah.
yeah, that was left wing. They were chanting, free Palestine. I did this for Gaza and all this other shit. And if then that 100% should be categorized as left wing violence and left wing terrorism.
They're cooking the books.
Yes. Finally, political demonstrations against immigration and customs enforcement activity across the United States in 2025 also resulted in many violent encounters, namely between law enforcement and demonstrators. However, most of these incidents do not reach a level of violence that satisfies the study's definition of terrorism, and they were not intended to cause a broad psychological effect. Nonetheless, they too contribute to perception of growing left-wing violence. And that again is crazy. Like if you have people that are rioting or getting into violent altercations with the police, and those people are motivated by politics, by ideology, that has to be included in this. They're trying to change a political behavior through violence, through physical action. That's not the same as just like peacefully protesting and just like, oh, you're gonna have to arrest me. I'm sitting at the lunch counter. It's a very
Yeah.
different situation.
As soon as you introduce violence, it is terrorism because that's exactly what you're doing. You're trying to intimidate people through fear.
Yes. Yeah. So, and I would be curious to go through their data to see what the incidences that they include for the left and right and everything else. Because the whole thing seems silly to me. It seems goofy to me.
AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene are going to be on the panel on the 8th.
I'm sure they're going to do their best to obfuscate, or they're going to talk only about right wing extremism and ethno-nationalism. Probably.
And guess how many men are under the command of a captain? Don't look it up. Guess.
Wait, what? Say that again. What was the
How
question?
many men does a captain command?
In the army?
Yeah.
I have absolutely no clue. I don't know what the ranks are.
60 to 200 soldiers
Okay.
are generally under the command. The
Mm.
captain generally commands a company, a military unit typically comprised of 60 to 200 soldiers. Though the exact number can vary based on military branch and specific unit.
Well, this is. I read something and I just had a complete brain fart here.
Oh, that's okay.
I was also going to say, and I forgot to say when we were watching. So I did the I was curious. I did the
October 7th
October
test.
7th on the Ken Klippenstein guy.
Oh my
I was
gosh.
just curious. Okay, I was just curious. So I didn't see any supporting of October 7th, which is good. But it seemed like the only real thing that he was talking about for the following, the October 7th through like the 10th and stuff was he wrote a Substack article that was sort of mocking Israel's intelligence failure to stop the attack and saying how like Israel's intelligence apparatus is not as good as everyone thought it was. That's really all he said about it. Nothing
Oh,
like, oh my God, there's a horrible fucking attack, all these people died. Nothing like that. Just, oh well, Israel's not so good at stopping attacks, I guess. So
all right.
interesting.
He passed the test.
Well,
What was
did
his
he?
name? Klippenstein?
Ken Klippenstein. I don't think that's really
Okay.
passing the test. It's getting a D instead of an F. Is that really? I mean, is that passing? I don't think that's passing.
Is he Jewish if it's his name's Klippenstein? Isn't that
It
Stein
could be.
typically
I
a
don't
Jewish
know.
name?
I have no clue. There's a lot of these, unfortunately. There's a lot of Jewish lefties who are really just
Anti-Israel?
massive. They're so anti-Israel that they're actually in favor of violence. So just being Jewish uh
Doesn't protect you.
doesn't protect you. Like Max Blumenthal, who we might talk about later, who I
He's
believe is
Jewish?
Jewish, he was directly making excuses for October 7th
Right.
on October 7th. So
Ouch.
yeah, it doesn't really protect you from some of that stuff. But it says Ken
Sad.
Klippenstein's family immigrated from El Salvador.
Oh,
Oh, maybe not. As
wow.
undocumented migrants in the United States. Wow, I didn't know that. There you go. Okay, let me read these supers and then we're gonna watch something else here.
I can't believe I've got a 10-point lead on S class. I feel
Oh
kind of
my
bad.
God, guys.
I can't I
Disgusting.
I can't believe I feel bad I put a boo in
You
there. S
should.
class boo.
Look at that.
What
You
happened to S
scum.
class?
I know.
S class has just been eviscerated.
So sad.
Damn it.
So sad. You
Shouldn't have
the
split the
split the
vote.
vote from all the Sammy squad. That's the
Yeah.
problem. JV for $20 says when people thought Trump was dead and people started celebrating, so many like Hasan are saying the right needs to bring down the temperature, but they refuse to acknowledge themselves. What is the quote equals on the right? Piker is bullshit. Yeah, I agree completely. That people like Hasan cannot speak at all. So Phil remains. Hey Phil for $10 says Sitch. I challenge you to find one person saying the attack on Pelosi was good. Another person should have suffered the same attack. No one celebrated. They laughed at the circumstances. Um,
That was kind of my take too, but I mean, you might be
I
able to
th-
find some Twitter person with 3 followers, right?
I th- I think I think you're being very overly pedantic if you're going to try to draw a delineation between saying, "Oh, well, people weren't saying it was good. They were just laughing about it hysterically. They were just, Donald Trump Jr. was just making fun of an elderly man being beat over the head. He's not saying it was good. He was just mocking it and making light of it and talking about dressing up as the guy. He said his Halloween costume was going to be the underwear and the hammer thing. If somebody, just think of it this way, if someone attacked Trump or someone attacked Trump's family member and they were some weird, goofy circumstances, everyone was just making fun of it. I don't think that you would take someone on the left saying, well, listen, they're not saying that they supported, Melania Trump getting attacked or Don Jr. getting attacked. They were just mocking it. I don't think you would accept that. And I don't think you should accept that. I don't really buy that. I'm sorry. I think that's overly pedantic. So it shouldn't be that hard for people to say, wow, that's a very weird situation, but attacking a crazy person attacking a Democrat is fucked up and disgusting and shouldn't be done. And everyone should be very comfortable saying that and not just mocking the circumstances of an elderly man getting beaten over the hammer by a crazy person.
Yeah.
And even Charlie Kirk had that comment about saying someone should be a hero and bail the guy out of jail. So JMac for $20. Thanks so much. JMac says, so Sitch, speaking of turning down the rhetoric, but lest we forget how charged his language was against chopsticks, and thus that used them curious. There you go. That is true. Now I've actually softened my stance on chopsticks. I'll have you know that. I've softened my stance on chopsticks.
They're fun.
Sam has changed my chopstick stance. So
cool.
Right.
Everyone should love their chopsticks. I worked at a Chinese
dark
restaurant.
Dark humor and celebration aren't one-to-one. So dark humor can be used. So that, well, hold on. Because that's a fair point, but you have to see what the context is. Because dark humor is a situation where there's something that is dark, that's fucked up, that people believe is bad, but they make fun of it as some sort of psychological way to cope. That was 100% not what was going on with the Nancy Pelosi's husband situation. It was people making fun of the situation completely. And I would say cheering it on by doing that, by mocking it and ridiculing it. That's very different than people who were just like in a bad situation themselves and people are dying, so they make dark humor about it.
I do not like the comparison to the Nancy Pelosi's husband thing, because Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked. He didn't die. It wasn't a specific political figure. He wasn't near the stature of Charlie Kirk. It's
well, he was trying to attack Nancy Pelosi. He just wasn't there.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was literally killed, murdered. He's no longer with us.
Right.
I think it's just a vastly different situation. So to compare the two is a little, I think people take it as a little offensive towards the loss of Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk was such a huge political figure and just a huge influential figure in so many people's lives. And Paul Pelosi was influential in nobody's life and didn't even get killed. He wasn't killed in the attack.
So if a random crazy person walked into Paul Pelosi's house and attacked him,
look, I'm not
then
saying
I would say
that they should celebrate it. I'm not saying that they should celebrate it. I'm saying people coming out and saying, "Oh, you guys did this during the Nancy Pelosi thing," which was just so inconsequential by comparison to the Charlie Kirk thing. I don't condone either of them, but to make the comparison kind of puts them on the same level.
So wait, hold on. It's not a question of comparing the outcomes of what happened. Okay. Number one. Number two, the person was trying to attack Nancy Pelosi because he believed some, political conspiracy about her. Okay? Right. He wasn't trying to attack her husband. So it was a person that was motivated by politics. Wait, hold on. Let me just
Do you think they would have done the same things on social media if Nancy Pelosi was killed by this attacker? Do you believe they would do the same post? They'd be saying, "Oh, the Halloween costume and stuff." Do you think that would happen?
I don't think Don Trump Jr. would have done that, but I think a lot of people, yes, would have done the exact same thing, would have been making fun of the whole situation, would have been totally fine with it. Yes. 100%.
Okay, so what's different about that then?
What do you mean?
Well, why wouldn't have Don Jr. made the same exact joke if Nancy Pelosi was brutally murdered?
Because he would have been a bridge too far, probably, for him. He would know that it would look way too bad if he did that joke.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're putting.
But I don't know what he would have felt. I don't know if he would have felt that he would have cared. Now, I'm not going to go one way or the other of that.
I don't look.
Wait, hold on.
I think it's a completely different situation.
Wait. Let's look at it this way. Okay, wait a minute. Two people tried to kill Donald Trump. Okay?
Yes.
They were unsuccessful, right?
Yes.
So, and we both said that anyone celebrating that were horrible, bad people at the time. I don't think that we can say, well, because anyone was celebrating or making fun of, Trump's ear, or that, people tried to kill him because they were unsuccessful. Like, it's just, it doesn't count now, or it's not as important as Charlie Kirk because they were unsuccessful.
In the situation with Donald Trump, one of the supporters was killed.
Right.
So someone actually
that was
killed.
true in the first one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and the second one, I don't know what the celebration was like on the second one.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, Destiny himself obviously celebrated the guy getting murdered, killed. Right. So I just think the severity of the situation, I would say you have to take into account. So, like I
But I'm
said,
okay. Wait, this is okay. I feel like you're being very unfair with how you're framing this completely, because I'm not comparing, saying, well, they're the same situation whatsoever. This isn't talking about the situation that, yes, there was an incident of violence that was politically motivated on a left-wing person that people on the right broadly made fun of. That is a fact claim. That is something that happened. I did not say at any point in this conversation whatsoever that, oh my God, we have to both sides the issue. In fact, this entire stream, I have said it's not a both sides.
I'm not
I
accusing
definitely
you of
think,
that.
hold on, let me finish. I think that the left needs to address this because it definitely seems like there's a lot more of this going on the left, and went through an entire article where they were even pointing out that this whole thing was happening more on the left, and even going into saying, even though the headline said that, I still think it's far more than this article realizes. And yet, putting all this aside, Phil, and then you have to feel the need to come in and say, oh my God, I have to needle Sitch because he pointed out this one instance where, yes, people on the right did this because I have to run defense for this situation. How is that fair to anything that I've been saying this entire stream?
First of all, you can't accuse me of needling you. Okay. It was Phil Labonte that did the super chat. I didn't do the super chat. I'm just responding to the super chat.
You agreed with the point, and were attacking me for even making the comparison.
Well, I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you.
You said, well, it's completely unfair for people, and I'm one of those people who's to even bring this up in the conversation.
I don't think it's unfair to bring it up. I said I don't like people equating these two situations like they're the same, when in one situation someone obviously lost their life. And I think it's the loss of life that adds a certain amount of seriousness to it that sort of makes people stand back and not joke about it. So in the Nancy Pelosi situation, there was no loss of life.
Right.
So you're going to get people who are going to maybe make some gallows humor knowing nobody died, right? But in the situation where people actually did die and people are doing the gallows humor, it's not really gallows humor. It's a celebration that their political opponent got murdered. It's just, for me, it's a completely different situation.
Again, so I agree. That's a different situation whatsoever. Okay. I just find it very strange. I find it, we're entering into the realm of NPC land if we can't talk about it and say, well, look, this was definitely an instance where it fucking happened, without people freaking the fuck out that it was even brought up as an example. Okay? Is that a fair thing to say?
Do you accept, though, that many people on the left are bringing up Paul Pelosi to say this is morally equivalent what you did in the Paul Pelosi situation?
Do that in the conversation, and we both said how fucking stupid and immoral that was. Yes.
And I'm saying it's not morally equivalent because nobody died in the Paul Pelosi situation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not. Yes, I agree. It's not the same. Okay, it's not the same thing. It's still really fucking.
It is bad.
Disgusting and bad.
Yes, I do. I agree, but
okay.
But I think the people who are bringing it up and saying that it's morally equivalent, I think they're doing that dishonestly, because it isn't morally equivalent.
I will agree with you. It's not morally equivalent, but I will say people that are getting bent out of shape about bringing it up, to me, seems just as dishonest.
Well, I think they're probably getting bent out of shape because their intuition is that they're not morally equivalent, but they don't necessarily know why. Or maybe they do know why. Maybe they're saying the same reason I'm saying.
It's the partisan political nature of it.
Well, for me, it's about the death situation. So, and look, if Nancy Pelosi was killed or her husband was killed, I think, obviously, I don't think the Trump kid would be posting that kind of shit. So.
Yeah, I think he would be smart enough to be like, oh, though I would be curious to go back because I would have to check the dates here. Because I remember when it happened.
Phil.
Hold on. I remember when it happened, Adam. I remember when it happened. Sorry.
Phil is mad at me because he's saying I'm throwing him under the bus.
Well, you should, because what Phil said was stupid, even though I love you, Phil.
No. Anyway, go ahead.
I remember, and I have to go back and check the timing on this, because when like the incident happens, I do remember a lot of people making fun of it like almost immediately. I think
when they didn't know,
when the information about like how serious the injury was on her husband came out, and when people made the jokes that they're making and all this other stuff. So I don't remember the exact timeline, but
I said days ago, and I think people are a little bit coping if they don't think this would happen. Look, I hope this would happen, but if there was some high profile person that was assassinated in the same way as Charlie Kirk on the left, I do think you would have some people on the right celebrating the same way you had the detestable people on TikTok celebrating Charlie Kirk. I would love to be wrong. I would love every, well, I don't want it to happen, obviously. I hope we step away from the political violence. But if that actually played out that way, I would love, because a lot of people on the right are saying, oh, if this happens, the right is not going to be celebrating. We're going to treat it with the kind of respect it deserves. We need to not have political assassinations, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm.
I would love those people to be correct and to come back and tell me that they told me so, Adam, you know,
Right.
that there was no celebrating when this happened. The right is better than the left. But I think there's going to be some people who are just fucking, we're there. We're in this situation where people just have zero empathy for their political rivals, which sucks.
Well, and see, right, and I think that's what disturbs me about kind of the way a lot of this is talked about, is because when the framing becomes one side is the side that's evil and the only side capable of being evil, that that's going to
I
obviously
know.
lead into all sorts of justifications for anything at that point.
I
And
know. It
that's where a lot of this
sucks.
rhetoric
Yeah.
kind of goes down that pathway.
As soon as you start seeing your political adversaries as monsters,
Mhm.
it's hard because look, I listened to that Rashida Tlaib thing, and man, I was genuinely angry. I see that shit as she's a monster. She's a fucking monster, and you can't reason with her because she is a fucking monster. So, but how do we pull that back? How do we need to red pill some people?
Okay. I mean, I don't know when you say she's, you can't reason with her. That's, I don't know.
You
I don't
look,
think she's
you
a,
think
I think that a lot of people,
Rashida Tlaib is going to stop calling right wingers fascists?
no. Well, it's
Yeah.
hard to tell with her. Is she a true believer? She's just doing it because she thinks it's better for her political career in a cynical perspective. And I don't know the answer to that question.
Well,
Because
I hope in Congress
Mhm.
they start sanctioning them when they pull out that rhetoric. I think they should give them some sort of dock their pay, or they should just fucking not put up with that shit. There should be a certain level of community on the, at least on the congressional floor. So
Mhm. Okay. No step on snake for $20 says Charlie Kirk's comment on bailing out the Pelosi attacker.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the chat, but go ahead.
Charlie Kirk's comments on bailing out the Pelosi attacker were a commentary on San Francisco's easy bailouts.
Yeah, that's what Charlie Kirk was saying.
Do you have a full, a longer quote that will show that?
Charlie Kirk was saying that they're in favor of no cash bail in San Francisco. So one of the no cash bail people should go bail him out.
What?
But, and
Why
he
was
was
he
making a
calling him?
commentary.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I don't know. It seems weird when. Okay, wait. Okay, I'd have to see a longer clip here because I could be wrong.
I have
If
seen the
someone,
longer clip.
if you have it, I'll look at it. Send to me. We'll watch it on stream because when he's calling the guy, he says a patriot, would go out there and be a hero. That doesn't make it sound like he's saying, "Oh, this is how bad the system is that you could go bail out this guy." Because why would you be giving praise to the person that's doing it?
Well,
That doesn't
the
make sense to me.
context, I saw the clip, and the context of it is he's saying it's no cash bail for
Right.
the guy who's going to come and beat up you and your family. But since a political elite gets in trouble, the guy didn't get no cash bail. I think he had like a $500,000 bail or something like that. So, but he was saying that the Patriots should go bail him out to give them a taste of their own medicine, because the guy who assaults you, he's going to get bailed out for $5, and he's going to come back to your house.
Well, I would
and
definitely, I
beat
agree. That
you
would
and
definitely
your family
change.
up. Yeah.
That would definitely change the context. I still think it's a very poor word choice, but it definitely changed the context dramatically. So,
Yeah.
if that's the case,
He's saying they should have to live under the policies that they want for you. That was the context. But obviously, everyone spun it to make him sound like a terrible person, which is where our politics are, unfortunately. But
JV for $20 says, I'm going to be honest. Some underwear man managed to get to one of the president's kids, only had a hammer. I think it'd be perfectly reasonable to laugh at those circumstances. The situation is in itself ridiculous and comical. I didn't see, I understand what you're saying in terms of like, it seemed like a weird situation. It was like 99% of people that were making fun of it were people entirely on the right. So it wasn't like a bunch of people saying on the left, like, oh, that was like a really goofy situation. They were like, no. So it was definitely politically motivated.
Blaine's escape corner.
Let's give her $5 says, my favorite part is when Adam explains an emotional reaction that humans have and Sitch gets annoyed because it is illogical. That is true.
That is hilarious.
That is true.
That is hilarious. I think in emotion because I have so many years of screenwriting, and screenwriting is all about playing with people's emotions. It really is. So you really have to dig into like, how are people going to react to this emotionally?
I'm so curious, and he'll may argue with the chat a little bit here. So we have this guy. I've never seen this guy before. So maybe some new person says Sitch is just bad faith of the right. It's so blatant to anyone. How can anyone watch this entire stream so far and come to that conclusion when we spent 95% of it attacking Hasan, attacking the less reaction of Charlie Kirk? And you're like, oh, well, I disagree with Sitch on this one thing because I'm on the right. So obviously Sitch is just bad faith on the right. Like, how do you even come to that conclusion at this point?
I think people, and they do this with me too. If you say one thing that they disagree with, they're going to make it seem like you just always are wrong. They're going to dial it up.
Right.
It's hyperbole, basically. So,
of course. But that's what happens.
Yeah.
So
Adam is always an idiot. Why is Adam so fucking stupid all the time? Right. But in the next exchange, they'll be saying, oh, A-Team reigns supreme. So
you misquoted Charlie. Why would I misquote Charlie? And then Adam says, no, you know the context. And then I say, oh, well, if that's the case, then I was wrong. And that's different. How's that bad faith? It's the opposite. That's me saying, oh, I'm acknowledging that I could have been wrong, or I could have seen, because I saw the clip, but I saw obviously the shorter version of the clip. So.
And I explained the context to him and he agreed with it. So
right.
I just like, of course he wants to see the clip though, because he thinks I might be biased about the context. So, but look, he wants to look for himself. I encourage that. Go ahead. Maybe I am biased. Biased on the side of truth.
There you go. Yeah, a lot of people did believe the whole gay lovers thing was going on. So that was the
Paul Pelosi.
That was the argument that people were throwing out there.
Well, they weren't gay lovers?
They were not gay lovers, no.
I really didn't pay attention to the story. I don't think we really covered it. I didn't make fun of Paul Pelosi or retweet anyone who was making fun of Paul Pelosi. But I did think, thankfully, no one was hurt.
Okay. Anyways, let's I was gonna do something else, but let's keep it. Let's keep
this what?
The energy going here. Okay.
What do you want to go to? What are we doing next?
We can go to the fake news story.
Okay.
Go with the fake news story here. This is kind of an interesting story.
We're gonna watch that huge blow up with Anna Kasparian on.
Yeah, we will watch that afterwards. We'll watch that afterwards.
And Jillian Michaels.
Right. So let me see. Where's the tweet at? Give you something that you could pull up here.
I mean, I'm conflicted because obviously I'm friends with Anna, so I want to take Anna's side, but then Jillian Michaels has those amazing limbo rings.
You like the limbo rings?
I'm hypnotized by.
Right.
That clip is great because it's dripping with irony.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about the conflict that Charlie Kirk is embroiled in at the same time that Jillian Michaels is obviously embroiled in a similar conflict that's playing out on the show. I don't know if you noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, are we going back to the
I was trying to send
together?
you something to bring.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it's gonna be some fun reading. Okay. Where
right.
is the?
Will you read it in your Donald Trump voice? You do a pretty good Donald Trump voice.
I feel like I do not do a good Donald Trump voice. So.
Yeah, I mean it's better than mine.
Well,
all my impressions sound like JFK.
You just do the JFK voice.
Yeah. I can't help myself.
Mm-hmm. Where? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Let me send this to you. You can bring this up. So there's a story that was making the rounds. A lot of people reached out to me on X. They asked me to look into this because they were curious what was going on here. There was this story that says from this website called Just the News, where they said there's an FBI bombshell report that 274 plainclothes agents were sent to the Capitol on January 6th. Okay.
It's
now this again, God. A lot of people said, Sitch, what's up with this? Sitch, response to this. Sitch. I got like a bunch of different comments.
I thought this was going to be mainstream media doing fake news. No.
Well, we were going to go to the Anna Kasparian thing, but I'm feeling a little bit more feisty. So
you want to fight with the chat? Okay.
Yeah. So
bring it on.
We'll kind of go into this. Okay. We'll go into this first and then we'll watch the Anna clip afterward. So, because, God knows if I dare ever, doesn't matter how much I criticize the left. If I ever attack the right, I'm just, being biased in bad faith. So a lot of people didn't even read the actual story that originally reported this. They literally just saw this headline about the plainclothes police officer or plainclothes FBI officers on January 6th. And this plays into this larger narrative, this conspiracy theory that has been pushed around for a long time, that the FBI or some other government agency had infiltrators in the January 6th protests that were government actors, that they got people to break in the Capitol building. They got people to riot. It was really the government behind it trying to get everyone riled up, obviously, so that they could make Donald Trump look bad. That's sort of the argument that was going on. And people thought, because they didn't actually read the article or the source material, saw this headline and they immediately thought this was evidence of this accusation, of this idea, including the president himself, Donald Trump. Donald Trump posted this in response to this. He said, it was just revealed that the FBI had secretly placed against all rules, regulations, protocols, and standards 274 FBI agents in the crowd just prior to and during the January 6th hoax. This is different from what Director Christopher Wray stated over and over again. That's right. As it now turns out, FBI agents were at and in the January 6th protest, probably acting. Maybe he said probably. He didn't say certainly. He said probably. He gave himself some wiggle room. Okay. Probably acting as agitators and insurrectionists, but certainly not as law enforcement officials. So certainly not as law enforcement officials. Who knows what they were doing? I want to know who each and every one of these so-called agents are and what they are up to. On that now historic day, many great American patriots were made to pay a very big price only for the love of their country. So if you went to jail for breaking the Capitol building, Adam, you were paying a price for loving your country. All right. If you
really loved your country, why would you break into the Capitol building?
Right. If
and
you
steal the podium.
A police officer over the head with a fire extinguisher or smash their head into a door, that was just for your love of your country. So I owe this investigation of, quote, dirty cops and crooked politicians to them. Christopher Wray and then the director of FBI has some major explaining to do. That's 2 in a row, Comey and Wray, who got caught lying with our great country at stake. We can never let this happen to America again. Okay, in all caps. So what was this situation? What was this story? What is anyone even talking about here? So it came out that there was this after action report, which was written after January 6th. And it was essentially a bunch of FBI personnel complaining about how they felt their leadership mishandled the deployment of FBI agents on January 6th. Okay. That is what this situation was. And if you actually look into this report, which here, let me link it in the chat for you guys. Okay, there. Let me kind of went by real quick. Okay, there it is. If you actually read this report, what you'll see is it's 90% of this, which even the article itself acknowledged, 90% of the report was different FBI agents complaining that their bosses were incompetent on how they were managed on January 6th because the FBI agents that were sent to the Capitol after the rioting started to occur, that the FBI agents didn't have any sort of training or equipment or even leadership in sort of how to actually protect the Capitol building from protesters slash rioters. That they basically just said, hey, we don't have any riot equipment for you. And we know that you're not personally like trained in how to control riots or do anything like this, but we want you. We just think like we need bodies at the Capitol because things are getting out of control. So we just need you to like stand there and look menacing and do all sorts of crazy shit. And if you need to use violence or something, you know, maybe you should shoot someone. Just use your discretion on whether you should use deadly force or not. Okay.
What? That's a little
Right.
crazy.
It is very crazy. And this is what's weird about this situation because there is definitely a controversy here about in terms of the FBI's leadership in mishandling of the situation. And then there's a second controversy here about the BLM stuff, which I'll get into after this, but which are very interesting and definitely elements for the right to pick up on. But instead of picking up on those, they just picked up on the conspiracy theory that somehow these people were engaged in doing some kind of coup thing, which even the article, if you even just read the article itself, okay, the article itself from the Justin News source, they even said that these agents were called in very specifically after the riot formed. They were not part of any sort of infiltration campaign whatsoever to get anyone in doing anything illegal, to get anyone doing riots. That these people in this report that people are holding up as evidence were only sent in after the riots already started.
After the false flag was already in play.
There you go. After the false flags are already in play. So here, let me read some examples of kind of the incompetence that FBI agents were talking about. It said agents who were not assigned to the main office had to scavenge for desk space and computing resources. This proved to be inefficient and limited our response and capability. There was no clear unity or chain of command for the response. Having no clear chain of command made it difficult for consistent decision making or leadership. As in June, agents, when they say June, they mean the BLM riots. As in June, agents were again deployed onto the street, specifically around the Capitol, and simply told to stand behind the police. No other direction. When asked specifically what they were supposed to do or who to check in with, they were told simply the management said to go there and that there was no answer. FBI agents do not have training for nor equipment for riot control. Police look at the agents as liabilities, standing behind them with no equipment and no comms. At one point, police told them to put their gas mask on, which of course they did not have. Management cannot keep sending FBI agents into harm's way simply as a show of force. There's very unclear leadership over the command post. There are multiple ASACs, and occasionally some SACs covering shifts, but who was responsible for overall decision making? What answer you got seemed to vary depending on which shift you were working for. If there was a command structure, it was not apparent, which means a communication issue. Mission type orders. The night of January 6th was understandably chaotic. We were instructed to park at the headquarters, but had no direction about where to go or what we were supposed to do. I took my squad down to the west lawn of the Capitol, where we linked up with two other squads and stood behind the police as they cleared out protesters, and then quickly realized we'd be useless if the crowd decided to make a concerted push to get back to the Capitol. For these types of situations, I think a simple mission type order coupled with a commander's intent statement is essential. The initial response of having us respond to a riot by standing in line did not seem appropriate because we do not have the gear, equipment, or training for riot control. Our deadly force policy is not equipped, nor do we have the continuum like the police in a riot situation. If someone were to throw a brick at an agent, the agent would be justified in using deadly force under our deadly force policy. Police have other options like rubber bullets, etc. And it just continues.
Wow.
It just goes on.
They didn't even give him rubber bullets.
They didn't even give him rubber bullets. And so this is what this entire report just goes on and on with, basically people, FBI agents and personnel, complaining about the disorganization of leadership in deploying them to protect the Capitol on January 6th. Now, if anyone actually spent the time, there were so many people, not just the president, but there were so many people that repeated this lie that somehow this story had anything to do with promoting the conspiracy, that there were FBI agents doing anything in the crowd. When if you actually read the report, it's the exact opposite. It showed that there wasn't some masterminded plan to do anything. It was just people complaining about the incompetence of the situation and that they didn't really know what to do, and that they were very specifically blocking entrances of the Capitol building from protesters entering. And yet, because this story grew so quickly by the fake news apparatus going on the internet and among right-wing circles, even the president weighed in on the situation. But here's
the president of the United States?
Yes. Now here's an interesting thing too. The lie about this got so bad that even Kash Patel had to weigh in on it. Okay. And even he had to, now he gave he wanted to push back. It's very interesting. He wanted to push back without appearing to push back. Okay. And so Kash Patel said 274 FBI agents were thrown into crowd control on January 6th against FBI standards. So he says, so even there, right there, he says into crowd control. Okay. Into crowd control. He doesn't say they were part of, the mob or anything like this to get people to riot. That failure was on corrupt leadership. Thanks to agents stepping in, the truth is coming out. So he's saying he's pushing back on the whole narrative while trying to make it seem like he's not pushing back on the whole narrative whatsoever.
Well, how did they want to control the crowd, though?
By having them not enter the Capitol.
By having them enter the Capitol.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, right. That's what he doesn't say specifically. Right. Wink, wink.
Of course. So it really goes you to show, and this is part of when people are talking about the media literacy. I hate to use the word media literacy, but when we talk about classes on actual people understanding the news, would be read the fucking article, number one, which said that they weren't even, that they played out the riot, and then number two, read the source material, because the article itself, it was weird. The article itself kept referring to them as plainclothes officers, where the report itself doesn't say that really at any point. And in fact, the only time in the report that plainclothes are even mentioned, ironically, is someone on the FBI complaining that they didn't have plainclothes officers in the crowd. And their whole argument was, they were saying the FBI should not be used for crowd control. They should be used for intelligence gathering and for investigative purposes. And saying like, well, if you want to have us in plainclothes in the crowds to gather intel so that we can report back, we should be doing that. We shouldn't be doing crowd control. So the only time plainclothes is even mentioned in this report is someone saying that they didn't actually do the thing that the conspiracy theorists are now running and accusing them of doing.
The FBI embedded 275 plainclothes agents in January 6th crowd, Blaze reports, as House panel probes informants' roles. How did we get to this point? I thought we were told it was a couple of dozen agents. How is it now nearly 300 in total? It's because of the use of language. When they were asked about undercover agents, they said a couple dozen. Plainclothes, well, that's different. They're not undercover. They're there literally as agents, but they're just, they're just wearing different clothes. And so here we are, my friends.
So, and then this is also like very dishonest too in the framing. Or Tim didn't actually probably read any of this stuff. Whoever at the Timcast that is assigned to look at the information and then tell Tim did a very shitty job here, because I assume Tim is too busy to do any of this stuff. Because if you actually read the report, the whole thing is you had FBI agents who are standing at entrances telling people don't come in. There's no confusion. No one was like, oh, is that a fact? That FBI agent is not wearing, a shiny foil outfit that says FBI. Everyone knows who these are.
Do
Everyone
they have
knows
their FBI jackets on?
It doesn't say.
They're cool FBI jackets?
Right. So the idea, because when you say plain clothes, that gives the impression of like, oh, they're hidden.
Undercover, yeah.
They're undercover. That's what everyone thinks. And so, yes, if you have someone who I don't know what they're wearing because the thing doesn't really.
Well, they could just have a badge. They all have badges. I mean, they could just show people their badges.
Right.
Be like, look, I'm FBI right here.
But there was no
confusion, son.
The people that were being discussed in this report, there was zero confusion about, whether they were really FBI agents or not. They were all guarding access points or backing up the police. They were not infiltrating anything. They're plain clothes disguising.
It is now going viral. This is a Fedsurrection, but I want to add to this.
A Fedsurrection.
I believe there is a strong probability that not only was this instigated and planned by the feds, but that Democrats knew about it. Now, I'm not saying it's definitive, but one thing that I pointed out right after it happened, was that AOC claimed foreknowledge. What? Now, don't get me wrong, she may just be a lying piece of garbage, but AOC claimed in a story on Instagram shortly after January 6th that she heard a bang on her door. Where is she? The voice said. She hid in the bathroom, fearing she would die. Well, she was ragged on by conservatives because they said she wasn't even in the Capitol building. To which I have her statement. There are tunnels connecting the Capitol building to the office she was in which case it was entirely possible that the rioters could have made it to her office. The only problem? The story she told was actually an officer evacuating the building, which took place about an hour before the Capitol was even breached, which initially.
This is such great innuendo here because he's basically saying, yeah, not only did the feds do it, but AOC knew about it in advance. Kind of crazy, isn't it? Where'd you go, Sitch? What happened? Sitch left the show.
Oh, I went to the bathroom. What happened?
You're not even listening to this.
I heard AOC somehow had foreknowledge. I've never heard this claim before.
Yes.
Now we covered.
He's saying not only did the feds, not only are they responsible for the January 6th riot, but they gave AOC a heads up ahead of time and said, listen,
right,
we're going to start this riot out there. You better get out of here.
So because I remember we covered AOC's like stupid unhinged video about the situation. We were making fun of her.
Yeah, it was hilarious. It was great.
If you forgot, this was the whole her running the Katie Happer's office, asking for shoes in case she had to run away from the mob, and then crying and said that she wanted to grow up to be a mother, even though she was in a building that was like across the street and no one was even at whatsoever.
Yeah.
And she was hiding in a closet. She was hiding in the bathroom. This is what was crazy about the situation.
Of one of her constituents.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a staffer. I don't know if Tim's gonna bring this up because I haven't seen this video. The thing that was crazy about this is that so there was some call at some point to evacuate the building, and the Capitol security was, told everyone to go to some evacuation point for everyone that was in the building. And AOC didn't do that, and she acknowledged this, though she kind of acknowledged it in a bunch of different sources. We'll have to go back and find the stream because I remember Destiny was like trying to claim that this didn't happen and that we just made this up, even though we literally watched the video for talking about this.
Her colleague, it wasn't a constituent, it was a colleague, one of the other representatives. We watched an interview where she was talking about it. She was telling about AOC hiding in her bathroom.
No, that was that was Katie Happer.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, right. No, but was that the reason AOC? Because I remember we were like AOC's hiding in her bathroom in her office, and there's banging at the door. And she thinks that they're like January 6th rioters that are going to come in and like kill her or rape her or whatever. And then it turns out to be, it's like the Capitol security, and they're yelling at her because she was supposed to evacuate. And I remember when we first heard the story, my thought was like, well, wait a minute. Why is she the only person that has this story? Why did this not happen to anyone else? And when you listen to what she was saying, she says that, or I don't remember if she says it directly or she's sort of like, you have to kind of connect the dots a little bit. She makes it sound like that they gave the order for all the people in the building to evacuate, and she didn't do it because she was so conspiracy brain that she thought that the Capitol Hill police, because Donald Trump was president, she thought the Capitol Hill police were really Trump's stooges that were going to intentionally lead her to the mob to be attacked or killed.
Yes.
Or violently, assaulted by the January 6th rioters. So she intentionally ignored them, didn't go to wherever she was supposed to evacuate. And that's why she decided to instead hide in her fucking closet. She's like the kid. Remember, like you'd be like at college and there'd be a fire drill and you're like, I don't want to, or there was like the fire alarm goes off and you just don't want to get out. Like you had the RC's like banging everyone's door, like making sure everyone actually leaves. This is what happened with AOC. She just didn't want to fucking leave the building. And so so that eventually when she finally gets the guys banging her door to get her to leave the fucking bathroom, she doesn't even go, she still doesn't go to the right place. And she somehow ends up wandering around by herself. And that's how she gets to the Katie Happer's office and hides in her office instead of
Katie
going.
Porter.
I'm sorry. Porter,
if you look up Katie Porter and AOC, Porter, you can see a million articles on this.
Right. Yeah, that's how she ends up at Katie Porter's office. And it's like, that's how she ends up there when she's like completely away from everyone else who just listened to what the security at the building said and just evacuated in a calm, smooth manner to wherever the fuck they were supposed to go that was safe.
AOC to Katie Porter. I thought I was going to die.
Right.
Katie Porter was in her office just working.
Yeah, she like completely didn't have any sort of care in the world. She's just standing around.
Okay, hon, you
right.
just hide there. I got some constituent letters to respond to here. Yes. Poor girl. She's new here. Oh no. AOC went after Katie Porter.
Oh, recently? She can't. That was the person that stood by her on January 6th.
Oh no, it looks like
safe.
When was this? When did this? April 11th, 2020. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
All right, are we moving on? What are we doing?
Yeah. So there was something else that was kind of interesting in this report. That was actually there were two there. Well, there was three. There was the incompetence of the FBI, which definitely people should highlight. There was the fact that I wonder if this was people talking about FBI agents talking about without specifically talking about Ashley Babbitt, because there were several parts in the report where FBI agents were lamenting, as I read, that they didn't have non-lethal equipment whatsoever, and how that was creating a dangerous situation. For example, as I read to you, it says, if someone were to throw a brick at an agent, the agent would be justified in using deadly force under a deadly force policy. Police have other options like rubber bullets. And then there was another comment that was kind of, oh, here we go. It says, this is someone complaining about, oh no, that was something different. Well, I don't know where it is. There's another comment about someone complaining about the inability to not use non-lethal means as an FBI, and how they were basically just told to just use their own discretion when it comes to deadly force, which is obviously very dangerous. And I was wondering if a lot of this was in reaction to the Ashley Babbitt shooting. Now, I don't believe those were FBI agents. I don't believe the FBI agents that shot her, but it was kind of them alluding to that, talking about how it sounded like it could have been a very similar situation with the person that did shoot Ashley Babbitt, which was because there was such poor communication between the security people, because there was such chaos among leadership. They just kind of threw people in the situation and just said, use your discretion. Maybe that is what led to Ashley Babbitt getting shot.
That sucks.
If it was more actually competent and planned out when what they were doing, that maybe they would have just had police officers just grab her as soon as she got through the thing and just arrest her, and she wouldn't have died. Because there was a lot of, because when we watched the video, it's like a minute after she dies and gets shot, there's like a whole bunch of like riot police officers that show up behind. So obviously there was a very bad communication between, the people that were on one side of the door and people on the other side of the door. That's another thing they complain about, is a lot of times the FBI agents wouldn't communicate. Like, they're on different radio channels. They don't even have the ability to communicate with, the police and all these other factions.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I was just playing that clip in the background, and I don't know if anyone can hear it or not. I don't think they can.
And then the other third thing that was interesting, and this is really where the people on the right should have focused on instead of running the kind of the fake conspiracy about the whole thing, there was two interesting comments from two different FBI personnel that were complaining about the FBI's the response to the BLM protests and the riots, both in terms of how they went after people during the BLM riots, but then also the investigations and the arrests that did not happen after the BLM riots, which are kind of interesting. So some FBI agent said, the actions on January 6, 2021 were absolutely despicable and unacceptable in a civilized society. What is even more unacceptable was the hypocrisy displayed by the FBI and its leadership in their attempt to go after those involved in the Capitol riots, while we as agents watched cities burn across America during the summer of 2020. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
And then another comment says, I've been asked by members of the community why there are two very different responses for my agency, when both riots, meaning January 6th and the BLM riots, appear to be the same to them at face value. It's a shame that I can't answer the question. I have heard U.S. Secret Service police ask why their alleged assaulters during the summer of the 2020 riots were not sought out like those who assaulted officers at the Capitol. Again, I can't answer that question. We were once an apolitical organization, but I no longer see us as such, looking from the ground up. We have been used as pawns in a political war, and FBI leadership fell into the trap and has allowed it to happen. We were supposed to call balls and strikes regardless of political pressure. Now we can't even be trusted to be on the field. I want to be clear so it's not misconstrued. Both the summer riots of 2020 and the Capitol riot were repulsive. The FBI's response to one, not the other, is unacceptable in an organization that's supposed to be independent and apolitical. FBI leadership needs to be reevaluated in the strongest sense possible. We have been infiltrated by political pawns who are sinking the ship many of us work hard to sail every day. Someone in a leadership position at WFO needs to step up and make things right. So that alone should have been the story, that you have FBI agents who are complaining about the politicization of the FBI and the lack of investigation into the BLM riots and stuff. But instead, that all get kind of washed away now and won't be talked about, because instead we have this retarded conspiracy theory that is completely fake, or at least not even remotely proved by anything in this report. And actually, this report provides evidence against that conspiracy theory.
Right. The conspiracy is that the feds turned January 6th into a Capitol riot from a peaceful protest, and that the Republicans are just angels that would never.
Yes, that there were FBI people infiltrating in the crowd, and that they were the ones that got everyone to riot.
Right.
So we're supposed to believe simultaneously that you have all these FBI agents that are complaining about how insanely incompetent their leadership was on January 6th in order to organize anything. And yet they also have this 10D chess move where they're basically tricking all these people into rioting and doing all these other things.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, okay. That's great.
Okay.
Debunked.
Guys.
Well, we'll see. I'm sure the story will not be debunked, and the lie will continue to persist as all this occurs. Once the lie gets out, it seems like it's almost impossible for the information to ever be corrected. Okay.
Are we going to just watch the whole thing?
We can watch the whole thing, yeah.
Okay.
So there was this controversy. This is on the Her Take show on YouTube. Jillian Michaels quits show live on air during heated debate.
Yeah.
Do you have any opening?
What are they talking about?
Framing about this?
Well, I think they're talking about Charlie Kirk. So,
well, that's when it gets things start to fall apart. Is when they're talking about Charlie Kirk.
Well, no, I think the beginning is about Charlie Kirk as well, but just in a different context. Here, let's listen.
There is so much. We're going to do our best to break it down into two distinct segments. So the first one is we're going to run with some of the things from the official narrative that Kash Patel is putting out there, that the mainstream media is putting out there, revolving around this individual, Tyler Robinson. Now, obviously, there are a lot of irregularities around how this.
Tyler Robinson is the Charlie Kirk assassin, so.
This is proclaimed to happen. Everything from the time frame in which he would have exited the vicinity, to the strange text messages that were sent, to the fact that he disassembled the rifle and then reassembled it and then left it in the wilderness. There's a lot of really strange things, but the main thing that everyone's really been talking about over the period of the last several days has been these text messages. So I want to go ahead and dive into them, but more than that, I want to talk about this ChatGPT analysis that I've seen go mega viral everywhere. Now, obviously, guys, this isn't me.
Now they're blaming it on ChatGPT. I love it. I brought this up on stream last week, and you said you had heard that people were saying that the text messages were fake.
Right.
But you didn't see any credible source on it. Well, now the source is ChatGPT.
So to be clear, she's saying that those messages that we saw from the person who killed Charlie Kirk talking to his trans lover or whatever, they're claiming, this woman is claiming that they're ChatGPT. Is that what's happening here?
Well, she said there's a post going around where they had ChatGPT analyze the text to see if they were fake, and ChatGPT is like, oh hell yeah, these are fake.
Right. Which, as we know, though, those are not the best
indicators
of anything.
ChatGPT is not reliable?
No, shockingly, no.
All these AIs, they like to gaslight. Is that an Australian accent that she's got there?
Maybe. I don't know anything about her.
Sounds Australian to me.
Putting 100% of my trust in ChatGPT. Okay, it makes errors all the time, but you know, it's kind of echoing here what the public sentiment has been, which is that these messages seem fake and they seem made up, and it basically seems like Kash Patel and whoever else sat around and they're like, how do trans lovers talk to one another? Let's figure out how we can put together this narrative, because some of the language that was used was just really, really unusual. Do you have it up on the screen there, Connor? Yeah.
Look, she says the exact same thing. She's like, the exact same thing as Hasan. She's like, yeah, like it's Kash Patel. Everyone's blaming Kash Patel for planting evidence. They're like, Kash Patel does it all the time.
I obviously do not like Kash Patel. We've argued about Kash Patel in the past. I do think he's dishonest.
It's great.
Extensively, yes.
We've both read his book.
I do think he's dishonest. I do think he's incompetent. This is like a whole nother level of like massive corruption, that they're going to be faking all this evidence, which, okay, if you want to be skeptical of it because you don't like Kash, that's fine. But to just, for people to throw out there like, well, my vibe check is that a person would never write anti-ice on a gun. My vibe check is that no one would ever send these messages. This is so shoddy. This is such shoddy way to look at information.
I think Mark Esper was very unfair to Kash Patel on the airspace clearance. But other than that, I think Kash Patel is just, I put him in the lovable loser category. Like I really I want him to succeed, but he's just like so bumbling.
The lazy eye doesn't help.
He's like a John C. Reilly type in my book.
Oh, I see.
He's in the rules category.
As soon as someone gets in that category for you, you're like, oh,
it's hilarious. How can you not love it? How can you not love it? He's so excited. He's like, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
He's so weird.
What the fuck?
He's a little autistic. Okay, that's fair.
Oh, and he immediately regretted saying it too.
Of course.
He probably argued with people all day to get that in his speech. And then as soon as he said, he's like, yep, they were right. I should have taken it out.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
Yes, okay, wonderful. So, let's just run through the text messages really, really quickly. Then we'll go through the ChatGPT analysis of some of the things that it's calling out. So, essentially, it starts, look under your keyboard. What? You're joking, right? I am still okay, my love. I'm stuck in Orem for a while longer yet.
This is the way.
Oh, hold on. So it says, so the first when it said drop what you're doing, look under the keyboard, it says the roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that said, quote, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. Okay.
Right.
So there's a note. So there's claiming that the shooter had a note acknowledging that admitting that they killed Charlie Kirk hidden under the keyboard that they left for their trans, I don't know if they're a boyfriend or girlfriend, I don't even know what the fuck they're, their trans lover to look at in the off chance that they were going to tell them that they killed Charlie Kirk.
Right. I just was laughing at the my love part. This is the way Sitch and I DM to one another.
This is true. This is true.
What are we going to talk about on Sunday, my love?
That's true.
So, essentially, it starts, look under your keyboard. What? You're joking, right? I am still okay, my love. I'm stuck in Orem for a while longer yet.
Who talks like that?
A while longer yet, right? Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I'd hurt to keep this a secret until the day that I died. I'm sorry to involve you. Okay, we're gonna get into the ChatGPT thing, but how is it the first thing that you say?
Also, he left a note under the keyboard.
Yeah.
Like, what are you even doing here?
So wait, hold on. So I see this. I don't know how you feel about this. I see this. I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in around for a little while longer yet. They're saying that like no one would ever talk like that. Right. There's like a whole category of milady Reddit tipping fedoras that have that exact way of speaking.
Really?
Yes. That maybe the host here, because they're women, are just not even remotely if ever interacted with. So it seems bizarre. And so I guess I understand why people read this and be like, has to be fake because it's just written very strangely. But it does definitely hit the whole milady vibe here going on with the shooter. So
I mean, that could be a fun way to communicate.
Right.
And then she goes off on the note under the keyboard. And I'm thinking, yeah, well, you leave the note, but you don't necessarily have to tell them the note is there, right? If everything goes off without a hitch, you come home and you burn the note.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
the note is
that's the purpose of the note.
Right. The note is in case I have to. Right.
Yeah. The burn notice.
Yeah.
Here. Right. You'd hurt to keep it a secret until the day that you died, but you left a note under your keyboard.
Yeah, that's an inconsistency. That's strange.
Within the very first message.
Anna. No, it's perfectly logical. Come on.
Who are you leaving the note for, right? You weren't the one who did it. Tyler says, I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person.
Well, then it completely blows the whole purpose of the note. The note is so you don't have to communicate about it via text, right?
Right, right.
But then you leave the note and then you completely go in and elaborate on it.
Yeah, right.
They also get into an exchange about how smart this guy is, and I'm like, oh man,
not that smart.
This guy seems like a total dipshit. Like, why wouldn't you think, oh, I should go ahead of time and dig a hole that I can hide the gun in? What the fuck? He thinks he's just gonna walk out of campus with that big old gun, this fake limp.
No, they grabbed some crazy old dude. They interrogated someone in similar clothing. This is also a weird comment to make because we hear that Tyler Robinson in fact changed clothing throughout. So which item of clothing are we referring to, and how were you able to see the other person that they interrogated to be able to confirm that? Right?
I feel like
that's not wait what? That doesn't even make, they saw because they have a phone.
Yeah, and they saw the clip online.
Right. They were looking at information about their own crime to try to stay ahead of the police. And they saw, oh, here's this. Because that picture of the old guy came out very quickly.
Immediately. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she thinks he's got his binoculars.
No, he had his binoculars. After he shot Charlie Kirk, he hung out for a couple seconds to watch the old guy through the scope,
No. But by this time, he's already off campus looking at his phone, trying to see where they are.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
there are two possibilities, or
which is also dumb. I mean, the fact that you even go there with a phone is completely stupid. So,
three. Number one, these could be totally authentic. That I'm not giving too much weight to at this moment, because I do agree, like, this is a 22-year-old who talks like that.
Also, there seem to be he's supposed to be exceptionally intelligent. He's obviously
not
bananas.
exceptionally. I would just say, like,
I thought he was
above
supposed to be
average.
very intelligent.
Like above average. I wouldn't say he's like brilliant.
Really?
He got a I know, but it was I'm not going to do this because I went it's like a
obviously he got into college through DEI because he doesn't seem very smart in his planning of an assassination. And then I mean, I guess it worked, but obviously he, you know, the incriminating evidence after the fact was not great.
It did. He planned. I mean, he was planning to get away with it. It didn't work.
I guess that's true. Yeah, the killing worked, but
immediately. Yeah,
the killing worked, but the after the facts getting away with it did not work. So
yeah, and he didn't really plan. I mean, he said he didn't plan it for a week.
That's true. And I would say it
dumbass.
Actually, it's it was probably pretty easy because no one really expects someone to go shoot Charlie Kirk from across the street on a rooftop like a sniper. No.
Yeah, his security team should have bought some binoculars. Like, it's ridiculous. I hope some of those people got fired or at least chewed out.
Well, I heard someone was talking about like, oh yeah, to have proper security, you have to have like drones and shit. I'm like, what? Like, I don't know. People didn't really anticipate something like this, obviously.
Well, look, you can stand on the stage and you can look out and see any place there's a vantage point. Obviously, they have counter snipers for that shit with the president.
Yeah, but
all that stuff is super expensive, though.
Of course, of course. Yeah.
This is just hilarious. I love that. This show's great. She's like, look, I'm not going to argue about how smart he was. Let's move on.
Right.
He's not that smart.
I mean, there was a video that got released. He did get a scholarship to the school, right? So he is of above average intelligence.
I know, but it wasn't
like
Harvard.
Okay, so there are two.
Wasn't like Harvard, though.
I know.
Two other possibilities. So number one, possibly authentic. Number two, maybe this was staged by the two of them in order to clear the roommate from knowing about it ahead of time. Now I know what you're referring to when you mentioned Breaking Bad.
That is such. Do you want to talk about?
I think that is very possible.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's very possible. Yeah,
that's what I thought was possible. Right. Yeah,
that they were lying in the communication, or their roommate was in on the communication in order to just make it appear like they were innocent. That's definitely possible, right?
And everybody's already freaking out because they said his gay lover skipped town already, and I'm thinking, well, FBI either cleared him, so there's no possibility of involvement. Or they think he probably was involved and they're following him. They're like, yeah, you're completely cleared. Do whatever you want. They're like, okay, he's going to go meet up with some Discord people now.
Right.
And we can get some of them as well.
Right.
Yeah. You want them to be free to go wherever they want so they can lead you someplace good.
About the clip,
really quick, let's just go through the last two strange things with these text messages, and then we'll go into that. Then we'll go into the chat GPT.
Well, you didn't get to the third possibility. Then go to the. Hold on.
The third possibility is that the feds are just totally making this up.
Got it.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Ames, go.
So the main thing that people were calling out was like the language used here, where he says that he needs. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as I got to my vehicle. This seems to be the thing that everybody's stuck up on. In addition to, I'm worried that what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. So the usage of the word vehicle. I mean, I don't know about you. Have you guys ever used the word vehicle in casual conversation when describing your car?
See, let's hop in our vehicle to get home. Who says that? Have you ever said that?
I just can't tell if the kid is super duper bizarro.
Like he's just like a murderer.
I feel like this is so stupid. I don't know how you feel, but I feel like all this like parsing of the language is so stupid. He said vehicle instead of car at one point.
Well, I think men and women talk completely differently. Like I might say vehicle, sure.
Right. So is it maybe this is what I think is going on. I think you have a panel of women trying to decipher a guy talking who sounds like some sort of Reddit fedora tipping cringe lord, and they're like, "This is obviously inhuman. This has to be written
that's
by a
exactly what's
computer."
going on.
And I'm like, "Is it? Okay,
Yeah,
I don't
we're
know."
both going, well, that seems perfectly sensible. Obviously,
Right.
you'd call it a vehicle. What?
Right. Yeah. Because here'd be my part of my argument too. If this was all faked, right? If Kash Patel, like, let's just think about this. If Kash Patel is sitting there like with ChatGPT, like, ah ha ha, I'm going to create a fake, document that shows a conversation where I get to pin.
What do furries sound like?
Right. I get to pin this on some guy, and I'm gonna sort of, obviously try to get his, attack him and make him seem like he's on the left. Wouldn't you try to make it more connected? When you'd be like, oh, he has some comment about like his Antifa cell or the trans Discord that like helped them plan this? Like, why would you not include all the elements? Like, because that's what they're all arguing. They're saying, oh, Kash Patel and Trump, they're just using this to go after Antifa or these other people. Well, why, if they made this fake, why wouldn't they include all of those elements in this exchange, which would give greater validity for them to do what they want to do?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't there be like, oh, I saw how much Charlie Kirk sucks by watching Hasan stream. Like, wouldn't you have put in a lot more things to like implicate the people you want to go after, as opposed to just kind of making it like, because even this, it's just kind of like, when he says, why did you do it? He just says, I've had enough of this hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out of. Like, if this was fake, why wouldn't you say, well, he's a evil transphobic bigot who wants to enact Trump's Nazi policies? Like, why wouldn't you be so hyper crystal clear if this was fake, like, and you wanted to pin it on someone from the left?
Right. Yeah.
Doesn't really make sense to me.
Kash Patel's incompetent.
Okay, so it
he
is. So it is.
Know
fake.
how to do a fake.
He's just bad at fake
text message.
He's just bad at fake. No, see, what happened was Kash Patel tried to get ChatGPT to include all that, but like, how it doesn't like really do like specifically what you want it to do.
Oh yeah.
He couldn't get it to work properly.
Who says vehicle? I've never said vehicle in my life. I always say wheels. I can't get to my wheels.
He's having sex with a trans person who thinks that they're an animal.
Right.
And I mean, has an above average true?
Yes, he's a furry trans.
Oh, you didn't know that?
That's been confirmed. I didn't know.
Yes, sorry, that has been absolutely confirmed. Yeah. That's another part of this that we're going to
furries, and it's a whole.
You see the bulge?
I mean, he's not a normal kid. Obviously, he's a murderer, but in his brain's got.
So let's also clarify that as well. I mean,
yeah, it is. Is it weird to parse his language? The guy who wrote a woo-woo bulge on the bullet, and you're like, I don't think he wrote his correspondence with his trans lover up to my standards of normality.
Right. Yeah. Those sayings on the bullets do kind of reek of a little weirdness, don't they? I wonder how much Anna is driven crazy by all of this crosstalk, because the Young Turks runs like a well-oiled machine. Her and Jank rarely talk over one another, or none of the hosts really talk over one another. But this show, man, there's a lot of talking over one another. Sometimes it's just 4 people talking at once.
Well, you got 4 women in a room, Adam. I mean, what do you expect?
But look, that's the thing. And look, I think Anna is conscious of the stereotypes. And 4 women talking over each other in a room. I mean, stereotype central, right?
Right.
Are you aware, Anna, of what was inscribed in these bullets?
The bullets
as well?
I know.
Did she call her Anna? I swear she's Australian.
Did she? Go back.
But there was a lot of.
But in his brain's got.
So let's also clarify that as well. I mean, you aware, Anna, of what was in.
Anna, you're right. There you go.
Anna.
Inscribed in these bullets,
the bullets
as well.
I know that there was a lot of debate and some misinformation about the inscriptions, but tell me what.
So, hey, fascist catch.
Yes,
is one of them.
Yes.
Notice bulges, OWO, and the O's are capitalized. This is a furry community.
Yeah.
Is that a woo woo? Is that what that's short for? A woo woo.
A woo woo.
I mean, we say that.
We do.
That's not furry.
Obviously, we're going to. We're furries now.
Go crazy.
We're going to do violence.
No.
Yeah.
Basically, this is one of their groups.
Weren't some of these inscriptions references to video games that he plays?
No!
No, Anna, no!
Turn back!
No!
Turn back! No! Don't spark Gamergate Part 2.
One of them was Ciao Bella, reference to an Italian anti-fascist song, Bella Ciao.
Bring in the clip.
And then the last one said, if you read this, you are gay.
But the thing is, Amy, there are up, 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 down arrows. That's what you're talking about.
Oh, the reference to the video game. Okay,
that's that reference.
So, I mean, already there's the OWO.
So, Ken Klippenstein, who did the bullshit article that was sort of excusing or was trying to.
Oh no, he did a Substack.
Yeah, he did a bullshit article. I don't think they bring it up in this clip, but he did a bullshit article that was trying to run interference for the Charlie Kirk assassin, try to say that he was also not on the left or anything like that.
Yeah.
And he repeated this. And now I haven't played Helldivers, but when I tried to look into this, I didn't find anything like this. A lot of people, and I think they're just lying or being dishonest, they keep saying that the "Hey Fascist" catch is a Helldivers 2 reference.
Yeah.
Now, the bullet said "Hey Fascist" catch, and then had the up-down arrows. And I understand the up-down arrows are the Helldivers 2 reference, but I don't think the "Hey Fascist" catch is a Helldivers 2 reference. And people keep conflating them and trying to make it sound like, well, that's how you know that this guy was on the left, because he only called Charlie Kirk a fascist as some sort of video game reference, when that's not true.
The hey fascist catch and the up down arrows are calling in the airstrike, right? And the airstrike is the comically giant response.
Yes.
Hey, I've called it an airstrike before in a video game, literally.
Right.
So it's fun. You call in the airstrike? Oh man. So yeah, I get it. Hey, fascist catch airstrike, right? You're never going to catch the airstrike. The airstrike is like,
right. But so they're just lying. The people are just lying when they say that the "Hey Fascist" catch part is the video game reference. The only part of the video game reference is the up down arrows.
Yes. Yeah. They didn't say "Hey Fascist" catch in Helldivers 2.
Right. Now they didn't. I don't believe they didn't conflate. Well, she didn't say that on this show, which is good. But Ken Klippenstein in his article, he 100% made it sound like the "Hey Fascist" catch line was just a video game reference, which would lead his readers to think, oh, well, that means the guy's not on the left at all.
Because he's a bullshit artist.
Right.
An artist of bullshit.
WO refers to a furry trans group. Now, guys, we're going to break down a little.
Did you catch that heavy sigh from Jillian? Jillian was just like,
I did.
A bit more in that piece, because it's interesting to see that a lot of people from that Discord server, people from that community, had actually come out and posted about Charlie Kirk's assassination ahead of time. Some of them days earlier. One of them was actually, we can actually pull it up now, Connor. Let's go ahead and then we can circle back to the ChatGPT thing. So one of them was actually a SoundCloud song. Charlie Kirk dead at 31.
How does that have anything to do with Discord? That's SoundCloud. It's a different website.
This is interesting. I don't know about the truth part of this. I do know about this song, and I talked about this.
Yeah, we talked about it
when right when he was killed. I didn't see anyone else actually draw the see. Is there a connection between the guy that did this song and the shooter? Because that would be, if they're part of the same Discord, that's interesting. Obviously, that's something that 100% would need to be investigated if they're part of the same Discord group or something.
Yeah. The Discord, whoever runs Discord is supposed to be at that October 8th congressional hearing. Discord and Reddit. So, and supposedly they're subpoenaing a bunch of people who were in the Discord. So they're going to get information from them.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone's in a Discord talking about how they're going to murder Charlie Kirk, you're probably assuming they're just full of shit, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't think it was real. Though it is weird if someone it'd be interesting if someone made a song that they title it Charlie Kirk Dead at 31.
Right.
And then someone that you share that song with, that was part of your Discord, goes and kills him.
Yeah, maybe commission
Pretty
the
big
song.
oopsie, right? So
It's fucked up.
I believe there was also a second song that was also posted up ahead of time.
Wait. This was released before he was assassinated?
Before he was assassinated, Anna. Let's go to the Amazon book. There was also an Amazon book that was released. It's in the production doc, Connor, The Shooting of Charlie Kirk.
The post date was earlier.
One day earlier.
Yeah.
And then it disappeared.
One day prior. And then in addition to that, Connor, I do have a screen.
I never even heard of that. Is that true? That's fucking weird.
A bunch of people in the Discord knew about it ahead of time.
No, this book thing. There's a book about this.
Yeah, they probably written by. What are these reviews?
I feel like this has to not be real. Something about this just seems too
far-fetched.
I wouldn't believe this unless I saw an actual archive of it. I wouldn't believe it if I saw a screenshot.
Right.
That seems very bizarre.
Oh, it could be fake.
It could be.
Prior. And then in addition to that, Connor, I do have a screenshot from a news article. It was something along the lines of, let me find it here. It'd be funny if someone like Charlie Kirk got shot on September 10th, LMAO. This was reporting by the Washington Free Beacon. There was a assortment of different people who were identifying within the furry community, which, you know, that is an arm of the transgender community, that seemed to have prior awareness that this was going to take place. And for that reason, despite the fact that there have been ample inconsistencies in trying to put the blame on Tyler Robinson, everything from the text messages. There is a video where someone did a simulation of how long it would have taken to disassemble the rifle and do everything that Tyler was claimed to have done. The time frame simply does not match up. There are some weird things with it. However, when you take that into consideration with the fact that people from this community seem to know about this ahead of time, it does seem like.
Okay, I found something interesting about this book thing because I never really heard about this before this. So apparently there's a problem where people they'll take some sort of news story that's like just happened, and then they quickly try to hammer out an AI slop book about the incident to put on Amazon to get people to buy it. They basically trick people into buying it.
Okay.
And somebody actually was able to buy this book, supposedly. Someone's claiming that they're able to buy this book before it was taken down. And
it's just an AI slop book.
They described it and they posted some screenshots. They describe it as that like a lot of the setting that you would have known about like the day of the shooting is true, but then after that it's like starts making up shit, including that Charlie Kirk lives and all this other stuff. So
it's probably nobody that it's just some grifter trying to capitalize.
It was some AI slop. Now the question be, why was it dated the day before? I don't know much about this publication, but the Economic Times or the Economic Times, they claim that they reached out to Amazon and Amazon said that actually it was put up the day that Charlie Kirk was shot, not the day before. So I don't know if they just sometimes have some way of like lying on the date when they upload stuff, but there you go. Could just be AI slop.
Like it is a part of some bigger conspiracy. I do not believe that he acted alone at the very least for this reason. That is for sure one part of the official narrative that either they are hiding from us. I'm sure they have information that expands beyond what they've shared currently, because even the internet sleuths have been able to dredge up all of this and have it fact checked and verified.
I think the heart of this problem is that I don't really have much faith in Kash Patel's leadership as head of the FBI, because he bungled it from the very beginning. Starting with all sorts of misinformation that he spread about having the suspect in custody when there was no suspect in custody. I want to know more about that Zinn guy. Who was also
he was at the 9/11. So this is what are the chances of that
he claimed that he was like planning to, bomb the Boston Marathon. Like,
why do you need an accomplice in this situation? What would the accomplice do?
Well, it's weird because there's two different things. You could say there could be accomplice in terms of the guy who, like, the old man they're talking about, that Zinn guy who like distracted the police temporarily.
Right, but he already admitted he just instinctively acted and jumped in.
Right.
He wasn't
right. But in terms of like the whole planning, like the Discord and all this other stuff, I mean, you're right. You wouldn't you just have a gun that you got from a family member. You find out where the person is speaking and you just go there and shoot them. Like it's not like a master plan that requires Discord people to engage in. So from a planning perspective, you don't need anything. But you could have a bunch of people that basically hype each other up into violence. That's possible, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
he could be bragging about it, and they're pushing him to do it.
Right.
I think he bought a $2,000 scope, which was probably how he was able to do it.
Right. So I will agree that Zin guy is fucking weird because he definitely now on one hand he seems like he's one of those professional activist guys who just shows up in a lot of places. That's what he does. So maybe it's not that unlikely that he would be at some Charlie Kirk speaking event to heckle him or something. But it does seem sort of strange. Like, and they're definitely going to look into it. They have every reason. Kash Patel and the FBI has every reason to look into it. I don't think they just let him go without anyone doing a thorough investigation into it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Kash Patel's dying to get in front of the microphone and tell everyone what he's found.
Right.
But first he has to find some stuff to do that. Or just make it up.
Around the time that
he's a crisis actor.
There's something weird about that guy.
A crisis actor, and this is an issue that these people are funded by leftist organizations, PLS, who we've spoken about previously on.
Oh, we got a $20 super chat. Yes, Sitch. Look, Sitch is gone again. I caught him again.
Sue,
you just
thank you so much, Shu on head for the $20. Look at this. Says, good show as always, the very few remaining streamers I still watch. Here is some money. Well, thank you, Shu. We appreciate that.
And thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks for the kind words.
Very kind words.
On this show, these were one of the funders of the No Kings riot as well, and one of the organizers of that. There are people who are intentionally sending crisis actors into these scenarios, which then begs the question, how deep does this go? What don't we know then? Because the likelihood of George Zinn being there.
This girl is great. I can see a big, big future here. You're looking at the future Candace Owens.
Really?
Yeah, look. She keeps diving into the conspiracies. She knows what sells. She's like, oh yeah, there's something deep here. We're getting to the truth of it.
So I don't know anything about her. Her name is Amy Dangerfield, I believe.
Oh, nice. She's even got the perfect last name for it.
That's a pretty good last name. Dangerfield.
Yes. There must be landmines in that field.
There you go.
Crisis actor from 9/11 in the exact same place where this took place. I believe they asked ChatGPT, do you know the number? I think it was like
something,
one in
it's easier to win the lottery.
Yeah, basically than the likelihood that he would have been in both of those locations.
I could not agree with you more.
There's something wrong with that guy.
I want to follow up on something that Anna said. It's really, I do want our viewers to fully understand what we mean by the Breaking Bad scenario.
Please.
So I don't know anything about this Amy Dangerfield lady. I was curious. I just Googled her because you were wondering if she was Australian or something.
Which I probably was correct. Yeah.
You are correct according to the Google box.
Right. Australia or New Zealand.
So I clicked on her X page, her Twitter page.
Right.
Right at the top, she has a picture with Nick Fuentes.
Really?
Saying Nick's interview on the PBD podcast was tremendous. Go watch it now.
Really?
There you go.
She's winning you over. Look at this.
Oh yeah, very winning me over.
Sitch is loving this.
Yeah. So now
you better follow her just to keep an eye on her.
Maybe that's just because the PBD's association with her take or something, but who knows?
Maybe she doesn't know who Nick Fuentes is. No, they talk about Nick Fuentes on this show.
Right.
Have you watched this?
I have watched this. I don't remember talking about Nick in the show. It does say Christ is king in her bio.
Oh.
Interesting.
That's a conspiracy I can get behind.
There you go.
Please.
I'm not going to spoil the show.
You can spoil it. It's been forever. If you haven't watched it yet, that's your fault.
Look, no spoilers for Breaking Bad.
For Breaking Bad
from the 1990s.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Sorry.
Like a decade.
But yeah,
it is one of the best shows of all time.
It's just
all transparent.
highly recommend watching it. Just such
so
classic
upsetting because
American
Bryan
TV.
Cranston would probably hate this show because he's so far left, but
really?
he's so talented.
But Bryan,
it kills me. It's so, you know what? Spoiler
I do
alert.
want to say that so Walter White was a drug kingpin. He was a chemistry teacher
Spoiler.
who had cancer and initially just wanted to find a way to pay off his medical bills. But anyway, it spiraled. In the final episode, he berates his wife on the phone. He calls her all sorts of names, saying you're scum, basically. He excoriates her. And that was his attempt to exonerate his wife. Exactly, to make it seem, because he knew
Like
that
she
the
didn't
phone,
know about the drug trade that he was involved in. Yeah.
And so, because he knew that the phone conversation was being tapped. So he wanted to make it seem like he was the only one involved. And so that's what we mean by this text conversation. It seemed really orchestrated and curated, and you could tell that something was missing too. I think texts were deleted.
Yeah. Oh, well, that was obvious because they actually put the ellipsis point there, or the ... or the semicolon, I believe. And so in what they released, that was to indicate that there was some context missing between each of them. So that much has been admitted. I mean, we know for a fact that these were doctored in what manner, but were they doctored or were they just contrived in the first place? That's what a lot of people are kind of starting to feel, especially when you consider that all of these other trans individuals seem to have known that this took place. So how are you going to then message your trans lover and be like, oh, my love, I'm sorry, I had hoped to keep this from you until old age.
We're not in the Victorian age. We're not a Jane Austen character. Like, why is he behaving like...
I mean, maybe he talks like that, but I mean, ChatGPT said structure and tone, the constant over-explaining, the roommate's responses
like Jane Eyre
as well.
Like, come on. Another thing is...
ChatGPT is like, look, this is bullshit. Total bullshit.
I do like the idea of like a bunch of attractive women. Like, I don't understand how terminally online internet males are speaking.
Right.
It must be fake.
They don't interact with those people.
I know.
I'm going to drop another TV reference. I love The Wire. Absolutely love it. I love string.
Look at what they put up. They put up the AI, the ChatGPT response. This is silly. Come on.
I know. No, this is great, Sitch. This is awesome. What are you talking about? I was thinking we need to get a conspiracy theorist on our show.
Right.
Come on, this is awesome.
I mean, we just have them ask ChatGPT.
Well,
ChatGPT, does this seem legitimate or not?
They have to constantly bring in the conspiracy theorist angle.
Right.
Or Bella, I highly recommend everyone watch The Wire. And one of the most critical lessons from that show is do not take notes on a motherfucking criminal conspiracy. It's something that people...
Wait, I want to read this. I'll give it... So they post this. They said, these messages look real. I'll give it to you straight. These messages don't read like a natural back and forth between two real people. Here's why. Structure and tone. The flow feels scripted, almost like someone wants to cover every incriminating detail in one conversation. Real people don't talk this way, under stress. They cut corners, drop context, and use shorthand. But it's not even true, because when the person asked them why they killed Charlie Kirk, they only gave like a one-sentence answer. They were like, oh, they're so full of hate and conversations don't work or whatever. And then they immediately talk about running away from the police.
Yeah.
They didn't like wax on politically, like poetically, like, oh, I was just so tired of hearing Charlie Kirk talk about the transes and you, my trans love. It just brought a tear to my eye thinking that you would not be able to get the hormones you need because Charlie Kirk was profiting off of hating the transes and telling Donald Trump to go after people like you. Like, it was nothing like that.
Yeah. That would have been great. Then
I would have been like, okay.
Signed Kash Patel.
Right. Right. Then I'd be like,
Love Stringer Bell. I highly recommend everyone watch The Wire. And one of the most critical lessons from that show is do not take notes on a motherfucking criminal conspiracy. It's something that people just know. Like, I think Tyler is smart enough not to leave a paper trail, which leads me to believe that that was intentional.
I mean, he's not Harvard smart, but he is.
That was the strangest part about all of this. That, like, usually,
I mean, the guy turned himself in.
I don't think he's smart. I think this was,
Right.
I think obviously it was emotional. He was driven by emotion to do this.
He obviously wasn't that smart because he did the number one rule of thing you're not supposed to do when you commit a crime.
Yeah.
He left the weapon.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That's like the number one thing you're never supposed to do. Come on. Never watched a cop show / serial killer show?
Not only that, he left the weapon with all of his handwriting and his DNA on it.
Yes. And that's what he might have got away with it if he hadn't done that, because apparently they put out the photo of the gun. His father saw the photo of the gun and said, "That looks like my gun. Where's my son?" And then he contacts his son. So it just doesn't seem like the big brain guy here.
Yeah.
Usually when it comes to these types of crimes or these types of murders, there's no big smoking gun. And it's like, it's just too easy, right? Like the text message exchange is too easy. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, if you're going to murder someone, you're like considered really, really smart. You have a perfect score on the ACT and all of that. How are you not smart enough to understand that you shouldn't have a digital trail of the crime that you're committing?
Kind of leave something like.
Why would, if the guy admitted to doing it, why would they need to create fake text messages if he admitted to doing the crime?
To get the other guy, because the guy, his roommate is obviously some kind of accomplice, and so he's trying to throw the scent off the accomplice.
No.
That
I
makes
understand.
sense. That totally makes sense.
I understand why the shooter would maybe create fake text messages to protect their partner. I get that.
Well, if the partner's in on it, he was faking them as well.
Right, 100%. That makes sense. What I'm saying is, why would the FBI? They have a person who admitted to doing the crime, who they can tie very easily to doing the crime because their fucking gun was found at the scene, right? And I'm sure they had their DNA evidence all over it. Why would the FBI need to then turn around and make some kind of fake messages which if it came out that they made fake messages, it'd be like the OJ thing, where remember when Mark Furman, made some of the fake evidence to try to frame OJ more,
Right.
That ended up contributing to OJ getting off, even though everyone thinks he did the murder, because they faked the evidence. So why would the FBI fake this evidence when they have the guy dead to rights doing the fucking crime already?
Yeah. Why would they risk the case? I don't think the evidence is fake at all. I think the evidence might be fake in that the shooter and his lover faked them to get them off the scent of his lover as an accomplice. And that makes perfect sense. And the FBI would publish them because the FBI would say, "Oh, look, he acted alone. This other guy's completely innocent," for that guy to lead them to some other accomplice.
Though I would think it would be, I mean, I don't know enough about the technical side of this, so someone correct me if this is incorrect in the chat. I assume that most of the AI companies, like especially if you use ChatGPT, I think they keep logs of whatever you're asking the chat and the answers, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So if this kid asked ChatGPT, "Hey, can you write a fake conversation between me and my trans lover about killing someone?" That should be easy for the FBI to find that when they go through the kid's technical
that's a whole
information, right?
That's a whole different level of stupid when you could pretty much just fake it pretty easily. I think those texts do a good job. I think they do a good job of sending the message that he acted alone. And if I was the investigating officer or the FBI detective, I would definitely say, "Oh yes, Mr. Twiggs, you're completely innocent. Obviously, we're free to go wherever you want," and fucking tail that guy.
Right.
I would not be surprised if that's what they're doing right now.
Maybe.
I mean, they might bring charges up on him.
Luigi Mangione.
Yeah.
That pulls down his face to flirt with the girl, the mask, and it's like, bro, you wore.
See, that's a good point. That's a good point. See, guys, they forever controlled by their dicks.
Yeah, what's the point of becoming a famous
girl,
murderer if you're not gonna
true
get some some love off of it, right?
Whether it be a pretty girl or your trans
Yeah.
lover.
Well, wasn't he already getting some from the trans lover? So
there you go.
The mask.
I mean,
but then
it's the weakness for men,
But
you
it
know?
just, I'm like,
There's like
Deanna gets it. She knows.
Speaking of Luigi Mangione, though, right?
yeah,
'Cause he ended up being arrested in a McDonald's or something,
yeah,
right? Something
we should
like
probably
that.
have done a segment on this because his terrorism charges got thrown out. Did you see?
Oh yeah, I did see
So
that.
it got pleaded. It got.
But here's the thing. Well, I'm sorry.
Just really
go.
quick,
Yeah, go.
they also found a picture of Tyler Robinson inside, I believe it was a Dairy Queen.
Oh yeah.
That was taken
And
at
Candace
a
Owens was-
time that shows that it would have been inconsistent with the timeline that they're describing. So
The
there's
whole
a
thing is
host of
weird.
things.
The whole thing
Yeah.
is weird. And
It's-
again, it goes back to people not really trusting our government institutions. I don't have a lot of faith in Kash Patel for a number of different reasons, including the way he has handled this investigation from the beginning. You know, he even said something really strange about how there was like some sort of confession note that Tyler Robinson had sent to his friends, but it got destroyed. And thanks to the FBI's aggressive interview posture, they have forensic evidence of it. Like, I'm just like, what are you talking about?
Right, yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
what you're talking about. And you keep saying different things. Clearly, even the federal government doesn't have much trust in Kash Patel because he went to Orrin, Utah to join that press conference before they had finally apprehended the suspect. And he didn't say a single word. You want to know why? Because the Trump administration basically told him to shut up and don't say anything. You're like ruining,
Yeah.
you know, with your public statements, you're kind of ruining this
It's bad
investigation.
PR, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Anna, you're.
You know, did you see? It was so funny to watch that too. Like Kash
Oh, I
Patel
saw
standing
it.
on stage behind all these people talking about like, you know, the details of this. He's just standing there, and to me, it really came off as just like he's just trying to like appear in the frame so that he appears important or related to this whatsoever.
Yeah.
Harrison,
No, it's desperate. He looks desperate just to be involved. He's like,
He
look,
did.
I'm the leader of the FBI. I should be
There
in
is-
front.
There is even a part where like because of the way the camera was framed, you couldn't see him, and then later in the like as the conference goes on, he switched places with someone so that you
So
actually
he could
was-
be in the frame.
So he was
Oh.
visibly in the shot. Yeah,
He's him and Trump, they sit around and talk about media all the time. I'm certain of it.
right.
What'd you think of the lighting in this conference? Oh, great lighting, Cash.
Harrison Jodit for $2 says ChatGPT thinks that 9.9 is less than 9.11 because 9.11 has more digits. There you go.
Does it really? Wow.
There
It
you
wouldn't
go.
surprise me.
Yeah.
Sometimes ChatGPT just seems like it wants to tell you what you want to hear. So
That is what it does. Yeah.
if you want to hear that these text messages are fake, it's like, oh yes, of course these text
Right.
messages look fake.
That's how it's designed. It's designed to want to tell you what you want to hear. That's
Yeah.
how it is designed. Yes.
Engagement. Wow,
Right.
interesting.
Well, I told you Sam was using it the other day, and it like she was asking a question about like the history of stock prices for some company, and it just made up like insane shit about the stock price. It's like, well, the stock price was like at 700 like last year. Now it's at 60. I was like, what? And I was like, there's no way that that actually happened. Okay.
Really? Wow.
Like, what are you talking about?
You're spot on. And Trump may not be saying that he's losing faith in Kash Patel, but you know what he did? He helicoptered somebody in. Dan Bongino's deputy, they just helicoptered in co-deputy Andrew Bailey. That they did not expect that to happen. That's what you do. You don't say a word, but you layer people in and you make the people obsolete.
There are rumors that he's going to replace Kash Patel. I don't know if there's much credibility to those rumors.
No way.
But
I mean, he hasn't replaced anyone yet.
Never. Don't do it. Trump. Oh my God.
He's hiding the bodies on the Epstein.
Disloyalty.
He can't get rid of them.
Yeah. Cash knows too much already, right?
I mean,
There have
there's
been
also
people
rumors
you
that
could
he's
have
gonna
replaced.
Pam Bondi.
Bondi.
Yeah, people are calling to have her replaced.
I agree.
mean,
No way.
How does she not know what our constitutional rights are? How do you
right.
not know
To
that
call for
hate speech?
I mean,
Hate
she
speech is protected under our constitution.
Ironically, I don't think Trump cares about that. I think he actually loves the fact that she
Oh,
said
he
that.
does. He wants
but he's
to-
upset that she's not going after his enemies.
Oh yeah, we
What is this? What? We got a super chat for 100 Aussie dollars. And it even says S-class. We haven't had one of these for like 6 months.
6 months. Oh my God. Look at that. Toaster McToastin, thanks so much for the 100 Aussie bucks. Says, I guess I love you both, but the fact that Adam's ahead in the poll saddens me.
Oh no.
Look at that. Today alone, he's trying to downplay Pelosi's attacker. It's true the guy was nuts, but the standing and the fact he didn't Minecraft him means nothing. Centrism for the win. S-class.
Look at that.
Look at that. Well, thank you for $100.
Yes, thank you so much for the super chat. That's nice of you.
So we all saw that tweet, yeah.
Yeah, that should have been a DM. Should have been a DM.
Should have been a DM, yes. All right, guys, let's kind of pivot. There's one more massive conspiracy that we have to talk about. We wouldn't be reporting on the news if we didn't address it. Let me preface by saying I do not think that this is the case, okay? So everyone go easy.
There are also two things. You're going to cover two things, right? There's the Israel and the Ackman, right? Two separate things.
I mean, these are two separate.
She frames it as there's this other huge conspiracy, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
She said it was a conspiracy. Oh, what's the conspiracy? Who's behind this conspiracy?
Right. So she
did tell say, Fuentes.
She did say that she doesn't believe it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That she does not believe this.
Did she wink? Was she winking when she said it?
Well, let's see.
This is important. Crossed.
So if you haven't seen this is very important to the coming blow up.
Oh
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is the intentions behind people for talking about this situation.
And we do know she's the chief conspiracy theorist on the panel, so
that this is the case, okay? So everyone go, we wouldn't be reporting on the news if we didn't address it. Let me preface by saying I do not think that this is the case, okay? So everyone go
there are
easy.
Also two things. You're going to cover two things, right?
You didn't back it up.
He does. He's
upset that.
Right, guys, let's kind of pivot. There's one more massive conspiracy that we have to.
One more massive conspiracy.
Right. You just like
talk about. We would.
What's that?
You just like her accent.
No. She says Anner. Come on.
You don't like
it.
Australian is like the bastard child of the English accent.
Wow. Yeah. How dare you're just saying that because Toaster McToastin gave $100 in the name of S-class.
Oh, okay. I wasn't even thinking that it was $100 Aussie dollars, but
Australia is our beloved cousin to the south direction. Southeast or west, depending on what coast you're on. Yeah.
Australia started as a prison colony. I like it.
Exactly.
It's anti-elitism.
There you go.
It's populist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be reporting on the news if we didn't address it. Let me preface by saying I do not think that this is the case.
Oh my God, she almost said believe, but she's like, I kind of do believe it.
Well, let's be fair. She said, I don't think this is the case. Okay.
Right. But she might believe it.
Maybe. Okay. So everyone go
there are
easy.
Also two things. You're going to cover two things, right? There's the Israel and the Ackman, right? Two separate things.
I mean, these are two separate things, but people are kind of lumping them into
They're conflating
one thing,
them,
right?
Yeah.
They are for sure conflating them, and they shouldn't be. We're going to get into all of that. So, Charlie Kirk.
So there's two separate things. There's some Israel thing and there's some Ackman thing. And it sounds like she's saying one of those things she thinks is not true, but one of those things she does think is true.
Yeah, there's I mean, we could just spoil it, right? They say some people are saying...
No spoilers! Okay, people haven't seen Breaking Bad yet, Adam.
No spoilers.
Has been pro-Israel. He has been taking money from Jewish donors. He has been doing his part to win the hearts of Generation Z on this issue, specifically as it relates to Israel and Palestine, and trying to encourage Christians to be more supportive of Jews, Judeo-Christian values, everything like this. Now, rumors have come out that he was, in fact, breaking with a lot of those ties and was starting to come into disagreement with many of these donors, and even with the president himself. Mm-hmm. I mean, we saw that shortly after the Epstein release, right, he came out and said, well, I'm going to stop talking about this because, I want to trust the government. Then he backtracked on that. We have it on good word from a few people that he, was against the regime change war that was going to be occurring in Iran. And he wanted to speak out
Tucker said that.
against these things. Yes.
He was pretty public about it. Like, Charlie.
Was there ever any... I know that when there was a conversation about whether Trump should blow up the nuclear facilities and all this stuff, which we haven't really heard about any sort of
backlash.
We haven't heard about any sort of, because remember this whole thing, did it actually work? Did it not work? The kind of people were like, oh, at first they said it didn't work, and then they said it did work, and now we haven't really heard anything about it for months, so I have no fucking clue what the story is on that. But there were a lot of people that were against Trump taking military action with the bombings because they were saying that this is part of, Trump is going to get us into another regime change war in the Middle East, just like George W. Bush did, which, I don't like Trump, obviously, as everyone here knows, but I would be very skeptical to think that Trump would be that fucking stupid.
What? You don't like Trump?
Yes.
What?
Trump, who very famously attacked Jeb Bush, for the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. It would kind of seem beyond like a level of stupidity for Trump to be like, yes, I'm going to send American troops into fucking Iran. Like, I don't know. It didn't seem plausible to me that was ever like the plan in any of this. So they're saying that Charlie Kirk here pushed back against the regime change. Was there ever any confirmation that there was some actual plan for the U.S. government to be involved in the regime change war in Iran? And then at the last minute, like Trump pulled back from doing this? Was there ever any evidence for this?
No, none. Trump would not do that either.
It just seems so silly.
But look, you can't build a bomb specifically for a facility and work on the project for decades and not expect Trump to pull the trigger. Come on, let's be realistic here.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, it had to be done.
I could have
spent 20 years building this bomb.
There could have been conversations about sending in troops to go after the specific facility and then leave. Like I could have seen like conversations about doing that, but it just seems so unlikely that there'd be a conversation about going into Iran and starting a whole conflict there.
Oh my God, we got another $20 super chat, Sitch. Holy cow.
Thank you so much, our Far Daddy J Mac, for the $20. Says everyone knows that the Mac Daddy minions are the real MVPs. The Mac Daddy minions are the masters of most meaningful mongrels, and the ministers and misses of masterful machinations. Long live the Macs.
Wow. Check out that alliteration.
There you go. Look
at amazing.
The Mac Daddy minions.
Look at
Well,
that.
we can't put the Mac Daddy minions on the poll because then I'm pretty sure we would both lose to that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Contrast for 42 months.
We're keeping you off the ballot.
Contrast, yeah, we rigged it. Contrast for 42 months says Sitch flabbergasted by 10,000 hours of games played is hilarious. Shall we take a look at your WoW played? I did not play 10,000 hours of WoW. Contrast. How dare you? At least I pray to God that I did not play 10,000 hours.
I know.
Okay. I definitely played over 1,000 hours, but I do not think I played 10,000 hours. All right.
Terrible.
Yes.
But fun.
Charlie, it's not like he was hiding the ball. I mean, he was against engaging in a regime change war in Iran. That was one of the areas I agreed with.
Oh, no, you know what? I could be proven completely wrong about this and look very stupid with egg on my face if there is some sort of invasion of Venezuela. Because that seems equally fucking stupid to me that Trump would engage in that action. So I don't know.
What is the invasion of Venezuela about?
It's very strange. It's a very strange situation. Hasn't got a lot of like coverage, I guess. But
yeah, I haven't seen anything on it really. But I heard someone at breakfast talking about it today. So
well, I watched a lot of like military channels, and they do talk about it. They talk about whether there's like this gearing up or not. So I don't know. Maybe I'll look very foolish about thinking that there's no way Trump would have invaded Iran if he does invade Venezuela. But I'm hoping not, and I'm weighing on the not going to happen side. But then again, I weighed on that for Russia invading Ukraine. So my track record on whether someone's going to invade a country or not maybe is we have one wrong guess and one right guess so far. So it's not.
Oh my goodness, we got a super chat from famous YouTuber Actual Justice Warrior. It just came in.
There you go. Actual Justice Warrior, thanks so much, Sean, for the $10. Says Anna says normally it's not this easy. It's almost always easier. People murder who they know, who they got beef with. This is way more unusual. Also, they play an October 2023 clip and say it's recent.
Oh. They got one of the clips wrong on the show.
Interesting. Okay.
Him on. But he was very much, supportive of Zionists, and that is a consistent theme you'll notice throughout his career.
Exactly.
It's just that in recent months, he started to become a little more critical of Netanyahu, critical of the ongoing, genocide in Gaza. And it's not like he turned his back on Israel.
Not at all. Not at all. And also the fact, we're going to dive into it in a minute, but that he was being called anti-Semitic for just providing slight pushback. So let's go ahead and bring up this tweet here. I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against him. Now, this was posted. Yeah, is
this a
very credible, right?
Harrison H. Smith?
Very credible. Some guy's like, well, listen, I'm not going to tell you any details about this, but I heard that somebody thinks that Charlie thinks this.
Who brought this up? Was it the conspiracy girl?
Yes.
I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. So look, okay.
Okay.
Who is this his brother or something?
I
Brother-in-law?
I don't know who this is.
Does he even have a relationship with Charlie?
Let's see. Oh, wow. Look at this. He follows me on X.
Well, that doesn't help.
Oh, I guess what he's saying is true.
I would think that it makes it less likely to be true, but
wow, look at you, piece of shit.
Well, look.
Adam will do anything to slander the S-class. Okay. Just because he's saying that maybe anonymous sources told him that Charlie Kirk thought Israel was going to kill him doesn't mean you get to slander them as long as they're an S-class supporter.
Actual Justice Warrior says he's from InfoWars.
I was going to say, yeah, his bio says host of the War Room on InfoWars. So
really?
Credible source.
Why don't you look? He's following you. Why don't you get us on InfoWars? What are you doing?
I'll ask him. Okay.
We need to go on there and fact check some of those bitches.
There you go.
It'd be great.
Was that cropped off?
Talk to them about the 2014 coup.
Oh, God.
The Maidan coup. Come on. It'll be fun.
Is that cropped off, Connor? I think I actually just put the link to the tweet in there. Maybe it was cropped off, but this was well in advance. This is back in August. Okay?
Yep.
This tweet was posted, and obviously nobody gave any credibility to it at the time. But then after his assassination, people started to go back and look at various different clips, one of which that has gotten a lot of attention was his conversation with Megyn Kelly. If you have that one, Connor, we could play that, please.
I will say, if you're going to say, I don't believe this, but I want to talk about it, I don't know. The way I feel like you'd be more like ridiculing the situation as opposed to like, I don't believe this conspiracy, but let me tell you a bunch of information. She
totally believes it. Come on, I nailed it.
Right.
But let me tell you a bunch of
information about this conspiracy theory in a completely straightforward mention that I do not believe, but I'm not going to say,
look,
it's not valid.
She stopped herself from saying, I don't believe it.
Right.
And said, I don't think.
Oh, okay. Good catch.
Because you can hedge with think, right? You're
right,
like, well, at the time I didn't think it, but now I've encountered new information. There's new anonymous sources.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see the clip. Bring the clip up.
It should be inside of the production document. It's a link, Connor. It's a link. And so basically, he jumps on with Megyn Kelly, and they are discussing the fact, if you go into videos,
So this just
Megyn Kelly, Israel.
Just to give you guys a little more context into this conversation with Megyn Kelly, literally
No, not that one.
The day before he had this exchange with Megyn Kelly, he had gone to the Hamptons, I believe, for a meeting in which Bill Ackman was involved. And we'll get to the details of that meeting in just a minute. But
yes, we can go ahead and play this, please.
We're just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of practice. But it goes to the point where if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government without backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megyn? That's not so right.
Wrong-headed. I'll tell you this for me. So I got some blowback after saying Mossad possibilities with Epstein, a comment behind which I stand. I mean, and I've of course reported what Alan Dershowitz has said as his lawyer. He says, I think he would have told me. He didn't say he had any of those connections. I hear all that. That doesn't mean it's not true. I think all these things should be explored. It's one of the many things that should be explored around Epstein. But saying that and also saying he might be a U.S. asset, et cetera, doesn't make you anti-Semitic.
We're just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of.
I think we just repeated. Thank you. So obviously he was starting to become more boisterous and vocal about some of the issues that he has. Again, in no way is he saying we're pro-Hamas. Obviously he wants Israel to win the war.
What Anna said, wait, hold on. What Anna said was so we have...
He's saying he's being criticized for giving an audience to people like Dave Smith. He is not saying that he is changing his mind and thinks the Jews are evil. Like,
no, he wasn't changing his mind.
But I want to be real clear here.
No, but
because I think this is dangerous, and I want to be fucking deadly accurate if we're gonna have this conversation. So that's what he was talking about. It's about the fact that Dave Smith, he gave him an audience at Turning Point, and he was being criticized for having people who didn't agree, like Tucker, on the stage.
He
wasn't saying,
so
I have changed my mind here, and I'm being attacked. That's not what he was saying.
What's playing out behind the scenes is that, you know, Turning Point USA has some very wealthy pro-Zionist donors. Those donors had a problem with the inclusion of Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson at that Turning Point, you know, event earlier this year.
Also, the fact that he was talking about Epstein.
And the fact that he was talking about Epstein, yes. So basically, he's getting this pressure from donors, which led to that meeting in the Hamptons with Bill Ackman, because Bill Ackman apparently wasn't happy with it either. But you guys also have to understand that there is a trend now with young conservatives who are not supportive of Israel or not as supportive as previous generations. So you have young people who are part of Turning Point, who go to the Turning Point events, and they're constantly debating with Charlie Kirk about this issue. And Charlie Kirk wants to be inclusive. Like, the whole point of what he was doing was to engage in debate and dialogue. So he includes, you know, Dave Smith. He includes Tucker Carlson, you know, just different voices. And then he gets, according to them, hounded by the donors.
So that hammered is the word that...
Hammered, that's exactly right. Hammered was the word that was
And by the way, Connor, I sent you a video. If we could pull this up, this kind of addresses a little bit more about what you say.
Also,
just one more thing
what
that I
Anna said was so critical a couple lines ago. You said the timing. We cannot forget the timing, because this is the day after. How do you think that summit went? Like, how do you think it...
He seemed annoyed by it, at the very least.
Annoyed.
Yeah.
All right, let's play this.
They have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policy. And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like, time for you guys to wake up and say no more, draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
I mean, I can narrow it down. I can narrow it down. It's George Soros.
So that's the clip that Sean was saying. That's from 2023. That wasn't a recent clip.
Oh, okay.
But thanks, Charlie, for throwing all the secular Jews under the bus here.
Well, he's saying that they're being attacked, and they're basically funding their own attackers.
Right. There's a disproportionate number of Jews, I think, in a lot of these leftist organizations. I don't think it's right to be like the Jews are funding this. I don't like the framing of any of that stuff.
Yeah, look, he's completely he's completely untactful in his speech. He's he's creating negative stereotypes.
Right.
Which I think you and I are the only ones in the world that care about, but
I know.
But it matters. It totally matters.
It does.
So.
It does. Well, and everyone is very aware of the stereotype when it affects their identity.
Of course. Yes. Yeah.
Whoever they are, whether they're, black or white or male or female, when they're attacked, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone else attacked. It's like, well, that's just true.
This is a genocide of trans people.
I'm just noticing a pattern. What do you mean?
Right.
Men do all the rapes. I'm just noticing.
Yeah, that is exactly how it goes too.
Now, I guess in the broader question though, is it right or fair to have this conversation in the context of his murder? Because it's probably true. I wouldn't be surprised. It's probably true that I'm sure there were Jewish donors or Jewish organizations that had something to do with Turning Point USA, or even evangelical Christian organizations or individuals or evangelical Christian donors, I think it was actually, who had a problem with some of with Dave Smith or Tucker Carlson or any of these people that were kind of not on Israel's team. Because actually, I think I saw a clip of Charlie Kirk's producer. Maybe I'll watch after this. I saw a clip of Charlie Kirk's friend and producer who was saying that it wasn't Jewish donors. He even said they don't really have that many Jewish donors. He says evangelical Christians that kind of had an issue with this because they're very pro-Israel for their own religious reasons. And I could understand that they would have a problem with including those people on Turning Points USA, and they would even, maybe get into some sort of argument or try to pressure Charlie Kirk into not including them. I could 100% believe that probably happened or is true or whatever. Seems plausible, right?
Yeah, definitely plausible.
Right. But when you include it in this broader conversation of people are saying, here's a tweet of someone saying that they think Charlie Kirk is going to get killed by Israel. and people, there's this conspiracy that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. When you include it right next to that conversation, that's when you're like, well, wait a minute, why are we doing this? Can you actually have that conversation in a mature way? Or is it just there's too many people that listen to stuff that just conflate everything in their mind, and just by having them be next to each other, you're automatically going to produce the idea in a lot of people's heads that you're saying that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, that's actually what happens and why Jillian Michaels freaks out, because she thinks that's what's going on, and she's totally triggered. And I think Jillian Michaels probably has a bunch of Jewish donors for her show as well. So she's like, "Oh my God, we're going to piss off our donors." Mm-hmm. Obviously, people who are critical of the Israel-Gaza war, I mean, they want to have this conversation because Charlie Kirk, a staunch defender of Israel, was actually softening on the idea of Israel is becoming culpable in some of the nasty things that have been going on in Gaza. So that's why they want to have it. And I don't know how you have that conversation. Obviously, people are going to jump on it and say, "Oh, these people are saying Jewish people are responsible for everything." So you're in a kind of a no-win situation.
Right.
You at some point you have to be critical of Israel, though, if they're committing war crimes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
And obviously Israel's going to defend itself. I mean, Anna makes a good point about Netanyahu coming out and saying, "Oh, it was some Muslim group that killed Charlie Kirk the day he was assassinated," which is completely distasteful.
Right. Which is, fucking insane, obviously.
I don't know. Look, I have Jewish friends. You're Jewish. You're my friend. I'm sensitive about that kind of stuff. I don't like creating negative stereotypes of anyone. So, but you're exactly right. Most people, they're like, I don't give a fuck about the negative stereotypes of any other group other than myself, right? Then it's like, oh, let's worry about the stereotypes.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, it feels like a lot of people when they're listening to stuff, they only get kind of a general vibe of the conversation. They're not. I mean, people are generally listening to these things. They're doing other things, right?
Yeah.
Most people are not sitting there laser focused. I mean, like obviously if you're in the chat, you're paying attention to the chat too, but most people are not sitting there laser focused, listening to every word that the person is saying to like parse the complicated conversation.
Except for us, of course.
Except for us,
they're
obviously.
like glued to everything that we're saying because they know.
No, they're not. But
dropping
we
the
are
pearls
because
of
we're literally
wisdom.
doing it for their show. Right. We're
I mean,
parsing every like,
sometimes
individual thing.
And
even
I mean,
we
you
get
can
to
just
chat.
tell me when you have to go to the bathroom. You don't
There
have
you
to
go.
like.
Well, I like to sneak away and make you play a guessing game.
People don't like it though. They're like,
do people don't like it? I think people like it. I think you don't like
No,
it. But
people-
people love it. Okay, people love.
actually, I didn't want to say it, but Jewish people can't stand it when you do that. It's specifically Jewish people.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They
well,
think-
listen. If you don't like it and the Christians don't like it, I was gonna tell them to fuck off. But if the Jews don't like it, because obviously we have a bunch of Jewish funders. I don't know if you know this. JMac is actually secretly Jewish and funding the show.
Wow.
Yes. A spoiler. JMac is our Jewish Mexican producer. So.
Mm-hmm. All right, come on, let's get to the blow up.
But what does that have to do with him being critical about what's going on in Gaza?
Because he's been
saying
increasingly
all
critical.
of you liberal institutions that are now being killed off by your own Frankenstein, like these things that you created, wake up and pay attention.
He was critical. So he was definitely critical of the pressure he was getting from his donors.
Fair, but there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever.
So the context of the clip being in 2023 is
important.
Kind of important here, yeah, exactly.
Because it's not like
he's experiencing the pressure now, but in 2023 was the war and when October 7th. When was October 7th?
2023.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But if the argument or the conversation is in the context of like he's getting pressure now in 2025.
Yeah, the war is a completely different thing now.
Right. But I'm saying like him saying a comment 2 years ago isn't going to lead to him getting pressure now 2 years later.
Right.
From some
especially if it was before October 7th.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, when. I think I'll look it up.
Sean. Let's fact check the show here.
There you go.
Anyway, let's get to get to what's going on here.
Quite to the contrary.
This is the irony that I wanted to point out at the beginning. So Charlie Kirk is getting pressure from donors on his show. And it seems like Jillian Michaels has donors as well. So she's experiencing the pressure in real time as they're talking about the pressure.
Well, I don't know. I don't have any information. I don't know who's funding anything. I mean, she might just not like the idea that people are making this sort of argument that Israel could be behind Charlie Kirk. I don't know if she has Jewish donors.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. I don't know that either, but I mean, she gets pretty hot about it, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know what her background is, but
I don't either.
So he was definitely
so the comment he made was after October 7th. It was on October 26th.
Okay, so it's close. Holy shit. Yeah. So that's almost prophetic. No, because he was probably responding to the Free Palestine shit going on all the college campuses.
That's probably what he was. If I had to guess, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
That's what the response was to.
We were making similar responses, but not more.
Right. I wasn't
throwing
it at the Jews. So
so heavily.
So according to Wikipedia, it says Jillian Michaels is half Jewish and half Syrian.
Oh.
That's interesting. So there you go.
So now do you think she has Jewish donors?
No, but I mean, she could be more susceptible to the, she could,
you don't
I don't know,
think
it's not fair for me
folks
to say
helped her
this. She
out?
could be more susceptible to negative stereotypes because it is, one of her identities.
Oh, yeah.
Or she just simply doesn't fucking like people promoting unhinged conspiracy theories about Israel killing Charlie Kirk because that's stupid.
Well, Anna does a good job of laying out that that's not a conspiracy.
Right, but we said like having it talking about that
Oh, yeah,
next
people
to
are
this
gonna-
other thing is like Not great.
And Conspiracy Girl definitely believes it. Who are we kidding here?
Yeah, it feels like it. That's the vibe check here.
She probably got it from Nick Fuentes.
There you go.
Critical of the donors.
Fair, but there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever. Quite to the contrary.
Well, apparently he was offered $150 million infusion into Turning Point USA, which would have then
There's
doubled.
no proof of that. In fact, the opposite is true, and even PBD showed that on his show.
I mean,
that this came from a guy who writes for like radical.
Max Blumenthal.
We need
talking about Max Blumenthal.
You know, it's funny because I didn't know anything about her until like now. Because I looked up, I was curious, where'd that like $150 million where'd that specific number amount come from? So when I was like looking on X to see where it came from, the two big accounts I saw that promoted that were Candace Owens.
Oh, terrible.
And Nick Fuentes.
No way. That's fucking bullshit. Bullshit.
Because they're going to talk about Max Blumenthal, or I'll talk about a little bit after this too. Because Max Blumenthal, who did write an article claiming that they were trying to give Charlie Kirk money, he didn't specifically say $150 million. So that number came, like he threw out the idea definitely that there were being some sort of payment, but the 150 I don't think came directly from him.
It came from Candace Owens. She's like, let's put a number with this, make it sound more believable.
Yes.
Large payment doesn't sound as good. How about just 150 million?
Right.
I thought Gray Zone.
We have
this reporting to be fairly.
She is she mentioning Max Blumenthal from the Gray Zone? I fucking hate that guy.
Yeah, that's where a lot of this story is coming from. This idea about the money and the funding and all that stuff is coming from Max Blumenthal. And it's weird because Max Blumenthal is
total leftist. Yeah.
Yeah. There was an interesting PF Young video. It's always hard to tell with PF Young how much is real and what isn't. But he was kind of talking about how a lot of the weird, like how the left-right divide isn't necessarily the way to look at things now. And I think that is true. I don't think that's 100% true, but it's definitely true to some extent. And that's definitely true with Max Blumenthal. It's very strange because Max Blumenthal is a far left, America bad, socialist leftist type. He likes Antifa. He liked BLM. He liked all these things. And yet, like, he phrases things in very specific ways that get a lot of people on the right to support him and to trust his work. And it's very interesting. It's like, why would anyone on the right just openly trust a far left pro Antifa agitator who's citing anonymous sources? And true. Like, I'm not saying that someone can't be on the far left and they could find information that could be true, but they should have to actually provide the source before you believe it. You should not believe them, some far left guy, or even a far right guy, that for a matter. You shouldn't believe any far left political ideologue, quoting an anonymous source. That's really fucking stupid.
Debunking that.
I actually found his reporting to be fairly credible. I mean,
play it.
It was validated
corroborated
by Tucker Carlson.
Play the clip, please.
Okay, so they're saying that they think Max Blumenthal's reporting is credible. Okay,
right.
So we're going to come back to that because I want to read some of this reporting. But
if you look at this one, this is AF Post. They said, according to multiple reports, Israel Prime Minister offered the Charlie Kirk Turning Point USA $150 million in cash to adopt an even more pro-Israel stance. Kirk refused the money. If you go a little bit lower, look at the amount of views this thing got. 7.2 million views, 160,000 likes.
Who's the
And then
AF
there's another
Post?
post, Rob, if you can pull up the other one that says, right below it, that says the journalist behind the report accusing Bibi of offering $150 million is Max Blumenthal, a man who used to work for the Iran-backed newspaper Al Akbar in Beirut and
also
contributed
Jewish?
to Al Jazeera.
He is, yeah.
I mean,
Why is it
so-
every time we track down a lie, we end up finding people connected to Qatar or Iran?
There's no proof
behind
this
it?
ever happened.
So
I mean, that is a good question. Why do so many of these America bad types end up working for some foreign government?
Yeah, that hates us.
Isn't that coincidence? It's just a coincidence. All the people that nonstop, all they report on is anything that shows America bad. And they turn out they're getting paid by some foreign government. You're like, oh, very surprising here.
Some foreign government that hates America.
None.
Wait, how does that debunk the fact
so
that...
he just read it.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring...
Where is the proof?
Please do not get angry.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you, you cover this shit, I'm going to rip you apart. Where is the proof?
We're not saying that it
Netanyahu
We're really
offered
not
Charlie
saying that
$150 million.
Jillian,
so we're not. So
what we're reporting on is
now
people in the marketplace, what they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover it to debunk it.
This conversation.
It's
Look, she throws out the debunk it. We have to cover it to debunk it. Which you said she wasn't doing a good job of debunking.
Well, if it's a week, but if it's a week old, why are you covering it? You don't need to cut. It's not like a hot news item.
I just want you to look at the look on this woman's face. It's great.
Now they're in the
she turns. Oh,
the camera.
This is the look right here.
Right.
Like, oh shit, she's really mad.
Yeah.
She's really angry.
Where is the proof?
We're not saying that it happened. We're really
offered
not
Charlie
saying that it
$150 million.
Jillian,
so we're not. So
what we're reporting on is
now
people in the market.
And then she does this turn away.
They did
turn away.
This does feel to me a bit gaslighty, because they did both just say 2 seconds ago that they thought Max Blumenthal's reporting was
credible. I know.
Yeah.
Look, she got angry, and then she's like, we have to debunk this.
And now they're saying, we
it.
don't believe it. You just said it was credible. I don't understand. What do you mean?
Marketplace, what they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover it to debunk it.
This conversation.
It's still,
over a week.
It's still pretty prevalent.
Is a week old.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually
Jillian,
happened?
I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he was offered $150 million.
Okay,
that was
also corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
Cooperated. Oh wait.
And also this guy's reporting.
Anna, please.
I forgot.
He was offered $150 million.
Okay,
that was
also corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also
did
you hear what she said?
She said it was corroborated by Candace. Yeah.
And someone else.
Who's the other person?
You pay attention.
Okay. I'm trying to listen to the women.
He was offered $150 million.
Okay, that was also corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also
because that's
you didn't.
Tucker Carlson and Matt Gaetz. Look, these are very credible sources of information.
Who said Tucker Carlson?
The girl in the blue, Amy Dangerfield.
She said Nick.
Am I crazy?
You got Tucker Carlson from this.
He was offered $150 million.
Okay, that was also corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also
by Nick.
Oh, I see.
Can you not hear it?
I'm sorry. Yeah, the girl on the left said Tucker Carlson. I was listening to her because she was saying Tucker Carlson. She said Matt Gaetz, and then you're right. She was about to say Nick Fuentes.
And she stopped herself, but she said she got the Nick out.
You're right. I totally missed that. That's hilarious.
You were the one that just said those were the two people who were pushing the story. Candace
well, when I looked
Nick
it up
Fuentes.
on X independently, I was just trying to find out because when I was doing research for this, I thought it was weird. I was looking through Max Blumenthal's timeline, and he's being kind of dishonest here, and we'll talk about that. He's being dishonest, but he's like, I never said. He says no one reported that Charlie Kirk was offered $100 million directly from Israel. Now, maybe the directly is doing a lot of lifting there. But so I was like, well, where is this?
Directly from Israel.
Right. So I'm like, okay, maybe the directly is doing a lot of work there. But also, because I went through the original article, and I don't believe the original article. I'll check again. I don't believe that the number amount was in the original article. So I thought that's what he was also being dishonest about.
Nick Fuentes also said that it was insane to think that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. So,
but then he brought this up, so he's trying to do the both sides, right?
Is he? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
Listen, I like Candace. She has people from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
And yet last year they were on tour together. Last year they were on tour together. He bugged that instantly.
If you want to talk about people on his team, Andrew,
why would come on? You're gonna anything that Candace Owens says without a super fact check. You're a fucking retard if you believe that shit. She says the craziest shit every day on her show.
Yeah, I don't. Candace, come on.
Remember
Candace
we were talking about the whole
source.
Like I did that whole stupid deep dive into like she made that claim that like NASA was started by Satanists, pedophiles or something. And then I was like looking into what she was talking about, and she was talking about one guy who was involved in creating rocket
occult,
fuel,
yeah,
who died like 10 years before NASA even existed.
He
was into
LSD.
Like right, and he was into like drugs and occult, and somehow that gets transformed by Candace into, well, NASA was started by the occult, and therefore NASA is, has rooted within the foundations of it, evil, and you can't trust NASA when they say they go to the moon or space exists or anything.
I'm just look, you're completely right. Nick Fuentes is going mainstream here.
Yeah.
She's so confident. She's like, look, Nick reported this. I saw it on Rumble.
Right.
Together was
Andrew, his
2023.
No, it was last year.
They
have a
Andrew,
talk
that
person
guy
together.
was
Okay,
so
guys, let's calm down. Team
Let's just calm down
has
for a second.
subsequently said this is not true.
I feel bad. Because it's hilarious to me. Look, Anna's completely trying to calm shit down.
I know.
And she realizes it's not working out.
No.
No, they never. They actually.
Colvin, Eric Bolling, all of them are like, yeah.
Okay, Eric Bolling thought that he had 2 daughters. Okay, so I'm not going to.
Okay, really Andrew Colvin. The narrative is not true. Charlie has a cordial relationship with Ackman. There's no black woman, no intervention. Nothing like what Candace is suggesting.
That same Andrew said that Candace and Charlie remain friends. I just want to make sure.
He's saying this is not true.
But they were literally touring together last year.
Nothing like what Candace is suggesting. What does it have to do with their
what
friendship?
Does it have to do with you?
What does that have to do with their friendship? He's saying what Candace is suggesting.
I can't engage with you if you don't
He's
calm
saying
down.
what Candace is suggesting is not true.
He's talking.
Everyone knows Candace is way better friends with Kanye. And we all know about Kanye, right?
Right.
Talking about her suggesting Israel killed him. We're talking about 100. Please do not conflate the two.
Okay, well, unilaterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact...
No, I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries. But a lot of people...
I don't know, and I don't... Look,
there's
for those who are saying
evidence to suggest none.
Okay, you're saying, guys, can we just stop for a second? This is ridiculous.
This is absurd.
Like, this whole thing is ridiculous. There are 2 things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely different.
You were talking about that.
No, we're not. Hold on. Let me finish my fucking thought. Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how, using the fucking moment for his own political purposes, like the fucking ghoul that he is. Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie Kirk.
Did I not just said that? I literally
so now we're just going to make
Let me finish my point, Jillian, because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat. I don't think that Israel killed him because there's no evidence of that. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes and lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy. And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great. We were good. We had a great relationship. Little did we know behind the scenes, there was a lot of pressure toward
ends up
Netanyahu.
being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I am not interested in this.
Okay,
I know.
Guys. I'm sorry. Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country committing a genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Zero. I think you guys agree. I fundamentally disagree with you about like every show doing this. I'm sorry.
Cool. So can we continue the conversation?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
This is the greatest clip of all time.
Wow. So, okay, give me your play-by-play. What's going on here?
This is the greatest clip of all time.
Yes.
Well, Anna does a great job of separating the conflation out, but I think Jillian Michaels is just too upset to really let that conflation sink in. And I mean, intuitively, she probably does realize even if they articulate the difference perfectly, people are going to at the gut level make that conflation anyway, just by having the conversation. So
yes,
it's a tough
100%.
Conversation to have. So I don't.
Well, I don't think. Yeah, I do take Anna at her word. I don't think she thinks Israel killed Charlie Kirk or anything.
No, not at all. She said it explicitly.
Right. But with Amy and Lindy, I'm not so sure. I mean, Lindy said she didn't think. I think they both said they didn't think that, but I don't know the fact that they were seeming like they wanted to
Dangerfield definitely believes it.
Credibility to Matt Blumenthal here. I'm like, okay, I don't know.
She heard it from Nick. Come on, of course she believes it.
Right. So it's like, okay, I don't know. Maybe they're more on the fence about the whole thing. But yeah, I do think it's what you said, that just in what I said earlier was that, like, why would you have this it seems to me very suspect. Like, and here's a per example of it. Okay, so the Gray Zone article that they're talking about that Max Blumenthal wrote. He wrote this article a few days after 3 days after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the headline is Charlie Kirk refused Netanyahu funding offer, was frightened by pro-Israel forces before death, friend reveals.
No, that's bull.
Okay.
So he's completely playing it up.
Right. And it's like kind of the classic journalist maneuver where they're like, I'm not saying the thing, but they're saying the thing, right? They're saying the thing and I'm just asking questions, or I'm leading you to the cliff's edge without like pushing you off the cliff's edge. Because if I do, I can get hit with a defamation suit or something, which is one of the most classic dishonest journalist techniques ever. So I do, like, obviously I don't think that Jillian should have walked off. But I mean, I guess she was very angry and frustrated and all this other stuff. But,
well, she says the bashing Israel thing is super illustrative of what she thinks is happening. So
yeah, but that is what's happening, because it's like, why else would you? Like, I don't watch the Her Take show enough to know if every show is about bashing Israel, right? Because maybe that is what's going on here. Maybe there's a disproportionate number of shows that are somehow always get tied back to Israel, regardless of what's going on in the news.
Anna drops the genocide comment quite a bit.
Right.
I mean, I think ethnic cleansing is more realistic for what's going on. Sure.
But I'm just saying, like, to bring up to believe that the Max Blumenthal piece, which is based on anonymous reporting and is very obvious, I think, if you're looking at it from a more objective viewpoint, is designed to create the narrative that Israel could be behind Charlie Kirk's killing. That is the point of the article.
Yeah.
So let me read you some parts of this article here. It says, Charlie Kirk rejected an offer earlier this year from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to arrange a massive new infusion of Zionist money into
that's so bad.
Into his Turning Point USA organization, America's largest conservative youth association, according to a longtime friend of the slain commentator speaking on the condition of anonymity. Anonymous source here. The source told the Gray Zone that the late pro-Trump influencer believed Netanyahu was trying to cow him into silence as he began to publicly question Israel's overwhelming influence in Washington and demanded more space to criticize it. According to, now these aren't, I'm going to be jumping around. I'm not going to read the whole article. According to Kirk's friend, who also enjoyed access. This to me sounds like the most unbelievable part of the article. Okay. According to Charlie Kirk's friend, who also enjoyed access to President Donald Trump and his inner circle. So this is amazing friend here. We have an anonymous friend, knows Charlie Kirk and knows Donald Trump. Charlie Kirk strongly warned Trump last June against bombing Iran on Israel's behalf. Quote, Charlie was the only person who did that. No one else, just Charlie. They said, recalling how Trump barked at him in response and angrily shut down the conversation. The source believes the incident confirmed in Charlie Kirk's mind that the president of the United States had fallen under the control of a malign foreign power and was leading his own country into a series of disastrous conflicts.
This is Max Blumenthal speaking through anonymous sources.
He has like a little sock puppet. He's like, I know. I was in the room when Charlie Kirk was talking to Donald Trump about bombing Iran. He was the sole voice who was like, don't do it, Mr. Trump.
He should have a picture of a sock puppet in the article.
Yes. It continues. According to Kirk's longtime friend, Kirk's resentment of Netanyahu in the Israel lobby was spreading within Trump's inner circle. I don't know if this is before or
he's
after.
poisoning everyone. Right. Now Trump is an accomplice.
In fact, they said that Donald Trump himself was terrified of Netanyahu's wrath and feared the consequences of defying him.
This is ridiculous. It's so funny that they said they found this credible when I find this incredible.
Wait, I remember I'm reading this, I'm like, what? Why would Donald Trump listen, unless the Epstein stuff's all true? Okay.
Oh, and he knows he's got a copy of the Epstein files. Netanyahu's like holding them over his head.
Unless
if these Epstein files got released.
The only way that this statement could possibly be true is if all the Epstein stuff is true. He was an agent for Israel. They have, stuff about Donald Trump, and Netanyahu's holding up his head. Okay. Which I don't think that is true. Website. It's the only way it's true. Why the fuck would Donald Trump be terrified of Netanyahu's wrath and fear the consequences of defying him? What the fuck who would believe that?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
What does that even mean? It's so dumb. The wrath of Netanyahu. Like, what? What is he gonna do? This reads to me like a fever dream.
Yeah. A wet dream. A leftist wet dream of hope.
Here's another part of the article that's interesting. As Israel's genocidal assault on the besieged Gaza Strip drove an unprecedented backlash within grassroots right-wing circles, where only 24% of younger Republicans now sympathize with Israel over Palestine, Charlie Kirk began to shift. At times, he towed the Israeli line, spreading disinformation about babies beheaded by Hamas on October 7th and denying the famine imposed on the population of Gaza. So obviously, it doesn't seem like a very objective article here.
Not at all.
Now here's where you get to, and I will read it. Here's where you get into the sort of the plausible deniability. Okay, from Max Blumenthal here. There is currently no evidence of an Israeli government's role in Charlie Kirk's assassination. However, that has not
no evidence.
Yeah, there's currently no evidence.
That makes it sound like at one point there will be lots of evidence.
Maybe there will be.
Why frame it that way?
Okay, right. Well, you know why. Yeah, exactly. However, that has not stopped thousands of social media users from speculating that the pro-Trump operative shifting view on the issue contributed in some way to his death. By the time of publication,
this is disgusting.
By the time this is very credible.
This is fucking way disgusting.
By the time of publication, over 100,000 Twitter/X users have liked a September 11th post by. Okay, listen to this. Listen to how Ian Carroll is described here by libertarian influencer Ian Carroll.
Oh my God. Hate the Jews guy, right?
Yes, the Jews are behind everything. Conspiracy theorist Ian Carroll is described as libertarian influencer. Okay, interesting. By Ian Carroll declaring about Kirk, quote, he was their friend. He basically declared his life to them, being Israel, and they murdered him in front of his family. Israel just shot themselves.
Oh my God.
So there you go. 2 days after Charlie Kirk was dead, Ian Carroll declared that Israel killed him based on absolutely fucking nothing.
This is ghoulish.
But obviously, this is important information to include in the article. Obviously, right?
Well, it gives me a whole different spin on whether or not the article is credible or not, or can be characterized as credible.
Right. Many advancing the unsubstantiated theory have pointed to a Twitter X post by Harrison Smith, a personality. That was the guy.
Yeah, the InfoWars guy. Yeah.
A personality at the pro-Trump InfoWars network, stating on August 13th, almost a month before Kirk's assassination, that he was told by, quote, someone close to Charlie Kirk that Kirk thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against Israel.
Look, in that, he could have said that, but not in the literal sense, right? People, that's a common saying. People say, oh, they'll kill me if I don't show up for their wedding, right?
Right.
Do you actually think they're going to kill you? Or are you just saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Or you just made it up. But yes, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. The frenzied speculation has set off shockwaves in Tel Aviv, where Netanyahu was compelled to explicitly deny that his government killed Charlie Kirk during a September 11th interview with Newsmax.
Did Newsmax ask, did you kill Charlie Kirk?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Fuck, that's like baller.
I saw clips from it, but I didn't. I saw his reaction. I didn't see the question. So yeah, to say that this article that is all sourced from anonymous sources and random Twitter fucks is credible, or that you would give any weight to it whatsoever, is completely fucking insane.
I know. I'm so glad you looked at the article. I have to run to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Okay, you run the bathroom.
Finish the last topic.
All right.
All right.
Wow. Okay, guys. So, again, to clarify, I don't think Israel did it. And you want to know what's crazy is the person who is labeled the #1 anti-Semite out there, who has been anti-Semitic for the last 10 years, Nicholas Fuentes, has come out and said there is no evidence that suggests that Israel did it. And that's actually...
No! Oh my God. Well, there you go. Listen, even Nick Fuentes is saying Israel didn't do it. I mean, he's sort of implying it, maybe, but he said they didn't do it. So, it's all good. It's everything good. It's like when Hasan says that he doesn't like political violence, but then sings the Bella Ciao song for no reason at the beginning of his stream. What are we supposed to make of this, obviously, right? He said he's against violence.
But I was literally just about to show.
No one on the show is saying that.
We can play that, please, really quick.
Guys, thank you.
They say that
Jesus
Charlie
Christ,
Kirk
man.
was off.
Oh my God. Now we're now he's playing the literal clip of it. Oh my God.
An infusion of $150
Guys, I've never met a group of people more sensitive
dollars.
than those who defend Israel at any and all costs. I'm sorry, it is not some angelic country. It's a foreign country, and we have the right to be as critical of a foreign country.
Did Anna not? She was talking over the clip. I don't know if she knew that the clip was playing, or she just knew it looked really bad to be playing a fucking Nicholas Fuentes clip on the show. But okay, interesting.
Country as we want. We have the right to be as critical of our own country as we want.
And
we are fucking Americans.
And
okay?
you know what? We get in less trouble for being critical of America
100%.
than if we were to be critical of Israel.
And I'm sorry, it is ghoulish. It is ghoulish to take advantage of a political assassination in a foreign country, as Netanyahu did, to spread your disgusting political message that wasn't even right, that wasn't even accurate.
Yeah, didn't he imply that it was to do with Islam?
He said that it was Islamists that killed
Which
Charlie
at that
Kirk.
point there was no information that had come out. There wasn't anything that
He
would have
blamed it on the
pointed them.
Muslims, and this, by the way,
Has nothing
had
to do with
nothing
Muslims.
to do with Muslims.
That's my point. That's not a conspiracy theory.
I'm gonna have to go watch Netanyahu's reaction again, because I would agree if he just randomly comes out and makes this statement about Charlie Kirk and starts blaming Muslims for no reason. You're like, what? That's fucking crazy, right? If he just comes out. But if he's responding, if there's this conspiracy theory forming where people are blaming Israel, and that's what he's responding to, it wouldn't make it right for him to make this accusation about like Islamic groups or whatever, but it would create the context of why he's even talking about it in the first place. If he's just responding to like Ian Carroll and Candace Owens and all these other fucking retards.
They ask him, did you do it? Are you responsible for this?
So
He's
I don't,
like,
yeah, I don't know
it's the Muslims. They did it.
Yeah, right. And it's funny because, I mean, you got up, but you've seen this clip, because I forgot about this. She literally starts to play the clip of fucking Nick Fuentes.
I told you.
On the stream.
Why do you not look? Just believe. Listen and believe. Listen to Adam and believe.
It's so ridiculous.
This is actually what he did. It's well documented.
He said he had a letter from Charlie, which also turned out to be he misdescribed it, and so Netanyahu is just not a. I'm just like shocked. Yeah, no one here was saying that Israel.
I do not think Israel killed him.
We have to be able to intellectually explore ideas and concepts, and if we can't, that's when things start to get a little bit weird.
If you have an emotional breakdown, every time someone criticizes a foreign country, I really think you should do some self-examination.
Yeah, look.
Oh my God.
Holy shit.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh, no.
Jillian's right off on the side listening to this. I really think you need to seek some therapy.
Oh my God. That is really bad faith. Oh my God.
It's brilliant though.
Yeah.
I love it.
Look, I don't want to trash Jillian, you know.
Look, so perceptive. Anna the Peacemaker coming in here. That's pretty trashy.
She had an emotional reaction to that. It's her right. It is what it is. But I do think that it's totally legitimate to talk about something tragic happening in our country and that being exploited and weaponized by a foreign leader.
Yeah,
that's not a conspiracy theory. That actually happened.
And whether Israel, there's been a lot of theories about Israel throughout the years, and whether or not they were the ones to actually contrive certain things, that's up for debate. But what we know is Israel is really good at never wasting a crisis.
That's right.
It's like they have a room full of people on standby.
Did you hear what she just said? She's like, listen. People have saying Israel's behind stuff for years, and that's up for debate.
I know. I love it.
Jesus Christ. No, I didn't watch it. I saw that Anna talked about this on the Young Turks. And then I saw that Jillian Michaels was criticizing Anna for talking about the Young Turks. So I don't know, did you watch the segment on the Young Turks? Because
yeah, we can watch it. It's good. Yeah.
Because I agree with you here. I'm glad that Anna said that she wasn't going to attack Jillian Michaels, which was nice, right? So this is a nice.
She attacks Jillian Michaels in the clip, though.
Okay, so
when she responds,
something changes at some point.
Well, I mean, this is probably days later, right? When they,
right?
I'm sure they had a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that was most interesting is Anna mentions that Jillian Michaels, or I guess it's not really said explicitly, she kind of implies that Jillian Michaels is telling Anna to shush up about the Israel stuff because it's bad for her career.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that kind of funny? Like, look, there's one way to be sure that Anna Kasparian is going to be loud and proud about any issue. And that's to tell her to shush up about it. as soon as you're like, maybe you should be quiet.
Right. Oh, so you think that's what got the juices flowing?
Yeah. Look, Anna wants to do the right thing. She's like, I'm not going to be.
Well, she doesn't want to be told what to.
I'm not going to be cowed
into. Yeah.
Into saying or doing anything. Say and do what I think is correct. What I think is right. So I'm not sure a two-state solution is even in the cards now. Even possible. So, but yeah, you want to watch the Anna clip or watch the rest of this? And
you should watch the rest of this. Watch the rest of this, yeah.
Yeah, it's not much left. So I missed, she played Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, we can go back.
What was in the Nick Fuentes clip? Refresh my memory.
52. Wow.
Well, everyone else already heard it. Just tell me what was in it.
She was she was trying to say like, well, even Nick said that he didn't think Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And so it's like, why are you even bringing that clip up? What is the purpose of even bringing up Nick in this context?
To add credibility to,
I guess, to
Nick. Nick
right.
saying that they made the offer.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was his thing.
A U.S. passport, you're by definition American.
Wait, I had it the right place. Okay.
How can we spin this in such a way? And nobody can deny that. Well, everybody was looking the other way during this incident, consumed with this news cycles. There were various different legislations that were attempting to be
the Epstein files, they voted not to release that. Also, Lauren Boebert introduced a bill saying that whoever criticizes Israel, their passport should be
revoked. So you could not even travel internationally.
So
and that was for
this
citizens,
happened.
right? Was that for citizens or for visa holders?
If you have a passport.
Yeah, anyone anyone who has a passport. That includes American citizens.
Right.
Yeah.
That is fundamentally wrong.
I brought this up to someone recently, and they said, "Oh no, that's just for visa holders."
No, if you have
that didn't pass though. For heaven's sake, she just presented the bill to Congress to be a huge virtue signal to Israel, right?
I hope not, because
can you imagine?
Crazy.
That's not constitutional. There's no way that's constitutional.
A U.S. passport, you're by definition American citizen.
Right, exactly. And look, they pulled back on that, luckily, because there was so much backlash.
The fact that they even thought it was okay to introduce it. Exactly. That is so anathema to everything we
I love the wide shot with the missing chair. Or the missing host.
Hold dear as a country.
I think there's something wrong right now in American culture where there's literally just one country and one government that is just above any and all criticism or backlash.
Said that. You know?
That is right.
That's
Charlie did say that. And he fostered the type of environment where debates were allowed. And the fact that you can't have a conversation about this is crazy.
I want to mention that at the Hampton Summit, he asked the people there, he invited a group of influencers, to talk about, it wasn't even just about Israel, it was all sorts of things, like the threat of Marxism and Zoran Mamdani. It was not just about Israel, let me be clear. But he asked a group assembled there, he's like, what do you think would happen if I demanded Bibi Netanyahu's resignation? And some of the reactions were like, you would be called anti-Semitic. And he said, that's problematic because me criticizing a leader is not anti-Semitic. In fact, it's like my love for Israel. This guy is deeply committed to Israel as a Christian.
He believes in the biblical prophecy of the Old Testament. He's more of a Semitic,
it doesn't mean that you applaud every decision made by this government, this secular government.
Yeah. So let me ask something. So obviously Charlie Kirk was deeply religious and very conservative. Let's say we lived in an alternate universe where the Israeli government is a leftist government, where they believe in Marxism. Is Charlie Kirk not allowed to criticize that?
Right.
I mean, really think about it for a second, because to me, a foreign government is not representative of an entire people.
Right.
Right? I don't look at Israel and think Israel is Jews. No, I don't think that at all. Not for a second. The current Israeli government is not representative of all Jews. They're just not.
Right.
And so the way a government operates should be criticized if I see it fit, if you see it fit. I mean, it's up for debate. It's up for discussion. But the fact that it's like, oh, no, you can't touch it. That's wrong. We're going to call you anti-Semitic. We're going to smear you. We're going to destroy your family, which, by the way, I've had my own taste of that. That's why I am inclined to believe that Charlie Kirk was under the kind of pressure that he was under. That doesn't mean Israel assassinated him.
Correct.
But it does mean that totally separate story, that he was under a lot of pressure because young conservatives are not in line with older conservatives as it pertains to support for Israel.
Absolutely.
At the same time, the Zionist donors for Turning Point USA didn't like the fact that young conservatives were moving away from Israel. That is an interesting story involving tension, involving the influence of money into these organizations.
I mean, of course, that's a interesting story, but in the wake of Charlie Kirk being assassinated, the story is kind of overshadowed by that.
Right.
Which it's unfortunate because I do think, I can understand the situation. Obviously, if you have big name donors that are, or big donors to any sort of organization, and you're critical of some issue that they're supportive of, there's going to be friction there. So it is interesting.
Like, I do believe that Anna is able to separate Israel from Jews and all that stuff, and that's great. I'm glad that she's not a bigot, and I definitely think and I definitely believe that she's 100% able to do that. It's just it becomes, and I sympathize with her wanting to talk about the story, as you're saying, but it's a little weird when you're sitting next to someone who seems like a Nick Fuentes fan, who's bringing up Nick Fuentes clips. And that's sort of Nick Fuentes' whole jam, is to not separate those two things, is to conflate Judaism and Israel and to say the Jews and Israel is behind everything. And to have those same people cite an article that's, bringing up Ian Carroll, who does the exact same thing. Like, I understand that she wants to separate all that, but in this context, especially with people who are not doing that, I think you have to be Like, I don't know how I understand. Like, I just think it's difficult to have that conversation in this context with these people who are not, who are not on the same page.
I don't know how much she knows about the co-host. I mean, I didn't know anything about the co-host until we started digging in on now as we're watching. So.
Right.
That's all we're talking about.
And when you misleadingly conflate two completely different issues, though, that's a red herring. That's a way to avoid actual discussions and accountability. You have to be able to have this discussion. Like when we...
Lindy was a Democratic bundler for Kamala Harris. So it's hard for me to imagine that she's a bigot.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Lindy.
Trash Ukraine, and I've trashed Zelensky. No one is saying I'm anti-Ukrainian. No one is accusing me of being a bigot. I can't remember the last time someone smeared me as a racist for criticizing Zelensky and saying that there's no lack of accountability for the billions that we've been spending there. We should be able to have...
This is a good counterexample, because if you're critical of the Ukraine-Russia war, people don't say, oh, you hate Ukrainian people. There's
there
no
isn't really
ethnic component to it.
There is no ethnic component to it whatsoever. There's an ideological component to it, though, obviously.
Yeah.
That can be different.
But that's what people are worried about, the ethnic component.
I have seen people in the Fuentes camp, I don't know if he said it, but I've seen people in that camp that do try to frame Ukraine-Russia as like a weird Jewish thing, too.
Yeah, I guess Putin was framing them as having to go in and save the Russian people from the Nazis, the Azov battalion.
Well, no, I mean, in terms of their frame, like Zelensky's Jewish, and they like even frame like the Ukrainian government as some sort of Jewish occupied government and stuff.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
well, that's just nonsense.
So
have these conversations because it's taxpayer funded operations. We are sending so many weapons there. We are taking a beating on the international stage for this country.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about it.
No, it is our right. Hey, I'm not asking permission. It is our right as Americans to talk about anything we see fit. I'm not going to let a foreign country or American supporters of a foreign country to censor me or censor anyone.
And you know what? When they do that, what does it do? It amplifies the conspiracies.
It does,
because
100%.
people are like, oh, we're not allowed to flesh out these ideas in the free marketplace. We're not allowed to let the free marketplace determine that this is a ridiculous idea, such as many people.
What if she's just like a huge Kanye fan? And she's doing all this to get close to Kanye. She just wants to meet Kanye West. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
But I mean, this feels like super massive ultra gaslighting too.
People did.
Right.
There's a lot of people who are anti-Semitic out there who wanted to blame Israel. And then even people like Nick Fuentes, where they're saying, no, show me a single shred of evidence. Leave it to the free market. We're actually kind of smart out there.
This has got to be triggering the fuck out of Sitch.
It doesn't trigger me. I just think it's like, it's very obvious what I'm witnessing, right?
Did she say there are people out there that are obviously anti-Semitic? And then there's other people like Nick Fuentes. What is that?
Yeah, wait.
Israel, and we're not allowed to let the free marketplace determine that this is a ridiculous idea, such as many people did.
Right.
There's a lot of people who are anti-Semitic out there who wanted to blame Israel. And then even people like Nick Fuentes, where they're saying, no, show me a single shred of evidence.
She said even people, so I don't know. Maybe is that what does that mean in this context?
He's
even people like Nick Fuentes.
He's like, yeah, Nick Fuentes is one of those people who isn't anti-Semitic.
Even the Jew haters like Nick Fuentes.
There's anti-Semitic people, and then there's people who love Jewish people like Nick Fuentes.
I know she said and even, so I don't. It's unclear.
Okay.
I'm not 100% gonna throw Amy Dangerfield under the bus here, but I do think this is kind of the problem, is that I think a lot of them are playing very fast and loose with what's going on here, and not really having respect for it whatsoever. So
leave it to the free market. We're actually kind of smart out there. We can figure out which ideas hold value and which ideas don't. We don't need daddy government.
Which ideas?
Ideas. Well, yeah, but that's the problem is that, I mean, I agree with you. Should be able to discuss things, but you're over here. You read that Max Blumenthal article.
Well, you read it to me, you
that
sweetheart.
I just read you parts of that talked about how Donald Trump was terrified Netanyahu's wrath and feared the consequences of defying him. And some anonymous source was claiming that, Charlie Kirk dies was going to kill him and all this other shit. And you read that and you're like, that seems credible to me. Okay, well, I don't know how you could fucking think that seems credible to you. It seems insane to me, but okay.
It's funny.
Or any other influences, for that matter, telling us what we can and cannot speak about.
Amen. That was so well said.
Amen. Amen.
Is she coming back? Is the show still going on, or is the show over now?
I don't know if we know.
You've hooked me.
I don't know if we know. I mean, there's going to be a lot of views on the next episode. See if she's back or not. So we'll find out.
They're just milking it. Sitch and I milk it like this every once in a while when we have a blow up. We're like,
That's true.
Yeah.
So
let everyone make videos about how the show's over for a week.
There you go. So I did look at, I was curious. I looked at some Max Blumenthal X post just to kind of get a sense of him. Again, because I think it's weird. A lot of people on the right keep propping him up. So here's a post recently. This is on September 10th, 2025. Christopher Rufo says, this is in response to the Charlie Kirk assassination. The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edgar Hoover shut it all down within a few years. It is time within the confines of the law to infiltrate, disrupt, arrest, and incarcerate all those who are responsible for this chaos. So that's Christopher Rufo saying that. So Max Blumenthal's response to this is, this demand for COINTELPRO 2.0 sure was quick. So he's complaining about that action completely. He also complained about Kash Patel's recent comment about the FBI saying, don't worry, those people are going to be going after Antifa soon, which he's not a fan of. I did the October 7th test on him. And this is what Max Blumenthal said on October 7th.
Well, this got to be bad.
He said, after ethnically cleansing 400 plus Palestinian towns in 1948, Israel shelled the residents of Asqualon, today Ashkelon, and drove them to exile in Gaza. It then placed Jews from Iraq, Yemen, and later Russia in their homes. Their great-grandsons have come back with a vengeance.
That doesn't sound good.
He then followed that up with, to call the October 7th operations an unprovoked attack is to deny the Nakba, to erase thousands of heinous atrocities and indignities, to ignore the entire cavalry of apartheid endured by the Palestinians for generations. Go watch the video of Huda Galia crying over her murdered family. So again, this is on October 7th.
Right. He's basically saying
he's
they had
justifying.
He's
100% justifying. Then on October 8th, he's responding to Colin Rugg. Colin Rugg posted a video that showed the video that was very terrifying, that I'm sure a lot of you saw, of the people running in terror at the music festival. When
I'm going to tell.
Well, hold on. We're going to watch something before we watch this.
Oh, okay.
There was that video of the music festival on October 7th, the people running in terror when the Hamas people were attacking them.
Yeah, horrifying.
Yeah. So his response to that was, the face when the Molly is hitting and you're dancing on colonized land next to a military base that exists for the sole purpose of keeping that ethnically cleansed natives pacified in their nearby ghetto camp.
I hate this fucker.
Yep. He also
oh man.
Yeah. So that was October 7th.
So fucking cruel. And this is this is before anything has happened in Gaza.
Yes.
Nothing has happened in Gaza.
Well, no response to October 7th. Yeah. Right.
That's just fucking insane. Insane.
Yeah. I did not see a single post on the dates that I checked within the 5 days up to October 7th. I didn't see anything talking about how horrible it was or anything like that. So this is your trustworthy source. He also was saying in 2020 he was defending BLM. He said, on June 1st, I watched the police fire tear gas, stun grenades, and rubber bullets at BLM protesters as they marched peacefully through downtown. Last night, the police stood by passively as pro-cop fascists vandalized businesses and assaulted DC residents. Welcome to Muriel Bowser's DC. So he's saying Muriel Bowser.
This guy is so far left.
Yeah. Here's another one. As DC's neoliberal Mayor Bowser calls for draconian measures against BLM protests, Trump's DOJ accuses her and her Metro PD of seeking to prosecute protesters without, quote, the bare minimum of articulable facts, linking the charged persons with alleged individual criminal conduct. So again, he thinks
he just
Mayor
keeps
Bowser,
it coming.
Yeah, too far right, according to him. Another Mayor Bowser quote: DC Mayor Bowser says she will ignore Black Lives Matter activists and go ahead with the $45 million budget increase to the police. As I and many others have been saying, she's part of the problem, and her renaming streets after BLM is a cynical PR stunt. So, against increasing the police budget. Here's what this is interesting. He says on January 6th. I asked, so apparently he was there, I think, or he saw Ashley Babbitt get shot, or he had video of it or something. And he said, I asked several protesters infuriated by the lethal shooting of a young woman, see my brief live stream, if they could understand why BLM protests against police brutality. At no point did I receive a remotely coherent response. He also posted, so he's the chief editor of the Gray Zone, and he posted an article that was attacking the Hong Kong protesters that someone else wrote. And the attack on the Hong Kong, you remember when there were people protesting Hong Kong being absorbed by China?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, so he was attacking them. And the article that was written in the Gray Zone said, Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement allies with far-right U.S. politicians that seek to crush Black Lives Matter.
He's like a giant stereotype of a leftist.
Yes. I'm so glad people on the right are propping this fucking retard up. This is interesting. This is way back. Remember whole Colin Kaepernick taking a knee here? Remember that story?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, a while ago. So Jake Tapper, interestingly, said on Twitter, whatever you may think about Colin Kaepernick's decision, here's how it impacted one Gold Star mom. And he kind of wrote, he has like this long post of some Gold Star mom who talked about how her son died from an IED explosion and how she was like really disturbed to see Colin Kaepernick refusing to stand for the national anthem. Jake Tapper posted that in 2016, which is kind of impressive. Interesting. Max Blumenthal's response to that is, good to see Tapper Gold Star washing institutional racism he's never had to face.
This guy's great.
And then there's several tweets. There's several tweets of him complaining about Bill Maher, saying that Bill Maher is racist and Islamophobic. And then he also...
I'm starting to think it's a bit. I mean, all this just seems too insane to be real.
He also criticized Roseanne. He said, and this was before Roseanne got canceled for her supposed racist remark about the Planet of the Apes lady. He said, ABC rewarding Roseanne's longtime record of industrial level racism and anti-Palestinian incitement with a sitcom reboot is just another instance of corporate media fueling right-wing Trump culture.
Wow.
So I'm glad that we're taking his anonymous sources to be credible.
Yeah.
And then finally, here's another interesting tweet. So here is a post of Kamala Harris talking to Chuck Todd in 2019. And Max Blumenthal says, Kamala Harris seems so much more passionate about displacing blame onto Russia for structural U.S. racism than about fighting the disenfranchisement of Black and brown citizens, including the many she gleefully sent to prison.
Wow. Going after Kamala.
So yeah, I wanted to find the Netanyahu Newsmax clip. There's two. So maybe we'll see if this is the right one or not. It's only 5 minutes because I'm curious to see what the context of the conversation was. Like, was he asked this question Was he asked to come on and then like for some other reason, or because they made it sound like he specifically went on to say that Islamic groups did
to blame
terrorism.
somebody.
Yeah, like it's like they made it sound like this was some sort of intentional thing, like the day after he came on to do this. So,
Mr. Prime Minister, it's very nice to talk to you again, sir, but I didn't dream that I'd be talking to you so soon since the last time we spoke.
Well, the circumstances are tragic. And as you can imagine, Greta, I want to say a farewell to a great human being, a great friend of Israel, a great champion of Judeo-Christian civilization, and a champion of free speech, free debate, freedom. Charlie Kirk his loss is terrible. And we grieve for him, for his wife, Erica, for his two beautiful children, and for the many, many, many people who will not hear his voice. His legacy, yes, but his unique voice, that's gone.
He seems a little like a little down. Does that seem genuine to you?
Well, he's a war criminal, so I don't know.
Okay. Netanyahu is a war criminal. Good rebuttal.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't just read about him. You actually knew him. He wrote you a very personal letter in May, and I think you just spoke to him recently. Am I right?
Yeah, yes, he did. You know, he wrote me this letter, and I think May 2nd, and he says, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. That's in a nutshell, Charlie. And then I called him a few weeks ago and I said, so Charlie, why don't you come and visit us? And he said, well, I'm going to, and we were going to fix a date. And that's not going to take place.
Charlie really regretted seeing Israel losing some support around the world. I think that was one of the reasons, you know, that I think that he wanted to speak to you or wanted to write to you, because, you know, he knows, you know, how much Israel is suffering in the world and how some institutions like the UN make it very difficult for Israel on top of everything else.
Well, he talked about that in the letter. He said, it pains me to see support for Israel slip away. That's what he said.
I don't know. I just, you know, I mean, you see this more often in Israel than we do here in the United States. I mean, you just had a terrorist attack at a bus stop on September 8th. I mean, Israel has seen so much bloodshed from terrorist attacks. So, you know, I guess that you're in a particularly unique position to try to help us grieve, help us get through this.
Well, yeah, we have, you know, we're fighting terror on 7 fronts, more or less all of them organized and orchestrated by Iran, and we've dealt Iran and its proxies severe blows, including removing, with President Trump's help, the existential threat to Israel of atomic bombs from Iran and thousands and thousands of ballistic missiles. But we continue the battle against terrorism, and as you say, just a few days ago we had 6 innocent civilians mowed down by Hamas-inspired terrorists in Jerusalem. So, yes, we fight it on all fronts. But I think there's something else going on here. Look, the radical left, the ultra-left, has joined forces with radical Islam. And they are constantly attacking our civilization. That's what Charlie understood. There's an attack on Western civilization. There's an attack on our common Judeo-Christian heritage. And when these people attack us, they try to silence us. They tried to kill President twice, to assassinate President Trump twice. They tried to assassinate me. They fired mortars of flare mortars at my home, nearly burnt it, nearly killed, burnt alive a security guard. We found out that they actually had plans, concrete plans, to murder me. They call for the for the murder of not only me, but my wife, my kids. So there's this incitement of terrible propaganda that we see here and we see in the United States against the leaders of two democracies. And, you know, what do they say? They say, Trump is Hitler. Right, Trump is Hitler. Give me a break. I'm Hitler. And if you have a Hitler leading your country, well, you know, you can kill Hitler. And if you can't kill Hitler, kill those who support Hitler, which is, and we're, of course, dictators. We don't get elected time and time again with, you know, democracy, democratic vote. So we're despots. We're Hitlerian, so they say, and they have to kill us. And so they try to kill us. They foment so much of this propaganda.
Where was the part about Charlie?
The FBI.
Well, he was talking about, and so what I guess the way that you would frame that, because I don't, at least in that clip, there's a second clip, and we'll look at it. Maybe it comes up in the second clip, but he was not blaming in that clip. He was not blaming Islamists for killing Charlie Kirk. He was saying that Islamists and the far left are working together. So it sounded like the implication would be that he thinks that it was a far left person who killed Charlie Kirk. And then he's trying to build sort of this connection between the two of them.
Right.
Which the far left isn't working together with Islamists. They are running interference for them, essentially, or downplaying the danger of radical Islam.
Yeah.
I don't think, that's really what's going on here.
Nationalizing their project.
Right. And it's because of their own, you know, they hate America, they hate white people, they hate Christianity. So they're going to, you know, anything that's against all those things, they're going to look at as like a good thing. And I don't like that he said like they tried to kill Trump twice, because it's like, who is the they in that situation, right? He's really playing into that stuff. But their characterization, at least so far, their characterization of Netanyahu's speech, I don't think is accurate really at all in terms of how they framed it.
Not in that clip. Maybe this clip is more incendiary. I don't know.
And it also, I don't know, it's unclear to me whether he came on specifically to talk about this, or he was just going to be on and like then this happened. So
yeah, sounded like he was scheduled to come on and he just had to weigh in because it just happened.
Right.
Of this propaganda, you know, in the campuses, in the universities, in the press, in the social media, that people then take them seriously. And then they do this horrific thing that they did to Charlie. It's just horrific to see it. And this is the battle we're fighting. They're trying to basically...
That would be definitely saying, pointing the finger at the left for killing Charlie Kirk, not some sort of Islamic terror cell or something.
Snuff out democracy, snuff out free speech, kill those who speak, like Charlie. I mean, who spoke, he said, come, debate me. He didn't say, bring a rifle. He said, bring your arguments. I'll defeat your arguments with fact and logic. That's what Charlie stood for. And these people are the exact opposite. They speak of human rights, but they trample all human rights to the dust. And the first right that we have is the right to live. They want to kill us. They try. And I think that could have a very, very negative effect unless Americans, like Israelis...
Okay, why is the guy arguing with Charlie Kirk dressed like a Fed from the Matrix or something? Like, what's happening here? Why is he dressed like that? It's so weird.
Doing a Michael Jackson impersonation.
You think that's a Michael Jackson outfit?
I mean, he's got the same hairdo and glasses.
I see. I think of Michael Jackson, he's wearing like the white suit from Smooth Criminal.
Stand up to this and say, no way, no way. We're not going to surrender to this barbarism and to this murderous, attempt to wipe out our civilization and our freedom.
If that guy was arguing with Charlie Kirk when he got shot, I'd be more inclined to think that there was a government conspiracy going on here.
He looks like a Fed.
I was like, what the fuck? That would have been crazy.
He
You know, that's you're talking about the people who are actively doing that, but there's another category, and that's who look the other way. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why Qatar gave a home to Hania, who was dirt poor until he started stealing money from the UN. And then when he was eliminated in Iran, we suddenly discover he had $3 or $4 billion, or the Western world does. And now when Israel goes after these people, these Hamas leaders in Doha, is that, you know, the outrage is at Israel. But until the leaders of Hamas are eliminated, you know, there's no Israeli, there's no Jew who's going to feel safe.
Well, you're absolutely right. You know, Greta, you had September 11th. That was a pivotal moment for you. And after September 11th, America said this: we will hunt the terrorists who perpetrated this, organized it, planned it. We will hunt them wherever they are. And then 2 weeks later, they passed a resolution. I got it here. It's UN Security Council Resolution 1373. And here's what it says: deny safe haven to those who finance, plan, support, or commit terrorist acts, or provide safe havens. Deny safe havens. Well, we had, as you know, we had our own September 11th. It's called October 7th.
Why did he have that, like, there? Why did he have that piece of paper there that had all that information?
Because he keeps it on his desk. He's got it at the ready, so he can pull it out at any time.
I have at the ready.
You promised. You would not keep safe harbor for any of these people.
Like, I understand.
We need to round them up.
I understand if he's like got the Charlie Kirk letter because they're like, okay, Charlie Kirk died. You know, you're gonna talk about that, right? But he's like, I have the September 11th terrorists thing on my desk to read out. I don't know. That's interesting.
Maybe we should move on. I don't think he's gonna say anything.
Well, okay. Well, Sean told me in a DM that she asked the question around the 7-minute mark, so we can jump ahead if you want.
Okay, let's jump ahead. How come Sean sent you a DM?
Oh, you jealous? Are you jealous? You jealous? You want a group chat? You want to join the group chat, Adam?
No. God, don't put me in a group chat, whatever you do.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a group chat with you. And I'm going to spam the notifications, okay?
I sent Sean the link. He could just come in. But no, he's like, I'll just DM with Sitch. It'll be fine.
There you go. Look at that.
I don't want to come in. I got too much going on. He's probably editing a video or something.
Mm-hmm.
In most of the Arab countries, and most of the Arab countries hope that we get rid of them for their sake. So this hypocrisy, this hypocritical game is absurd. Israel did the right thing. Israel did what it had to do. And the best way to avoid having Israel operate in your territory is to not let terrorists operate from your territory against Israel.
Well, I'm planning on trying to talk to you when you're here in New York for the UN General Assembly, because there's a lot more on this I want to talk to. I want to talk about about the countries that stop sending weapons and everything else. But before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing is, it's not only...
All right, there you have it. It's insane. Let's move on to the next.
Insane. I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying this. They just found the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this, but they go. They have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you couldn't possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things, that continued actually up to the Holocaust. The Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin. We're spreading disease. And people believed it. And every time they believed that this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Well, since then, we've learned, A, when people spread these lies about us, prepare yourself for the assault. And, you know, they're trying to delegitimize the state of Israel. Charlie Kirk said to me that, he wrote me this detailed letter, you have to fight the slander. These untruths, these vilifications have consequences. And he was right. But I'll tell you one thing, we're fighting on the battlefield against the terrorists and winning. And he was fighting on the battlefield of ideas. And I think he was winning. He was going to win. That's why they shot him. I hope they don't silence him. I don't think people will give in to these ridiculous, ridiculous lies. But more importantly, I think that his legacy of defending free speech, defending freedom, defending the right to defend yourself, and Israel's right to defend itself, I think this is a legacy that will endure. And I trust that those Americans who are listening to us know what is the real American patriotism, what is the real policy. You know, it's not MAGA to support Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah and these other killers. It's not MAGA to basically advance those calls to annihilate the Jewish state. It's not MAGA to align with the policies of the ultra-left on Israel. You know, it's this horseshoe effect when you hear, you know, the ultra-left and the ultra deranged people on the right coming together like a horseshoe. That's not what Charlie believed, and Charlie was right.
Mr. Prime Minister, I always enjoy speaking to you, sir. Thank you.
So, Netanyahu doing a lot of shilling for Israel, which obviously was what you'd expect from the president of any country, to shill for the country pretty hard. But now I'm wondering, because it feels like to me that they specifically had him on to answer that question.
He didn't blame it on Hamas, though.
No.
He didn't pit it to the Hamas or Islamists or any of that.
But if that's I mean, I don't know, and I don't know if they've ever said what the explicit reason for him coming on. But if the reason they invited him on was because there was some massive rumor that, you know, people like Ian Carroll and other big accounts were promoting on X that was saying that Israel, you know, killed Charlie Kirk, and then Newsmax has him on to say that they didn't do that. I don't think it's fair to then criticize Netanyahu for doing the interview. He'd be stupid to turn down the interview, wouldn't he, at that point? Like, how could you turn around and criticize him for doing the interview?
Yeah. He should do the interview, obviously. Yeah. It would look more like he was responsible for it if he ducked out of the interview, right?
Right.
Netanyahu Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and Netanyahu's been missing for weeks.
Right. Yes, and he refused to come on Newsmax to denounce or to deny that that Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk.
He refuses to answer questions.
Right.
He sent his lawyer out.
Then I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, that's bad. Okay. So, their characterization of this conversation, I think, is way off. Way off.
Okay.
All right.
I still think he looks funny.
He's funny. He's a funny looking guy.
I'm going to tell the truth, even if it comes at a significant cost to my career, Jillian, as you voiced some concern about.
TYT, what are you doing to me here?
They put the music in the fuck with you.
What's going on?
Oh my God, they knew. They're like, Adam's going to watch this.
Why are you fucking with me?
They're like, Adam's going to watch this.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted, and I told you cover this. I'm going to rip you apart. Where is the proof?
We're not saying that it happened. We're really not saying.
They got that great Lindy look. Oh, I love it. She's like, what the fuck is happening?
Bam.
$150 million. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love you guys.
I know.
Sorry.
Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country committing a genocide. Yeah.
As she's walking away, Anna's like, knife. She's like, oh yeah, the precious Israel. My precious. My precious. the country committing a genocide.
It's just genocide.
Oh my God. You could just see her anger level.
It's mine.
Her anger level climbing as she's running away. Oh, I don't want to trash Jillian. I mean, she's dead already, so I don't have to trash her anymore.
Right.
Well, as you just saw from that video, Jillian Michaels, who co-hosts Her Take along with me, Amy Dangerfield, and Lindy Lee, quit with her and essentially did so while we were live. Now, keep in mind, Jillian Michaels was the lead host of that show, so she abandoned it while we were airing live. And I want to explain exactly what happened from my point of view, while doubling down on what I believe about some of the rumors and some of the theories floating around about Charlie Kirk's assassination and these allegations that Israel, played a role in his assassination. Now, I want to be very clear right off the bat. I do not believe that there is any evidence drawing a direct connection between Charlie Kirk's assassination and Israel. As everyone knows, I am not someone who holds back when it comes to criticizing Israel, but I think the truth matters. And if there's no evidence, I just think it's super irresponsible to, preemptively place blame on Israel for Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's crazy. Now, that is an entirely different story from what I have talked about on this show. And that has to do with what Charlie Kirk was personally experiencing in regard to Zionist pressure in the last few months of his life. Now, when I'm referring to that Zionist pressure, I'm specifically talking about the fact that apparently behind the scenes, and Charlie Kirk himself confirmed this in a conversation with Megyn Kelly, he felt that he was being smeared as an anti-Semite, which he clearly wasn't, because of the fact that he included Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson at the America Fest, conference. And during that conference, Dave Smith, debated somebody on Israel. And I thought it was a great debate. I enjoyed it. And then Tucker Carlson, of course, gave that speech in which he, floated the idea that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad asset. Okay. So I think that if you're going to be part of a group of people, and as Charlie Kirk very much was, that purports to want to be inclusive of all points of view, debate all points of view, not try to censor people because of wrongthink, then yeah, you should be inclusive of voices like Tucker Carlson's. I mean, he's one of the top conservatives in this country in terms of media. And Dave Smith, who is not as big as Tucker Carlson, but he's been really making a name for himself by debating this very issue. And so I love the fact that he included those voices, but apparently some of the donors behind Turning Point USA did not feel the same. Okay.
I hate Dave Smith. Which, how do you feel about Dave Smith?
Well,
look, I don't hate Dave Smith, but I do think Dave Smith is a American bad libertarian dude, and I just disagree with that perspective. Yeah,
Dave Smith is so brain rotted by the America bad stuff. I didn't say it. I should have said it, but way back in our conversation. The guy is kind of funny. It's kind of like with the people on the right propping up Max Blumenthal. The guy that Dave Smith cited in his video, where he was promoting the whole Ukrainian coup conspiracy shit that we were arguing about, the guy that he was using as a source, that guy was another far left socialist who argued that libertarians were just fascists in disguise.
Oh, well, that's true.
So I'm like, okay, so Dave Smith, the libertarian, is trusting some retarded source from a guy who thinks he's a fascist because he's libertarian. All right, that's interesting.
Must be desperate for a source.
Right. So you couldn't find a better source of information on this. So now, regarding what Anna said about this, I think, obviously Turning Point USA, they're a political organization that has the goal of trying to get people to vote for Republicans and stuff. So they can do whatever they want, but it would make sense to me that if you have some sort of Republican Party function and if you do want to have a wide variety of views that are part of, acceptable Republican views, yeah, there are a lot of people, especially the younger part of things in the Republican Party, that don't really want to support Israel anymore. And, you could talk about that. I think that's fine. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. But I don't think Dave Smith is a good voice for that because I think he is stupid. And then I think Tucker Carlson's even a worse voice for that because Tucker Carlson, I think, is one of the most dishonest people on the planet. Massively dishonest. I don't trust anything that he ever says. And so just because Tucker Carlson is at the moment saying something that you agree with, that to me is kind of like the frog and the scorpion. Like you're just trusting the guy who's worm tonguing you to say, saying whatever he thinks you want to hear at the moment.
Do we disagree with all these people just because they have a different position than us on Israel, Gaza, and Ukraine, Russia?
Well,
I don't know Anna's position on Ukraine, Russia.
I don't either. Yeah, another thing about it. So, I think we first started interacting with Dave was over Ukraine stuff.
Yeah,
in
we
the first
did.
Place.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in the conversation with him, the fact that he wouldn't accept that he was wrong about the phone call thing. That's why.
Well, he did ultimately accept it because he stopped using that as an argument. So
Dave Smith only accepted that the phone call thing was wrong when Scott Horton told him so, right? Or am I thinking if someone else said that?
I'm not sure, but
in our conversation,
he stopped after your conversation with him. He stopped.
In our conversation, he was twisting himself into knots to deny the very obvious fact that he was wrong about the phone call. So I don't like him because of that.
Right.
It has nothing. It's not because we have a difference of opinion on something. It's because it was very clear that he was wrong about something and refused to ever acknowledge it. But with Tucker, I mean, I've been saying Tucker lies about everything way before I think the Ukraine-Russia war situation broke out, or Israel, or anything like that. It has nothing to do with my distaste for Tucker. Even when Tucker was on Fox News, every time he would report on a story, I would like watch it and I'd look into it, and he was just blatantly making shit up or conflating things. And this is an example I was bringing up to me that was so like insane was he made this whole argument about how Nixon was wrongfully impeached, and the only reason Nixon was impeached was because he was looking into whether the CIA had assassinated JFK. And so the deep state had to get Nixon, the beloved, wonderful president, out of office. Okay.
That's crazy.
Which is a crazy like revision of fucking history. I mean, you only get away with that because, I guess that happened so long ago. People don't, even remember what's going on here. They're like, well, okay, no, Nixon had a bunch of people that were doing illegal shit, like breaking into psychiatrist's office to get records that they could use to smear political opponents, and breaking into the DNC, hotel headquarters to plant bugs so they could try to listen to stuff, and then they get caught. And then once they get caught, Nixon tries to cover it up. And you're like, oh, well, that's a wonderful president. I don't think that guy's a wonderful president. No. What the fuck are you talking about? And even his evidence, the quote evidence he used about how the CIA was going after Nixon for looking into John F. Kennedy's assassination was completely wrong and backwards. He completely misconstrued the conversation. The conversation where Nixon is talking to the head of the CIA about JFK, Nixon is saying the literal exact opposite of what Tucker said. Nixon was saying, I don't think the CIA did anything wrong with JFK, and I want you to know I'm not going to point the finger at the CIA in regards to JFK in any way. He was saying the literal opposite of that. He was 100% covering for the CIA, as Tucker would say. And yet Tucker, because he wants to push this weird narrative about like, oh, the deep state went after Nixon, he completely twists the story around and presents it to his audience.
Yeah.
And then, and then you had the whole situation with, him again. He was lying. He was saying that, Trump was evil. Trump was a demon. Trump was so bad, blah, 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 blah. Now he's Trump's best friend. Then he literally lies about saying he got attacked by a fucking demon. Okay.
That was a lie?
How many times does a guy have to lie to you before people are like, maybe this guy is not trustworthy? Maybe he's not just wrong about something. Maybe he's directly lying about things. So if you like Tucker because he's anti-Israel, like, okay, think you're. I think you shouldn't side with a serial liar just because he's on your side once in a while on some topics.
Is Tucker against trans women and women's sports?
Probably. So.
Okay, I'm on his side then.
There you go. And then it was the same thing with Tucker. He was fucking sucking off Martyr Made. He's the best historian ever. The guy who was, the whole running, interference for fucking Hitler, the Nazis. And England was the chief antagonist of World War II. Chief villain of World War II, not Hitler, not the Nazis. So.
Yeah, I hate that shit, obviously. All those people are going bye-bye.
Well, no, Tucker, to me, because Tucker, to me, very clearly, he understands. He's not stupid. He understands that there's this weird, far right Groyper shit going on here. And so he's playing with it in a way that's he's doing it as much as he possibly can without going full Nick Fuentes, because obviously that would destroy his career. He has to kind of do in this sort of gray area.
He's the mainstream Nick Fuentes.
He is. He 100% is. So, and yeah, I think it would not be helpful for Turning Point USA as a movement, or the Republican Party as a movement, to associate Tucker with that. And I think a lot of people beyond Israel, I would assume a lot of people in the Republican Party are wizened up to what exactly is going on with Tucker.
I mean, I think we could bring up that Nick Fuentes clip and you would see. I can't in a million years imagine Tucker going as far as Nick Fuentes goes.
Well, I think Nick Fuentes believes all that racist shit. I think Tucker's just a grifter. I think he's just doing shit for money and attention.
I think you're right. I think you're totally right.
And then Candace, I don't know.
He's got a big house and a big mortgage.
I used to think Candace was a grifter, but now I think she might just literally have schizophrenia. So I'm not sure. She's
just a narcissist that is in desperate need of attention all the time.
Yeah, but that, to me, that's grifting, right? You're just doing things for attention.
Different kind of grifting, yeah.
There are people, and maybe Candace is one of them, there are people who just have a very conspiratorial mindset, and everything that happens to them, they have to see through that lens of a larger conspiracy. And maybe that's the case with Candace. So.
Okay, fair enough. Now, the segment that we were doing, about the conspiracies, yes, did mention the conspiracy about Israel allegedly, having something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Every single person on that panel said that they do not believe it. But that was getting conflated with something else. And the conflation had to do with the pressure that Charlie Kirk was facing. So as this conversation was happening, people are speaking over each other. It's pretty chaotic. And I thought in real time what was going on was that Jillian was under the impression that we're about to throw Israel under the bus as the assassins. And that she was conflating that with the story that I do believe has credibility, and that's that Charlie Kirk is facing pressure from, Zionist donors. Okay. But then upon reflecting on this Her Take segment, I realized that no, Jillian wanted to not deny that story as well. And I disagree with that wholeheartedly. So she wanted to basically convey that Kirk was still very much supportive of Israel, which is absolutely true. Take a look.
He's saying he's being criticized for giving an audience to people like Dave Smith. He is not saying that he is changing his mind and thinks the Jews are evil.
No, he wasn't changing his mind.
But I want to be real clear here.
No, but
because I think this is dangerous, and I want to be deadly accurate if we're gonna have this conversation. So that's what he was talking about. It's about the fact that Dave Smith, he gave him an audience at Turning Point, and he was being criticized for having people who didn't agree, like Tucker, on the stage. He wasn't saying, I have changed my mind here and I'm being attacked.
So basically, he's getting this pressure from donors, which led to that meeting in the Hamptons with Bill Ackman, because Bill Ackman apparently wasn't happy with it either. But you guys also have to understand that there is a trend now with young conservatives who are not supportive of Israel or not as supportive as previous generations. So at this point, I'm under the assumption that we're all on the same page, because you just heard Jillian Michaels repeat what I believe.
right? That Charlie Kirk was facing backlash. He didn't like the backlash. He was public about the fact he didn't like that backlash as he was speaking to Megyn Kelly on her show. Okay, fair enough. Now, at one point, the claim that pro-Israel donors had offered Kirk and Turning Point a $150 million cash infusion as a way of influencing him came up. And, Jillian thinks that the claim is spurious, and I haven't seen hard evidence. For now, there have been rumors about that, but she is right that there isn't hard evidence of it. And she was very stuck on this point. Okay, so let's take a look at that part of the conversation.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get any.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you cover the. I'm going to rip you apart. Where is the proof?
We're not saying that it happened. We're really
offered
not
Charlie
saying that it
$150 million.
Jillian,
so we're not. So
what we're reporting on is now people in the marketplace, what they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover it to debunk it.
This conversation.
It's
over a week.
It's still pretty prevalent.
Is a week old.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually happened?
I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he was offered
Max
$150
Blumenthal.
million.
Okay,
that was
also corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also
okay, because that's
It's sad because if Jillian Michaels had you as a producer, Sitch, she would have been like, "Oh, here's some quotes." Blumenthal.
Here's some
here's some October 7th quotes.
Right.
Let's see if this is a credible source here.
Just read the article. Fuck, you even need to go back to the October 7th. They're just icing on the cake at this point.
Jillian Michaels probably has other producers working for her, but she's probably not digging into it herself.
I mean, it seemed like she was kind of alone because she was saying that she didn't want to cover this and everyone else wanted to cover it. So
yeah, they wanted to dig in. Dangerfield had all of her Nick Fuentes sources lined up.
Right.
Candace, she has people from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
And yet last year they were on tour together.
Okay. No one has reported that Benjamin Netanyahu personally has offered or had offered Turning Point USA $150 million. There was reporting that pro-Zionist donors offered a cash infusion and that Charlie Kirk rejected that, along with Benjamin Netanyahu's trip. He offered a trip.
Wait a minute. That's incorrect, Anna. This is what I'll read it again. This is what Max Blumenthal's I think it's the first paragraph of his article says. Charlie Kirk rejected an offer early this year from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to arrange a massive new infusion of Zionist money into Turning Points USA. So I guess maybe you could say, well, he's not saying he's personally giving him money, right? But you're saying the article says that Benjamin Netanyahu was arranging some sort of
Zionist bundling the money,
right? So what does that mean? I don't know. Right now, as I said, it doesn't say in the article 150, and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, and I guess Tucker Carlson somehow, I don't know where that 150 number came from, but it definitely ties in Netanyahu to this story right in the first paragraph.
Yeah, his huge portion of it was $50.
There you go.
Yeah,
$350
for Charlie Kirk to visit Israel again. Now we all know what those trips to Israel are all about. It's basically re-education camp. Don't you know better than that? You shouldn't be critical of, he wasn't even really all that critical of Israel, to be honest with you. He didn't want to invade Iran. I obviously agreed with him on that. But for the most part, I saw him constantly defending Israel. It has now gotten to a point where the ongoing slaughter in Gaza is too difficult to defend. So I think he was starting to find himself in a very uncomfortable position where you have the donors pressuring him to continue defending Israel at any and all costs. But you also have young conservatives who see what's going on, and they're moving further and further away from being as supportive toward Israel as conservatives traditionally have been. Okay, so at this point, honestly, I lost patience. And the reason why I lost patience is because of exactly what you heard in that video. We're having a conversation. We are discussing what various people are saying, what various reports are alleging. you have to get through the presentation of the story and what the various people are saying before we can all weigh in on what we think and what our analysis is. But we never even got there. Okay, Amy is trying to present everything. As she's trying to present everything, she keeps getting interrupted. Jillian already has in her mind what all of us think about all of these issues without ever hearing what we think about any of these issues. And when I heard her look at Lindy, who I have gotten into many arguments, heated arguments with, when she looked at Lindy and said, I told you I didn't want to talk about this. And if you did talk about it, I was going to rip you apart. That kind of threat is unacceptable. It just is.
Yeah,
I have
Sitch.
had all sorts of moments on that show.
What? I've never said that to you.
You can't rip me apart.
Okay.
Don't be so mean.
We like, people probably don't even realize this. We like barely talk outside of their show.
Yeah.
True. This is the only time Adam gets to talk to me. I just don't.
Well, I mean, we message a lot, but we don't really talk.
That's true.
Every once in a while, I call him on the phone, but
that's true. That's true.
And then he's super weird about it. It's like he's not a normal person.
I'm right in the middle of something. I'm right in the middle of playing 6,000 hours of Rust, and then Adam calls me up, and I'm like, "Oh my god, bro!" What
I usually ask. I'm like, "So what? I mean, you're playing a video game or something?"
Yeah, I'm trying to get off the phone here. I'm right in the middle. I'm right in the middle of like a goon sesh, and Adam calls me, and I'm just like,
"The thing is, he's trying to."
It really kills my buzz.
He doesn't want to say, "Oh yeah, I've been playing video games for the last 25 hours." So he's like, "No, I'm not doing anything." So obviously he is though, but whatever. Yeah. I don't care. You think I want to talk to you? I got better things to do.
Look at this guy.
I got all kinds of shit going on.
Yeah, you can talk to Sean. Because I call Sean.
I've talked to Sean on the phone.
Okay. Wow, look at that.
At least he's a normal person. At least he knows how to talk on the phone.
Look at this guy. Look at this. You're just old. Okay, you don't understand. The young folks, they don't talk on the phone anymore. We just send each other texts.
I don't know how old Sean is, but he seems your age. So
no, Sean's an old man in his soul. Okay,
and he's like normal.
He's an old man in his soul, in his heart.
It's interesting because, I mean, how is what we're doing any different than just talking on the phone anyway?
It's not. It's exactly. Well, when we're talking on the phone, there's not an audience that we're talking to.
Right.
So I wonder, going back to the video here, I wonder if, now again, I haven't watched a lot of the Her Take videos, so I haven't seen their comments, because I wonder if a lot of Jillian Michaels' reaction was she didn't want to cover the story because she thought that the audience would automatically assume like all the anti-Israel stuff is true. And also she knew it'd be like her versus 3 in the situation. And that's why she just didn't want to cover the story.
I think it's more likely that she's sleeping with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, okay.
She knows about the massive influx of Zionist bills.
Well, no. See, she was the one that offered the money to Charlie Kirk, obviously.
Right.
That must be it.
She was Netanyahu's bundler.
There you go. How dare you? She's married and has 2 children. How dare you make such...
Does she really? Oh,
horrible accusations.
Look, I was just speculating on that. No hate.
Show, because of the fact that I have many disagreements.
What?
According to her Wikipedia page, I just randomly saw this.
Jillian
will only be
Michaels.
funny to Adam. It says her mother enrolled her in martial arts classes as a child to help her deal with stress.
I told you.
Yeah.
Women in their martial arts class.
Yeah.
The whole point of that panel is to have various perspectives represented. We get into debates all the time. There have been moments where I have felt disrespected, not by Jillian, to be fair. And there have been moments where it's been, 3 versus 1, or, in the case of Adam Sosnick joining us, it was, basically 3 versus 1 because Amy wasn't really attacking me as we were debating Israel. But I never threatened anybody, and I never told anyone that I'm going to rip them apart. So at this point, I lose my patience, and I want to clear the air because I'm still at this moment under the impression.
So I I mean, I interpret she said rip her apart. I assume she meant like rip her apart metaphorically
in a debate. Yeah,
right.
What she meant. Yeah.
Is that, let me think, is that appropriate? I mean, I don't know. I'd have to know what the conversation was behind the scenes, the context of it. If she's like the host, if she's seen as having like a higher position of power over the other host, which I don't know how the hierarchy here works, then I would agree that I don't think that would be appropriate. If they're on like the same like level of status in the hierarchy, and there's some sort of heated conversation about a subject, and she doesn't want to cover it, and she says that, I don't think that's that bad of a thing to say.
It's bad form to say, I told you we shouldn't cover this in the production meeting. I mean, that's totally bad form.
Yeah, to say that, no, I agree. But I'm saying
You're
she's
like,
not, she's commenting on.
You guys badgered me into this conversation, and now I'm going to blow up on you. I told you.
But she's not commenting on that. She's commenting on the rip you apart language, which.
Yeah, I don't think she had violent intentions. I didn't read it as violent. Yeah. I just was like, I'm going to rip you apart rhetorically with my words. I'm going to rip apart your arguments. I'm going to bring up these quotes of Max Blumenthal, author of your article on October 7th, and show you how he's a Israel-hating leftist.
Well, obviously, she should have handled the situation better and just been like, well, here, let me.
I think she handled it correctly. Come on.
You think she should have walked off, or are you being sarcastic?
No, this is great. This is amazing YouTube.
Well, it's good content, sure, right? But
I think it's great for the show.
It would have been better for her argument if she's like, here's the stupid article that you said you find credible, and here's a bunch of weird fucking shit that Max Blumenthal supports.
Yeah. That Jillian is conflating two different stories. Okay. The conspiracy about Israel allegedly assassinating Charlie Kirk, which is ridiculous. And then the other story about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was facing. So I attempted to clear the air. Get a load of this. There are two things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely different.
About
no,
that.
we're not. Hold on. Let me finish my thought. Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how, using the moment for his own political purposes, like the
That's
that he is.
Totally
Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie Kirk.
Did I not just
said that?
I literally
so
just
we're just going to make
let me finish my point, Jillian, because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat.
Bibi Netanyahu published a book on Amazon the very day saying, "What if I did it?" That Bibi Netanyahu is such a bad guy.
Wow.
I don't think that Israel killed him because there's no evidence of that. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes and lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk. I cleared the air. Very specific. I repeated twice.
Was he lying about his relationship with Charlie Kirk?
I don't know what the fact claims about that. So I don't even know what she's referring to.
But I mean, he offered him a trip, but he didn't take him up on it. But he also said he'd been to Israel many times, and I'm sure if he went to Israel, he probably met Netanyahu since he was such a close supporter of Trump, right?
Well, he said in the Newsmax interview, he said that they were good friends or something.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's not true. But I don't think it is fair for Anna to attack Netanyahu as like, oh, how dare he go on to these, because I looked up, there were other interviews he did. I haven't seen them. Other interviews where he, was, using Charlie Kirk's death for this purpose, where if he's on these interviews in response to the accusation that Israel is behind it, that's completely appropriate for him to do that. That's not him using the death for some political purpose. That's him responding to defend the reputation of his country from this crazy conspiracy charge.
I have heard Jank bring up the Nick Fuentes having dinner with the president. And I'm curious Jank's response to Anna being on this panel with this vocal Nick Fuentes supporter. I wonder if Jank has weighed in on that. I I'm sure he does. He wouldn't say anything about Anna being on the panel, but maybe he'd stop saying the president had dinner with Nick Fuentes.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it's interesting.
In the video you just saw, that I don't think Israel is behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay, but things still got out of control after that point. And it's just, I don't understand it. Well, actually now, thinking about this in retrospect, I do understand it. So at this point, in my opinion, I just think what Netanyahu did, like before most people even realized that Charlie Kirk was already pronounced dead, like the same minutes that Trump announced that Charlie Kirk had passed, you have Netanyahu doing some of the most detestable garbage commentary about who he believes killed Charlie Kirk. Okay, he goes on Fox News. I want you to take a look at that video. This is what I was referring to.
We didn't see the right clip, Sitch. Holy shit.
Okay, we're watching Newsmax here.
You made me watch both those stupid clips.
I know. So sorry, Adam.
He didn't mention any of that shit.
Oh my God.
I want my time back.
He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And this is a worldwide problem. The people on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or, they try to kill me here too.
So let me understand something. It is so below the belt and so unacceptable to prematurely blame Israel for an assassination when there's no evidence. And I agree with that take. How is it okay for the prime minister? This isn't just some random person online. This isn't some rando conspiracy theorist on X. This is the prime minister of Israel exploiting a tragic moment in American history for his own political purposes to spread hate and propaganda about Muslims. Because God forbid the leader of Israel ever miss an opportunity to exploit a tragedy in the United States for his own purposes, as he did in the aftermath of 9/11, by the way. This is who Netanyahu is. I am never, ever going to be silenced by anyone in calling out how detestable and disgusting that was.
Was it that bad, what he said?
No.
Okay.
I did not interpret it anywhere near as poorly as Anna did, obviously.
He said some progressives and some Islamists.
He said Islamists. Yeah.
Turn to violence. But I mean, that's just true. That's totally true. I don't think he said all progressives and all.
Well, what was the day?
Islamists.
When did the governor of Utah come out and say that they thought that the motive, they had, a reasonable suspicion, or reasonable whatever he said, that
he was a leftist.
That was a leftist shooting. That was the motivation.
It's the day after, I think.
It was the day after?
I don't think they got him the same day.
Right. Well, if it was the day after, because I think Netanyahu was on this on the 11th.
Yeah, that's the day after. September 11th was when.
Okay. Well, so I'm wondering, because I would agree, like, if there's no information about the motivation of the shooter, then yeah, Netanyahu shouldn't be out there saying that. But if it's after, that information's already out there, I think that's completely fair to say. It really depends on, because I understand the frame, the movie that Anna's saying here. She's saying the movie of Charlie Kirk dies. Netanyahu looks at Charlie Kirk dying and gets, rubs his hands together like, yes, I'm going to use the death of Charlie Kirk to go on TV and try to get America and the right on board with Israel. That's how she's perceiving the order of operations. And if that was the case, I would agree that would be really gross and despicable, and using Charlie Kirk's death for that sort of political purpose. But if that's not what happened, if it's Charlie Kirk's assassinated, a bunch of retards are coming out saying Israel's behind it, so then he feels that he's got to go out there and push back against the narrative, I think that completely changes the context of all these interviews.
Yeah, it does.
On conversations. So.
He's fighting a narrative that he believes is untrue.
Right. Or even third, maybe it is possible that actually he did have some sort of close relationship with Charlie Kirk. I don't know. I'm not a big truster of Netanyahu myself, so I wouldn't put a lot of weight in that version of events. But
he seems sincere, but you are right that he is obviously a war criminal.
I do not trust Netanyahu, so not really. But
he's a good actor.
He could be a good actor.
Bring up the clip of Donald Trump saying Netanyahu was full of shit.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing, Adam.
God, I love that clip.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Let's play that clip. Oh, yeah. That clip's amazing.
Now, if Jillian disagrees with me on that, she could have had a conversation about it, but that's not what happened. This is what happened.
Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy. And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great. We were good. We had a great relationship. Little did we know behind the scenes, there was a lot of pressure towards Netanyahu.
Being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love you guys.
I'm
sorry.
Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country committing a genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Zero. I think you guys are great. I fundamentally disagree with you about.
Dangerfield is so stoked. She's like, oh. She's giddy. Lindy's like, what the fuck is happening here?
Like every show doing this. I'm sorry.
Cool. So can we continue the conversation?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
And you wanted to do it anyway.
Let's finish the last topic.
All right.
All right.
Wow. Okay, guys. So again, to
look, they didn't have to upload this, right? I don't think they do this live. Do they do? Maybe they do it live. So
her take thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If they do it live, then obviously it's going to come out anyway.
Clarify, I don't think Israel did it.
They do? Did you go to their channel?
Well, I clicked on the live tab and there's stuff there. So
okay, yeah. Oh, nice. We should do more shit like this. Sitch. How come you never walk off?
Well, with no listen, we'll have to get the little cartoon avatar that moves up first, and then I can walk off.
You could just get some stuff that you could break in your room. It's like glass and.
No, I just need a soundboard. I need a soundboard with like sound effects, like room breaking sound effects. Yeah,
punching walls and slamming doors and stuff. That'd be great.
You should walk off more. You're on camera.
I've walked off a couple of times, but
that's true. You can smash something. You should get like a fake. Oh, you should make like a fake version of the little like atom light that you can break.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah.
Get some sugar glass.
So I should set up a whole set that I could just rip to shreds.
Yes. And then you tear it down and you reveal it's really just a green screen that you've been ripping apart of your actual set.
That'd be great.
That'd be good.
I'm sorry.
I can't tell if this show's over. Come on, I'm trying to pay attention here.
It is not some angelic country. It's a foreign country, and we have the right to be as critical of a foreign country as we want. We have the right to be as critical of our own country as we want.
Hell yeah.
That's my take. And upon reflecting on that moment and the fact that the actual lead host of the show quit the show live on air because she's so offended that we're critical of Israel, that was not only unprofessional, it was disrespectful to everyone that was involved in producing the show, working on the show. I traveled from Los Angeles to Florida to host the show. That was disrespectful beyond words, unprofessional beyond words, period. That was basically taking a big crap on all of us live on air because she allegedly doesn't like that we're too critical of Israel. Let me just say something. I will be as critical of Israel or any country as I want. We have a production meeting prior to every taping, every live show. She's part of those production meetings where we decide what the stories are. I take detailed notes to make sure that we're all on the same page. We all know what we're going to discuss. At no point during that production meeting did she push back on the idea of discussing this particular topic. The day before the show, as she typically likes to do, she tried to change the entire rundown. or at least add some weird Islamophobic story about how like, oh, there's a Muslim person or a Muslim leader in Texas or something who is going to Muslim-owned grocery stores and calling them out for their hypocrisy because they're selling pork items. I don't care.
I love all of this dirt, all of this juicy
Oh my
drama.
God. She's like, listen, Jillian is like, listen, I'll give you guys, I will trade you one, the Jews were behind it, for one, the Muslims are yelling at pork in the grocery stores. Okay. Is that so much to ask? You get one, the Jews were behind it, and I get Muslims yelling at pork in Publix. That's a good story. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's great.
Now I would argue.
I like more of the how she tries to change the whole lineup 15 minutes
classic
before the
boss
show.
maneuver, right? You work so hard, you set everything up, then your boss says, "No, we're changing it all at the last minute." You're
exactly.
Like,
oh yeah, about all those Israel hating stories that you wanted to do. Fuck them all.
You spent 10 hours of research on Israel sucking. Well, no more.
You wasted your time right
Fuck
here.
You. Now we're covering pork in the grocery store.
We have the Islam bacon eating contest.
Now, if I was Anna, I would say, listen, I will gladly take the Muslim guy yelling about pork in the grocery store for Israel was behind Charlie Kirk. Right? That's a good trade. Because one of those is significantly more like bad.
I mean, after digging in on the story, I'm kind of with Jillian on the credibility of the host. Well, no, I mean, I agree. Separating the story. But it did seem like one of the hosts might be more receptive to the idea that Israel really did kill Charlie Kirk. So,
well, I don't know what their audience is like, because maybe she feels like their audience is really receptive to that kind of stuff, and even bringing it up is going to get a bunch of people on board with it. I don't know.
I think isn't Jillian Michaels more right leaning? I mean, she seems more right leaning on the show.
Yeah, she is.
Lindy was a Democrat 15 minutes ago, but she's the one that famously was a bundler for Kamala Harris and was thrown under the bus because she was saying things about the election that people didn't want her to say.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember all that?
Yes.
So she was like, fuck these people.
She's on
Amy Dangerfield. I don't know anything about other than what I've learned here in this very live stream.
I'm like on Jillian's X. She reposted someone saying pregnant women taking Tylenol on TikTok shows how deranged media biases made many Americans. They hate Trump and RFK more than the problems themselves, which I agree with. So she reposted something about very criticizing of Gavin Newsom's management of California.
As is Anna, as am I.
Right.
He's running for president now, though, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe fortunately, if we can pawn him off on the federal government. Then we can get Kamala.
I mean, you have conservatives protesting abortion in front of abortion clinics. This is America. Wakey, wakey. This is what religious liberty is. Religious people get to protest, things that they don't agree with as it pertains to their religious doctrine. But some weird hyper-local story that's specifically meant to demonize Muslims, no, she wanted to do a quick rapid-fire round where we talk about those stories without any debate. And I said, no, that's a story that's worthy of debate. So we didn't add it, literally a day before our show. And what she said there, it was just so clear. It wasn't about reporting what was correct, what was incorrect, what had actual evidence behind it, what didn't have evidence behind it. She just didn't like that we were being too critical of Israel. A few weeks ago, she was trying to encourage me to sign on to a debate on the show with Coleman Hughes, who had just put out a piece denying that there's mass starvation in Gaza. Okay.
I would like to see that. Holy shit.
Yes.
Anna debating Coleman Hughes.
That would be interesting.
Hmm.
So
when you walk off the show,
I tried to find this story, the Muslim grocery store story in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if it's the same story, but I found one video about it. It's from 3 months ago. So that would definitely harm Jillian's argument about why are we talking about the Charlie Kirk story from last week.
So yeah, she pulls out a... Do you think she really was doing it to hate on Muslims?
No.
I mean, that's Anna's argument, so.
I don't. I'm assuming not. That wasn't the case, but I don't really know anything about Jillian in her position.
Maybe she does hate Muslims. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know how she found the story to comment on it now, but
she's Googling, fuck the Muslims.
If I type in Muslims suck on the Google box,
I know, what do I get?
What comes up? Yeah.
ChatGPT, what are the most Islamophobic stories you can find for me?
Who had just put out a piece denying that there's mass starvation in Gaza. Okay. When you walk off the show because your feelings are hurt and you're the main host of the show, that demonstrates a level of disregard and unprofessionalism that I'm not going to stay silent about. And to twist our words and make it appear as though we're trying to draw a connection between Charlie Kirk's assassination and Israel is ridiculous.
What? Oh my goodness.
I mean, I agree that she shouldn't walk off the show, but I didn't interpret it as her walking off the show because her feelings are hurt. It seemed like she's walking the show because, as she said, she felt that she didn't want to be part of the sort of conflating Israel with all the news stories / maybe have something to do with Charlie Kirk. It didn't seem like her feelings were hurt.
No.
So
today, there's even more evidence backing up what I believe is credible, that Charlie Kirk was in fact dealing with a lot of backlash because he's being inclusive of voices who are critical of Israel. And he felt afraid to be critical of Israel himself, as you're about to hear in this next clip. So today, Kirk's producer, Andrew Colvett, clarified that, yeah, Charlie Kirk was getting backlash and he was pretty irritated by it.
Charlie's position on Israel was very clear. I like them more than I like Hamas. I just wish I was free to criticize Israel and not be labeled an anti-Semite, because I can criticize my own government and not be called anti-American.
Right.
But why do I have more freedom to do, that and not criticize, a foreign government? And he was really upset that there was this sort of clampdown on the freedom of expression, the freedom of ideas, free speech when it came to a foreign government. And I will say this, he felt like he had earned the right as a friend of the Jewish people over the years and all of the things that he had done. He felt like his bona fides in that respect were unassailable and that he should have the freedom to say, hey, it's time to end the war. Hey, it's time to stop the killing. But, when you, with Tucker, for example,
you always think that, but then they just throw you out immediately.
Yeah, of course. There's no credibility. Anyone gets second. You turn against the narrative.
The cause, yeah. You're out on your butt.
Yep.
We took some pushback. We lost some donors. And what's interesting is it wasn't necessarily Jewish donors.
It was evangelical
because
donors.
Zionists include evangelicals.
Oh,
this is not about Jews, as I've said a billion times before. There is also an intentional conflation of Israel and Jewish people in general. And that's done intentionally to smear anyone who dares to be critical of Israel as an anti-Semite. If you are critical of a government, it doesn't mean that you hate the people of that country. If you are critical of a government that refers to Israel as a Jewish state, it doesn't mean that you are anti-Semitic or hate Jewish people. It means that you have a problem with the conduct of that government. And no one's ever going to silence me about that. Ever. Period. I'm going to tell the truth, even if it comes at a significant cost to my career, Jillian, as you voiced some concern about.
Come on.
Oof.
That's great.
Oof.
That's great, Sitch.
Oh my God. I think that was. You think that was the comment that got the anger up?
That's the comment that got me. I was like,
Yeah.
ooh, look at this. Can you imagine? Jillian's on the phone. Better be quiet. You're going to be kicked out. You're going to be kicked out of polite society soon.
Finally, one more point that I want to bring up. Today it was reported that, and this is by Max Blumenthal, by the way, he's naming names. Ultra-Zionist billionaire Robert Shillman, I kid you not, that is his name.
What? Robert Shillman, huh? He's just swinging for the fences now. He's like, I can make anything up. They'll believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Was one of Charlie Kirk's most committed donors. But as Kirk fell under attack for his increasingly critical Israel views during his final weeks, sources say Shillman ended funding for Turning Point USA. This is a legitimate story that has legitimate receipts. Names have been named, and it is entirely separate from conspiracy theories involving Israel allegedly assassinating Charlie Kirk, which again is spurious and does not have any evidence to back it up. So if anyone dares to say that I believe in that conspiracy theory, if anyone dares to smear me, I want to be very clear right now in stating what I actually believe. And I don't want anyone to fall for what I believe is an intentional conflation of a ridiculous conspiracy theory with something that actually has some credibility behind it. That's it.
Every time you.
That's right. And if you say that, we'll rip you apart.
Well, let's see. Yeah, but I don't know, because that clip, which Colin Rung also posted on X. So he posted a longer version of that. That's like 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Says new Charlie Kirk's best friend and producer Andrew Kovac clarifies Charlie's position in Israel. Says he was upset that there was a clampdown on free speech. Kovac also said that to the best of his knowledge, Charlie was not offered $150 million from Philly. Charlie was not offered $150 million.
Wow.
Charlie's position on Israel is very clear. Quote, I like them more than I like Hamas. I just wish I was more free to criticize Israel and not be labeled an anti-Semite because I can criticize my own government and not be called anti-American. Quote, he was really upset that there's some sort of clampdown on the freedom of expression, freedom of ideas, free speech when it comes to foreign government. Charlie was a friend of the Jewish people and a friend of Israel. So, because she said that this is more evidence, but it's not, it's evidence of an element of the story, but it's also counter evidence to an element of the story. It's evidence to the element of the story that, yes, Charlie Kirk was getting pushback behind the scenes, and that he felt that, a lot of it was this kind of pressure for, I guess, going against the grain on any sort of Israel thing, or for, having these guys, be platform speakers. So that'd be evidence of that claim, but this would be counter evidence to the claim that Israel offered
a big amount of money. Yeah.
$150 million or something. And in the longer clip, he does say that they would never accept money from any sort of foreign element whatsoever. So I think you have to acknowledge that part, that Max Blumenthal's reporting about the money and all this other shit seems completely not credible whatsoever.
And he's totally stirring the pot. Oh my God. He's the one that's making the claims about Netanyahu.
Yes. Based on anonymous reporting.
That's why they're inviting him on Fox News and stuff. They're saying, look, they're saying you did it.
Mm-hmm. PC5 says, not sure if this is on the video schedule for today, but Jillian had an interview with Officer Tatum where she talks about why she walked off. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't see that.
I like that guy. We should bring it up. Where's the link?
Yeah.
Want me to look for it? Jillian Michaels. I'll look for it. You can read some super chats.
No, you can read some super chats.
Okay, I'll read some super chats.
I already found it.
I love reading super chats.
It's 35 minutes.
Oh, it's a short video. Perfect.
Let's see. Well, here, so we'll play in a second, but I want to read this. This was Jillian Michaels' ex-post response, I believe, to this video that we just watched. He said, I want to address why I chose to step out of the most recent segment of her take. I have sat through many conversations that were highly critical of Israel, and I've never shied away from hearing different viewpoints on legitimate topics. However, I do not want to participate in discussions that center on unfounded conspiracy theories that could inadvertently stoke the fires of anti-Semitism. I think it's dangerous, irresponsible, and not something I'm willing to participate in. I expressed deep concern prior to the show with other hosts, but when it became clear the segment would proceed despite my objections, I felt the best choice for me was to leave the segment. To Anna Kasparian, I've publicly sung your praise. I fought for you to get the job on Her Take. For you to make this shitty YouTube post for clicks is sad. I posted it below for you. Hope those AdSense dollars pay you the money you're after. Oh my God. Wow.
I hate that fucking.
That's Anna hard.
That's sticking the knife into, because that's the insult that really gets under Anna's skin.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing it for the money.
While I appreciate you're upset over what is happening in Gaza, it is possible that when you start saying things on your content like, quote, you think you're God-chosen people when you behave like demons, end quote, it might be crossing the line, question mark, when almost every episode of Her Take has to bash Israel, it might be overkill. When we have to discuss conspiracy theories about Israel's connections to hideous events like 9/11 or Charlie Kirk's murder, it could border on irresponsible and dangerous. Sorry if I wasn't game. You're a real gem. Keep at it. Oh my! Well, that makes it sound like they're not. That makes it sound like Jillian is not going to be on the show.
This is the bridge burning.
That is the bridge has been burnt and is now laying in the water.
Isn't it her show though? I thought Jillian Michaels was the lead host and producer of the show, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, she said I fought for you to get the job, so that's what it makes it sound like. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the.
Well, who'd she fight? I thought she just had to hire her. That's why.
Wasn't it under PBD or something?
Oh, is it?
I thought it was.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was related to them in some capacity.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Someone responds, says, I like you, Jillian. I appreciate your pin in the show. I feel like yours and Anna's presence keeps the show from being yet another echo chamber. I don't think walking out was the answer. I would have liked to see you stick it out and debate your stance. I wish you would reconsider. To which she replied, this wasn't a debate. It was already a debunked conspiracy. Debating it makes it seem credible. The ladies can say whatever they want. That's their right. It's my right not to participate.
Yeah, but you should have said, hey, if you're going to do that story, I don't want to do the show. Not reluctantly agree to it and then walk out in the middle of it. I mean,
right.
They're on firm ground when they're questioning her professionalism.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're right. Should have.
But it happens
after the show, I guess, in response. But it happens. We're all fallible.
Yeah. Miscommunications happen on air. Things get heated. People get angry.
Okay.
I think it's great.
Jillian Michaels.
I think it's great for content, though.
It is good for content. That's true. Okay. Arden for $20 says there's no reason to debate or discuss the backlash unless you're building some sort of Israel narrative. This is some dishonest quote, just asking questions BS. Yeah, that's how I interpret it.
That's how it reads to you.
That's how it reads to me, yeah. So.
Well, look, the story that they wanted to focus on was the conflict that was going on behind the scenes with Charlie Kirk and Turning Points. I do think in the wake of his recent assassination, that's a very hard conversation to have. It might be easier in a couple months after things have cooled down a bit to revisit it, because you're not, the insinuation isn't Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Which, I mean, to be fair, they kept trying to say, no, this is not a Israel killed Charlie Kirk story. This is a story about Charlie Kirk facing a conflict with donors over his changing stance on Israel. So.
Right. But everyone on the internet.com is conflating that as the motivation for why Israel would kill Charlie Kirk. So it's kind of like, yes, the motivation that the conspiracy theorists are putting out there is true, but the actual crime didn't happen, which I understand why people would not want to
Well, that's why I was saying in 3 months, once we have like the killer and know the motivation and all that stuff, and it's all kind of been put to bed, you might be able to have that conversation without people jumping to that conclusion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no one's going to care in 3 months. They're going to be like, why are you talking about Charlie Kirk?
Well, they're going to care because they're looking for stories about people changing their perspective on Israel. So that's why they would care. They're going to continue to want those stories desperately because they want to change public opinion on the Israel-Gaza war.
Right.
Welcome to the show. You know we got to talk about what happened.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get any.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you, you cover this shit, I'm going to rip you apart.
Little did we know behind the scenes,
I don't
there
know
was
how
a lot
every
of pressure
show
toward
ends up being
Netanyahu.
about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love
I
you
know.
guys.
I know.
Sorry.
Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel.
I brought Anna.
Oh my God. It gets me every time. Precious Israel. Anna, you know what you're doing. Come on.
Kasparian onto the show. I think she's a very talented journalist. I think she has been increasingly hostile and in some cases a little bit more unhinged when it comes to topics that.
Oh my God, she's going to fucking war. Holy shit.
She's a great journalist, Adam, but she's also unhinged.
She's throwing the unhinged in there.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Yes.
This could get, oh man.
Involve Israel.
I'm not trying to bash Anna because I don't know her. I despise some of the stuff she said about Israel. However, it seems that people, they leverage some of these conversations to get to what they really want to talk about. You know, a lot of people say, well, I'm not saying Israel did it, but everything they talk about leads to Israel being a part of it.
I said, I think these narratives are dangerous. Obviously, under the pretense you guys don't want that, I think it could be inadvertent. I think it's irresponsible. I don't want to do this. It's not news. I get railroaded, and it's like, no, you say that. And Anna says, to her credit, there is no evidence for this. Amy says, I don't believe this. And I said, then why are we covering this?
No, she stopped and said, I don't think. She stopped before she said believe.
Text messages, by the way, should any one of them want to fire back and claim it's not true, I have all of the messages. I have the receipts.
All right, Jillian Michaels, welcome to the show. You know we got to talk about what happened. I think.
Why does he have like the meme sound effect? It's like sound effect. That's like the meme Inception horn that I would use in all my fucking videos. Whenever I would use the joking Inception horn, that was God, I haven't thought about that in a million years.
Dream horn.
I just fucking got a blast from the past of just like remembering. Remember what it was like when I used to make videos?
You're not working on a video now? I worked on a video last week, but I kind of.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't finish it.
Oh, okay.
Fuck it. I blame the AI.
Yeah, that's fair.
My AI slow motion wasn't working out, so.
That's true.
This week, I think is going to be a good week.
That
2 days ago, actually.
Was it 2 days ago?
It was 2 days ago, yes. But by the way, thank you for having me. I've been watching you for about 5 years. I'm really excited to be with you. Yeah, I think you're great.
Thank you so much. I admire what you do. I've seen you more recently, and I was like, I have to interview this woman. She is amazing. She's a firestorm. And then yesterday, and it's funny because we had you come to the show before, but then we saw what happened a couple of days ago yesterday, and I was like, this is perfect timing because I want you to explain the backstory of all of that, because some people are cutting clips and they see you walk off the stage and they go, Jillian, rage quits on the show. And I could see at the beginning of the show, you say, I told you guys I didn't want to talk about this. So can you kind of explain how it started and what made you so frustrated that you said, look, I can't sit here and do this with you guys?
Okay, there's a lot of lead up to it. So bear with me and I'll try to be concise. I brought Anna Kasparian onto the show. I made the case for her with PBD. I think she's a very talented journalist. I think she has been increasingly hostile, and in some cases, a little bit more unhinged when it comes to topics that involve Israel. I appreciate a healthy criticism of both sides. I have engaged in dialogue with experts on both sides. I've spoken to everyone from having her on my show, Dave Smith on my show, Dr. Gad Saad, Batya Ungar Sargon. I mean, both sides. And it is an interview. It is not a debate. I think the vast majority of us are not really qualified to be experts on this subject matter. So as I've become increasingly uncomfortable with regard to her level of hostility on the subject matter, I wanted to tone down the rhetoric on our show. This is our show. And PBD basically said to me, you're the point guard, you're the tip of the spear, you're in charge, right? Everybody has their own platform. Sure, freedom of speech, 100%. It doesn't mean I have to participate in it. And it doesn't mean you don't respect and appreciate my boundaries. And it doesn't mean you mislead me, in particular with regard to which direction you're planning on going here. And what I mean by that is I had begun to say, I would like to back off the Israel topics for a while. Every single show, for the most part, was like, let's talk about how awful Israel is. Let's talk about how awful Israel is. I'm not an expert. There's no one there to push back. You weren't there to push back. Batya wasn't there to push back. Coleman Hughes wasn't there to push back. There's nobody on the other side presenting a fair case. And I said, you know what, guys, let's taper off this. We didn't taper off of it. The night before, I see the segment about Tyler Robinson that was meant to discuss some of the conspiracy theories, in particular, dismantling and his gun in a certain amount of time, this man in the crowd that I believe had been seen in 9/11, how bizarre his texts were between himself and his lover. And I was like, okay, sure. Yep, you guys want to go for it. As I go into the main document to write out the skeleton for the show, I see that Israel has been included. And I say, guys, this was covered a week ago. There's no evidence for this whatsoever. It's the first night of Rosh Hashanah. I mean, we just buried this man. This is kind of a gross narrative. And I think it's dangerous. I think it is completely unfounded. If anything, his business partner and best friend just came out and said, like, no evidence of this. Dave Smith, for goodness sake, was like, if anybody's going to say there's no evidence of that, there's no evidence of this. Bill Ackman came out with receipts. It's been, in my opinion, relatively debunked. There's far more evidence to suggest it is a farce, right? And no evidence to suggest that there's merit. And I said, I think these narratives are dangerous. And I think that they stoke anti-Semitism. Obviously, under the pretense you guys don't want that. I think it could be inadvertent. I think it's irresponsible. I don't want to do this. It's not news. I get railroaded and it's like, no. People are talking about this, but by all means, you say that. And Anna says, to her credit, there is no evidence for this. Amy says, I don't believe this. And I said, then why are we covering this if there's no evidence and you don't believe it? Lindy had yet to weigh in on that chain. I have the text messages, by the way. Should any one of them want to fire back and claim it's not true, I have all of the messages. I have the receipts. So they're like, well, you know, because everyone's talking about it. So you could just say there's no evidence. I'm thinking, all right, we're all at least, thank God, on the same page. So I guess we're going into this to try to dispel this. Amy then begins her segment and she's presenting evidence for it and zero evidence against it. So now I'm like, wait a second, hold on, what is happening here? And I start to say, you've neglected to mention this, you neglected to mention that. And her and Lindy Lee began fighting again for the case that Israel is responsible. And now I'm saying, what evidence do you have of this? You haven't presented evidence that at Blumenthal, I believe his name was, that the journalist who claimed Israel offered Charlie $150 million, that this guy's linked to or has been arguably compromised or taken payments from Iran and Qatar to write for those types of like Al Jazeera, so on and so forth. You didn't present that part. You haven't presented any credible evidence
Lindy tries to make the case that this guy Blumenthal is the real deal, and now my head's blowing off. I'm like with shock. I'm like, wait a minute, what are you doing right now? What are you doing? And she's the one that had been sending me different posts that Anna had been making that she was becoming increasingly concerned about. And she's like, Jill, this is concerning. One in particular is where Anna says, you think you're the chosen people, but you behave like demons.
Wait, who sent this to her?
Lindy supposedly sent a post that Anna made.
Wow, Lindy.
That was
Lindy.
I know.
Bitch.
She's like, she's basically signaling that Lindy's backstabbing Anna. This is great. I look the drama. I can't help
Lindy,
myself.
you motherfucker. How dare you, Lindy?
There's a lot going on here.
There is a lot going on.
Look at Tatum.
Here.
Tatum's like, yeah, spill the tea. Fill me in.
So we're all a little bit like, okay, this is concerning. How do we just, how do we dial down that rhetoric on our show? So I'm thinking Lindy, I was shocked when she tried to start making the case that Israel was behind it. Amy then turns around and I'm like, what is your source?
Lindy set her up.
Oh my God.
It was all a ploy. She's trying to make it sound like she was on her side. But then in the show, oh, psych, Israel did it.
She's like, listen, I find these posts from Anna very concerning.
Right.
But then,
but
bam,
I love them.
because they're wonderful.
Exactly.
There you go.
Concerning that she's not making enough of them.
Source of credible evidence. Candace Owens. Listen, okay. I like Candace. I've had conversations with her, but that's not a source.
Why does everyone say that? Oh yeah, I like Candace Owens.
I don't know.
But the bitch is a fucking liar.
It's like they're contractually obligated to bring this up.
I like her.
I like Candace.
She's not truthful though. Come on.
That is not
she's full of shit,
credible
but I like her.
Source. Cite proof. Give me proof. That's Candace's opinion. If Candace is saying that, what's her source then? Go to her source.
I made it
At
up.
that point, I'm completely confounded because it's like I got railroaded into the segment that I thought was disrespectful and irresponsible and quite honestly dangerous. You want to criticize the government of Israel. You want to criticize Netanyahu. As mentioned, I've sat through many of those conversations. I'm not qualified to engage in those conversations. You want to do that? Go ahead. This is an unfounded conspiracy theory that we've all agreed on is a week old and unfounded. So now you're trying to present evidence that it's true. And I'm really upset now because I'm responsible for this. This is not someone else's platform. I'm responsible for this platform, which means that I co-sign this segment. Anna then turns around and says, yeah, there's no evidence for this. And I'm thinking, well, thank God, dude. What took you so long? We've been fighting about this, And then she goes, but Netanyahu is a scumbag and he did this and he responded this way. And immediately we found a way to go from burying Charlie Kirk to bashing Israel. And at that point, I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I can't. You guys can do whatever you want, say whatever you want by all means, but it doesn't mean I have to participate. I'm not participating.
Was PBD upset with you about that segment? Because I'm pretty sure it went a little.
No, are you kidding me?
PBD
what the
said
fuck?
to me, he's like, why didn't you come to me sooner? And I said, boss, I was talking to the showrunner. I had kind of run it up the food chain of command. And they all agreed with me. Yep, we're going to tone this down. Yep, let's move away from Israel. Yep. But yet nobody was actually reining her in. And when I tried to rein her in, I would get railroaded and then assured, like, don't worry, though, we're not going to present it this way. And so his argument was, this is your fault. You should have come to me and I would have resolved this in 24 hours. I said, I apologize. I should have come to you. But nevertheless, I still don't have to participate.
Right.
Say what you want. I do not have to participate. I'm not going to have that on my conscience. I'm not. I think it's irresponsible and I think it's dangerous.
Yeah,
that's, I mean, I don't like her framing of it as this is dangerous and irresponsible and all that.
Why?
Well, what's dangerous? What's irresponsible? How is this? Are people going to die?
Yeah,
What's
she's
the
looking from the
danger?
perspective of I'm assuming she means like having people believe conspiracy theories that the Jews or Israel is involved in doing shady things like killing Charlie Kirk or whatever.
Oh yeah, look, it's
That's what she's
terrible.
referring.
It's going to create negative stereotypes of Jewish people. Yeah, I completely agree, but I mean that happens all the time. We're always creating negative stereotypes of people. So, and a lot of like we said agreed in the beginning, people tend to not really give a fuck unless it's their stereotype. So,
Right.
you can't say, "Oh, it's dangerous and irresponsible because it's my stereotype," but then you're going on and creating negative stereotypes yourself because it's not dangerous for you.
Right.
I don't see how it seems like she's blowing it out of proportion to make it seem like, oh, someone was going to get killed.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, and also like because she's kind of framing it like, I mean, I know we don't know the truth claim about this, but she's framing it like, oh, I voiced my concerns and then I kept getting like tricked essentially into doing this, into allowing these topics. That's kind of what she's doing. Now, I don't know if that's
playing the victim is not great either.
Right. Now, I don't know if that's legitimate or if that's just the argument you give about, well, why didn't, if this was the issue, why didn't you just bring it up, earlier? So
Anna's argument about the Muslim story, the pork story. Anna's argument was we shouldn't do this story because it's going to create negative stereotypes of Islamic people,
right?
Of Muslims, right?
Right.
It's the same exact thing. They're saying, look, we can't do this story because it's going to create a negative stereotype. We can't do this story because it's going to create a negative stereotype. At some point you have to say, okay, we can do stories even if they're going to create negative stereotypes, or we're going to do no stories that create negative stereotypes. What I dislike is the fact that people are like, oh yeah, it's okay to go out and trash Jewish people and create negative stereotypes about them, but we can't go out and trash Muslims. We can't create negative stereotypes about them because, oh my God, that's dangerous.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
I'd hate that shit. So it is what it is.
Ironic.
Yeah. They're both fighting. They're both saying, look, this is a group we need to bring down a peg. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is that I don't know, for whatever reason, people have this hatred towards Israel that's rooted in almost their subconscious mind. Because although a person says, we know people have been talking about it, is no facts, then that means you shouldn't talk about it. It's pointless to bring up something that has been debunked or that there's no evidence of. Because to be honest, and I'm not trying to bash Anna because I don't know her. I despise some of the stuff she said about Israel. However, it seems that people, they leverage some of these conversations to get to what they really want to talk about. A lot of people say, well, I'm not saying Israel did it, but everything they talk about leads to Israel being a part of it. Because her bringing up Netanyahu, which was when Charlie got killed. This was weeks ago.
I know. That's what I said.
And the problem is when it comes to some of these things, in my opinion, is that I think people don't act in a good faith. I don't personally know Benjamin Netanyahu. I interviewed him one time. I don't know this guy. But to think that it's nefarious at face without putting any other objective reasoning behind it, I think it's malicious. Because when I watched Benjamin Netanyahu say what he had to say, I didn't think it had anything to do with politics. He had actually had a conversation on the phone with Charlie. Whichever way that conversation went, he's on a phone with Charlie. So that means he know him well enough to communicate with him on the phone. Charlie sent him an email. He's been to Israel multiple times. Like, it's only fitting that a Jewish person whom Charlie loved, at least he loved the country and what they stood for, to give condolences to Charlie. And that's what he did. He said, it's a great man. He's honorable. And people turn that into something crazy is bizarre to me.
Honestly, if you want to do that, by all means do it. Yeah. But it was never discussed
and I don't want to do it on a platform that I'm participating on. We had just done a segment 2 weeks prior, I believe, where Anna tried to make a connection between 9/11 and Israel. And the guest was a bit thrown off. I was really thrown off.
Anna, no!
And I said again.
I asked Anna specifically about this. She said she does not believe that Israel had anything to do with 9/11. It's a complete mischaracterization of her position. So
why is she bringing it up?
Oh, look at you!
I don't understand. What was the point of? What was the point of bringing that up on on TYT? I didn't see what they said on her take, but
well, you have to ask her.
Okay.
What do you think the reason for bringing it up is?
I don't know, because obviously I've only ever heard people bring it up in the past I've heard two things. I've heard people bring up in the past to say Israel was connected to 9/11 in terms of doing it. And I've heard other people in the past bring it up just as a general Israel sucks and you should not like Israel sort of rhetoric.
Look, I watched part of Sean's video on this, and Sean was making the argument that I'm always making with him about how he does all these videos on black crime and how that creates negative stereotypes for black people. Well, he doesn't care about that. That doesn't affect him. But then he makes the same exact argument that Anna bringing it up is creating negative stereotypes for Jewish people. Now all of a sudden he's conscious of it. Why is she bringing it up? I don't know. Why is Sean fixated on black crime? I don't know. What the fuck? I don't know. Look, they do create negative stereotypes, okay?
Yeah, but I think there's a difference. Well, it depends. I would agree with you, obviously. Now, I don't watch enough of Sean's video content about the black crime stuff to have an opinion on that one or the other. I
understand the argument she was making. I don't know why she feels the need to bring it up. Maybe she wants to bring Israel down a peg.
Right. I don't remember why in the TOT video, what was the point of even bringing it up in the first place? Because with people, there are people that all they do on X. Now I haven't seen Sean do this on X, but there are people on X that all they do is intentionally put videos of black people doing crime in order to attack them. And
create negative stereotypes about black people. They know what they're doing.
I have heard, as I said, I have heard in the past, heard Sean, I don't remember if it was a video on X, attacking people who bring up old stories or repeatedly bring up old stories or old videos of black people attacking white people in order to sort of drum up this racialized hatred. But I think I don't know what would be the context of bringing up the whole dancing Israeli things for something that happened, in 2001, right? That happened, over 20 years ago. That doesn't really have anything to do with what's going on now versus a story about some sort of crime that recently occurred.
Well, I think it's because she wants to take Israel down a peg because she thinks Israel's committing a genocide. She thinks Israel is actively ethnically cleansing Gaza Strip, and she thinks it's wrong.
Right. So it's just throwing in the attack.
And she said this a million times that she wants to be able to criticize what the government is doing without being without being accused of criticizing all of Jewish people. But look, she can't she can't do that in the same way that Sean can't make videos about black crime without being accused of creating negative stereotypes, which happens. I mean, it's just a truth. The only reason why I bring Sean up is because I've said this for years and years and years and years, and Sean constantly just brushes it off, right? But I notice in his video, I mean, I'm watching his video. I'm waiting for the part where Anna says that Israel did 9/11, right?
Right.
But she never says that. And Sean is just saying, well, all the things she's bringing up implies that she believes Israel did 9/11, even though she doesn't say it explicitly. Well, you can make that same argument about Sean. You can say, listen, I understand that you're not racist or anything, and I don't believe Sean is racist in the least bit, and I do think his videos are important covering crime, but you can say that you're creating negative stereotypes in the same way Anna's creating negative stereotypes. So
yeah,
maybe Anna should not make those videos. You could say that, but a lot of people also say maybe Sean shouldn't make those videos. And a lot of people in the mainstream media have adopted the attitude that they shouldn't even talk about black crime, right? Which I think is insane and totally in the wrong direction. You kind of got to walk this line, right? So,
yeah, and I agree with you in terms of there are topics that I think people should talk about and be very, very clear about what exactly it is they're advocating for. Number one, because oftentimes people are kind of vague, and it's whether it's just they're not thinking about it or whatever. They're, it's kind of like a vagueness in whatever the conversation is. And also, there's also just the problem of if you constantly talk about, some subject, even if you say till you're blue in the face something, people are going to interpret it. A lot of people in your audience are going to just interpret it the other way.
Everyone on the left totally sees Sean as someone who's creating negative. They don't see any difference between Sean and the people on Twitter that are actual racists that are completely posting the clips over and over again. They can't discern the difference at all.
Okay. Yeah. That is true. Because whenever we bring up Sean to someone on the left, they always attack him for making reasons.
Yeah. Look.
All right. But regarding and I have to go back and look at the TOIT video where they talk about, because I honestly don't remember the context of why they even brought up in the first place. Because you get into this situation where it's like, okay, I'm 100% willing to give Anna, any sort of charity or belief that yes, she doesn't believe Israel did 9/11, and that, I don't know, it was just brought up to throw shade at Israel or whatever. Okay.
I think what happened.
I would say that's, to me, incredibly irresponsible, because it would be bringing up the USS Liberty situation, which, for those that don't know, there's a situation in the 60s where Israel accidentally blew up a U.S. ship during the middle of the Six-Day War. And almost everyone that brings it up that I see currently in 2025, okay, so 50, 60 years later, everyone that I see bringing it up only brings it up to make the accusation that it wasn't an accident. It was Israel intentionally attacking the U.S. ship in order to false flag, try to drag them into the war. And so, just hypothetically, as an example, if someone brought up the USS Liberty incident and they're like, oh, I don't think it was part of a false flag, I'm just bringing it up to show that Israel sucks. It's like, okay, why are you you understand what I'm saying? It's like, why would you bring up this thing that people only bring up in this conspiracy context, even if you don't mean it in that way? That's just insanely irresponsible.
Is what they're bringing up factually correct?
Yeah, if someone brings up a factually correct, if someone brings up a factually correct or a somewhat correct reporting of the USS Liberty thing, and you're like, well, wait, why are you bringing this up now? It has no connection to 2025 or any story. And you're like, oh, I'm not saying that there's, Israel did it as part of a conspiracy. I'm just bringing up to say Israel sucks. It's like, okay, well, why, in this time period where everyone's saying that Israel is behind everything on the internet.
What is irresponsible? What is the irresponsible part?
Because why are you feeding to your audience a story that if they go and look it up on their own, 99% of the people talking about it are going to be saying conspiracy shit.
What is
so then it's like,
okay,
you're going to kind of lead them down the pathway.
What's this conspiracy?
That Israel was behind 9/11, or that Israel intentionally did try to bring the U.S. into the Six-Day War with a false flag attack.
Right.
That would be the issue. You understand what I'm saying? If you bring up something, even if you say, oh, I don't mean it in this conspiracy way, but everyone that talks about it does, it just seems to me people are going to be like, let me look into that. Oh, everyone talking about this, saying Jews are behind everything. Why would you want to, create that that environment.
I mean, there are plenty of people that think all crime is caused by black people. So,
okay, yeah, that's something you should be aware of when you have the conversation about crime.
right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you're just saying in the Israel situation, there's no point behind it other than to take Israel down a peg.
Well, so I said I have to see what the context was for bringing up the.
Well,
the
I think
dancing Israelis
she's
thing
trying
in the
to
first
undermine the credibility of the Israeli government. I would honestly think that's what Anna's trying to do: undermine the credibility of the Israeli government.
Okay.
I think that's the goal of what she's doing.
I would assume that's true. Yeah.
Oh, so you agree? Oh, okay.
I said that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just speculating. I don't know. Obviously she could make it if. Well, look, even if she, even if she came out and said something else, I think maybe I'm kind of psychologizing a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Why do you think? Well, look, I don't. Okay, if you want to say it's irresponsible, it's irresponsible.
I'm saying if there's no reason to bring it up, if there's something that like came up and you're like, okay, this is relevant, or like if there's some story, like the hospital bombing, it was the hospital bombing, everyone's saying, was it Israel, was it Hamas or whatever? Like there's a reason to cover that story. Even this Charlie Kirk story, I would say there's more reason to cover. There's more of a context, even though I don't think it's great or even responsible to talk about necessarily in the way they were talking about it, to talk about the context of, the Charlie Kirk Israel conversation. I don't really understand bringing up something, the dancing Israeli thing just seemed weird to me, but whatever. It's fine.
I guess you're kind of alluding to where is the public interest? Is a public interest only in the people who want to hold these racist stereotypes and forward these racist stereotypes and cling to these racist stereotypes, or is there generally a public interest beyond that? I guess that's kind of the situation we're talking around.
Mm-hmm.
So in the crime situation, I do think there is generally a lot of public interest, like especially in the train stabbing story that took place. I was like massive public interest that I think overrides the fact that you're going to create negative stereotypes.
Well, it could be even the opposite, as I said. I said to Soy, and I think to Wick, which is, since everyone's talking about this big crime story, and there is a completely important angle to talk about, which is the soft on crime policies that could lead to a situation like this. Okay. If you don't talk about that story because you're afraid of cultivating negative stereotypes, you are doing the opposite. You're more likely to make it so people are going to turn to actual racist sources because there are only people talking about this stuff.
Right. So how does that work in this situation? Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't really know. I only watched like 30 minutes of Sean's video, so I know I'm a bad.
So I said
friend,
I don't remember the video well enough to go back and see what even was the context or why they were talking about this in the first place.
Yeah, I don't either.
So I have to go back and even see.
But I think there's this idea that TYT holds that the Israeli government is corrupt. And I think they like these stories because it shows that the Israeli government is corrupt. And they don't like to be called anti-Semites, obviously, because they're not making the argument that Jewish people themselves are corrupt. So.
Okay. Was there more of this video you want to watch about, or?
I mean, I'm fascinated by it.
Mm-hmm.
If we can watch a little more if you want.
Okay, sure.
Again, like we gotta like this. Okay, let's.
Are you going to be responsible for? Are you technically still responsible for who comes on the show and who's not? Is she a permanent part of the show, or she's just kind of a contributing?
Come on, you wanted to stop watching. We're going to find out if she's even on the show anymore.
There you go.
Did you watch any of this? You didn't see this.
I haven't seen any of this. No, none of it.
This is unfolding drama. This is real life here, Sitch.
Let us dive in.
Guest.
I actually got her the job That's so crazy. I got her the job.
She betrayed me.
PBD was like, you wanted me to hire Anna. I hired Anna. And the thing is, I think.
Oh my God. This is
so funny.
They do. TYT does do a lot of stories on the Israel-Gaza thing, but the entire left is just, they're consumed by the Israel-Gaza story. They see it as a modern-day genocide. They think we're going to look back and this is going to be like the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
They're going to have memorials to all the Palestinian people that were killed in the concentration camps by the Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going on? Look, I kind of agree with Jillian Michaels here on, I don't really feel qualified to comment on this stuff. And I understand that there's two sides that are massive propaganda machines that are churning out stuff to put you on one side or the other. So I don't know how much of the information I'm seeing on this stuff is even believable. So
to me, it's not a question of like qualification. It's a question of, I mean, maybe it is a question of qualification. It's more of a question of just, I feel like it's so difficult to get information about the situation that I trust.
Yeah, that's
everything
exactly what I'm saying.
So yeah, everything seems so insanely prejudicial in one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm seeing two radical propagandists I'm seeing Hamas propaganda and I'm seeing Israel propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, look, my heart is with Israel because it's a democracy and America is a democracy, and I'm for freedom of speech and freedom of religion and all that good stuff. And it seems like Israel's much closer in that direction, much more in agreement with my values.
Your heart is with Israel.
Yeah.
Fucking piece of shit.
But at the same time, if the IDF is going in and just mowing down villages of innocent people,
of course,
it's like,
what the fuck?
I'm not in favor of that. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
So, and to hear Hamas tell it, obviously IDF is going down and mowing down villages of innocent people. I don't know if that's true. And I don't know when IDF says, oh, look, we deliver pamphlets and we haven't killed anyone in 10 years. I don't know if that's true.
Listen, I think Anna is a great journalist. I think she's intelligent. I think, in my opinion, she has gone down a very dark rabbit hole when it comes to Israel. And I feel like right now, that's somehow all she can see. It's like all roads lead back to Israel, every topic, Israel, everything, Israel, 9/11, Israel, Charlie Kirk's death. Somehow I find a way to go back to, I hate Netanyahu. I'm like, this is for you on your platform. I am not comfortable with this at this point because it's no longer being presented reasonably. It's no longer being presented with both sides for people to make the right decisions. There's no one there to push back on her. No one is qualified. They really aren't. You've studied this. Leland Vittert studied this. Batya Ungar-Sargon studied this. Dr. Gad Saad, Ben Shapiro. None of those people are there to push back on her. And for me, I'm like, this is now you want to cover this? I get it. I've sat through all of it numerous times. But when you start focusing on unfounded conspiracy theories, just cause, why would you do that? And that's what I said. I'm like, why would you guys do this? Like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, I think it troubles the mind. I think it's spiritual. Some people may want to say it's not. I do honestly think when people go down this path of finding themselves hating Israel so much, I think, this is my personal opinion, that God opens them up to what we call a reprobate mind, which they become consumed and they can't think of anything else but this rabbit hole about Israel. And then
there are a bunch of children dying as collateral damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can assume that That's correct. At least some children are dying as collateral damage in a war, right?
There's lots of innocent people are dying.
Yeah, lots of innocent people are dying.
Yeah.
I can understand people getting triggered over innocent people dying. I really can. So, but to kind of, I don't buy any of this. Like, you've gone down the dark path. If you can put the fact that there are a lot of innocent people dying out of your mind, that's good for you. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
But some people can't. So
begin to develop hatred. And then the hatred overtakes every other aspect of their lives. Because I've seen Anna when she was on the Young Turks, and I despise the Young Turks, but at least I like the fact that she had an opinion and forceful opinion with conviction. I always respect people that do, even if I don't agree with them. I think Cenk was a little more emotional. She kind of got emotional towards the end, but at least she would come out and say, this is what I feel, and this is what I loved her passion. But it seems that when people go down that rabbit hole of hating Jews, they lose the passion for the variety of topics that they would express, and they start just falling into this. I know people, and I don't want to say nobody's name, but I have seen people that I know.
See, that's totally unfair. Totally unfair to say they've gone down the path of hating Jews.
Mm-hmm.
See, he knows what he's doing. He's like, look, I'm going to create a negative stereotype that Anna is an anti-Semite. He's like, this is how we wage war with one another as human beings. We're like, look, I'm going to pin this anti-Semite label to Anna Kasparian. He did it very subtly, but I caught it. Did you catch that? Gone down the hating Jews path.
Well, he said he was trying to differentiate between her and other people, but
was he?
He said I don't know about Anna.
Okay,
but I mean, he's saying people in general, which, yeah, I mean, I think there are people that are hyperfixated on it because they hate Jews, but I think there's a lot of people that are hyperfixated on it not because they hate Jews, because some of them have just this kind of white versus non-white ideology, kind of left-wing ideology, and some people just look at it because they have a lot more affinity for the Palestinians than they do Israelis.
Yeah, that's a great
for whatever
point.
reason. So
that's a great point. Some of the people hate white people and they love brown people, so they're like, that's how they view the conflict.
Right.
Some people are bleeding heart progressives and they hate collateral damage. They want to save the children, and that's how they look at it.
Think of the children.
Yeah, exactly. And some of us are just heartless. Our heart has turned to a big old black bunch of coal.
Mm-hmm.
We don't care about any of the kids.
No.
That used to have a real diverse perspective, and literally every single show that this person has produced has been about Israel. I literally would watch the show because I love this person, and I think the person has an awesome show. And I would watch the show, and it'll be about a train crash or something, and some news. And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. That's a crazy train crash. And then it'll go into Israel. And
that's
then
exactly
Israel,
what happened.
It's like you could be talking about a pregnancy center, and then eventually Netanyahu did something, and it's like it's very troubling. But to go back to your show and some of the things that you like to talk about, obviously outside of Israel, I think I can get.
I don't even like to talk about Israel because I am not an expert on it. I will interview people about it. I think that's different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so
I'm not talking. I'm
what's
seeking to learn.
What's your connection ethnically to Israel? Are you connected at all to Israel? Or?
Chad thinks he's talking about Candace Owens.
Well, I think Candace Owens is just fucking, her brain is just mush. But yeah, that's fair.
Her brain, she brings up Israel on every single show.
Yeah,
he's got to be talking about her.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Not Israel, but like, are you connected to the Jewish state or people? Or I saw some letters on your arm here. Is that Arabic?
They're Arabic. Yeah, I'm actually both. I'm half Arab on my father's side, and I'm a Russian Jew on my mother's side.
Oh, Sitch.
Look at that. She's hitting both. She's a twofer.
That's kind of strange.
So when I tell you it's a complex topic,
forbidden love
that goes back thousands of years. It is a complex topic that goes back thousands of years. Atrocities have occurred unilaterally. And when you're only hearing one side of the conversation, that's alarming. Like, where is your outrage? Where is the segment about the Israeli hostage who's completely emaciated, digging his own grave? I want to hear the horror, or what happens when the Coptic people are being killed, the Christians are being killed, the Druze are being killed. Where's the outrage there? So when I start to feel like, okay, this is no longer losing an element of neutrality with regard to facts. I appreciate opinion, but you have to present all of the facts. I know enough to know that's not happening in many of these segments, in particular, the one that I had begun to unwillingly participate in. And that is why I was like, I am not doing this today.
No, and I don't blame you. There's a couple other things I want to talk to you about. And one is being the conspiracies, because I know you guys didn't have a chance to address those conspiracies. But what are your thoughts of the conspiracies? And then I also want to talk about other things that's going on in the country. You know, the leftist mania that's going on. They had a shooting of a guy who sniped at the ICE facility. And
I think they're done talking about Anna, so we can move on.
Okay.
We going to talk about Comey at all?
No. Maybe talking about Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
So
we're not going to talk about Comey or Trump? What's your take on the Comey-Trump thing? What happened first?
I want to do more research into it before.
But just give the broad strokes.
Give you my take on it.
Just give the broad strokes of what happened. I know you've been reading all kinds of stuff on it.
I don't feel confident enough. I've not looked into it enough to give a take on it yet.
I mean, the indictment was like 2 paragraphs.
Yeah. Well, I know, but I wanted to go look at the statements that he made, and I wanted to go listen to the audio and listen to all that stuff.
Okay, well, just give the rundown. Just basically what happened. James Comey committed perjury, and the Trump administration. Well, that's the accusation.
The accusation is that he committed perjury. Yes.
Right. And James Comey made a video and came out and said, "I'll see you in court, bitch."
That's what happened.
Right.
Yep.
So now we're doing the tit for tat legal entanglements for anyone who's in an elected office. Do you think that's going to make more people who are just in general power hungry psychopaths want to be in power? Or more good people want to be in power?
Say that again.
Do you think that's going to create an incentive for good people to not want to run for office and only power-hungry psychopaths to want to run for office?
Yes.
Okay.
Probably.
Which one?
More bad people.
More bad people, yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Super
chats? Is that what we're moving on to?
Super chats.
Let's do it.
Wanton Tiger for 20 Canadians says, I think it's more about the culture. Does Israel have a culture of genocide? I feel like they carry the past like a lot of Germans. I appreciate Adam's view here. We have to be able to talk about uncomfortable human behavior.
Where was that? What soup? Is that $20?
$20.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I don't think Israel has a culture of genocide. So,
you think Israel has a culture of genocide, or does
I do not? No.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a fucked up situation because if you have a failed state on your border, it's going to continue to be a problem until you clean it up.
Right.
Yeah. And how do you clean it up? I mean, you got to basically take it over. And a lot of people don't want that to happen. A lot of people believe that there can be a 2-state solution and that you're not going to have a failed state with a bunch of people that have inescapable resentment that are going to continue to terrorize your population.
True.
I think that's wishful thinking. I think Anna might be engaging in some of that wishful thinking. So when you really get down to it, it's like, hey, here are these two unthinkable options. Which unthinkable option are you going to choose? And a lot of people are like, I don't want to choose either of those unthinkable options. Well, those are the only options you got.
Grail for $20, thanks so much, says, great show, guys. Do you think the inclusion of AI and machine learning in the search engines and social media has been a net positive or negative for the public? Google started using machine learning in 2015. And since Adam asked, S-Class is the best class.
Look at that.
6 months.
I mean, not according to this poll here. Holy shit.
Thank you. What do you mean 6 months? It was 6 months ago we last got an S-Class. So
no, I know.
I appreciate it.
But look, he says S-Class is best class. But I'm just saying, according to the physical,
this guy. Look at this guy.
Of the poll, it looks like A-Team reigns supreme.
There you go. What do I think of the inclusion? There was
That's a tough question. I'm not sure I have any idea.
I have here's my mixed fence sitting take. Okay. A lot of the AI just makes up shit that's not true. Sometimes it gives you pretty good answers on the little Google AI thing at the top. And sometimes it gives you really shitty answers. And I don't know if that's fixable or not, because obviously you need to be pretty consistent. Otherwise, you just have to fact check what it says. Otherwise, it kind of defeats the whole point of it. That being said, I do feel, as a vibe check, that the Google search, not just the AI, but the actual search results has been better, somewhat better than it's been before the last couple of years. Because it felt like before the AI stuff, Google search results just were getting so fucking
horrible. Yeah.
Horrifyingly bad. Just like almost unusable for certain things. If you were looking up certain things, it'd be almost unusable. Like if you were looking up a common question to like, should I use baking soda and vinegar to clean my house? Right? If you were to like look up, like not a news thing, if you were to look up some just like random normie question, you would get the first like 50 results would all be bullshit hack websites filled with ads that would all tell you the same like 3 paragraphs of bullshit information that were completely useless. And if you wanted to actually get to the bottom of this question, you'd have to like dig through some fucking message board from like, 2003, where someone actually explains the science about why all these sites that are saying to use baking soda and vinegar are lying or wrong or whatever. Right. And so I felt like I would constantly get into like normie search, like pits of trash with Google. Now I feel like it's somewhat better now. Still, it's not perfect. It's not great, but I feel like it's somewhat better than it used to be.
God, it's painful just hearing you describe it.
I don't know if you've had a similar.
Oh, totally. I've had the exact same experience. Now you go to Google and they give you the AI results in the very beginning, and you're like, oh, thank God.
You don't even look at the results. You just read the AI at the top.
You read the AI,
yeah. But that's the problem. Is sometimes that AI is wrong. So it's like, uh-oh.
Is it?
It can be, sure.
I hope not.
So you have to be careful. I've seen people post the screenshots of when it's like wave logging off too. So
let me look right here. What's the one that you're not supposed to mix? Ammonia and bleach?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming
is ammonia and bleach good for cleaning countertops?
I think you get a pretty good result on that.
You think so?
Yeah.
See if ask and see if it's slipping. What, are you gonna read some super chats or something? What, are you waiting on me?
Well, actually, here, I typed in, here's the question. Should you use baking soda and vinegar for laundry? Okay. Just to see what the AI said.
Mm-hmm.
AI. You should never use baking soda and vinegar together in the same laundry cycle because they will neutralize each other, canceling out their cleaning properties. Well, I will give the AI credit because that is the correct answer. Because for a long time, all the top sites on Google would tell everyone to mix the fucking things together, which was so stupid, so fucking pointless.
Oh, really? The AI got it right.
The AI actually did get it right. I gotta give credit for that.
I asked, is ammonia and bleach good for cleaning? No, ammonia and bleach should not be mixed for cleaning, and it can create claramine gas, which is toxic and can cause severe respiratory issues, chest pain, and eye irritation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good. Don't do it.
There you go. Look at that. There was some article. I didn't read it. I just saw the headline. I think Archie's, I don't know how to say his name. Archie's, who always sends us stuff on X. Just sent me the thing. It says the AI bubble is the only thing keeping the US economy together, Deutsche Bank warns.
Really?
Yeah. So not feeling a lot of confidence in the economy here, but
I mean, we're up 30% since the bottom of the Trump tariff bullshit. So, and that's 30% in record time, right? I mean, it's been like 6 months.
Okay. So I'm saying I'm worried about the AI bubble, how that's all going to play out.
Like all the MMT people are thinking that the tariff thing is going to be bad for the economy because ultimately it's going to shrink the money supply so much because so much tariff money is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So, and obviously a lot of the stock market, a lot of the asset prices are inflated because there's so much money in the economy.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as that money starts coming out, there could reach an inflection point and the market could crash, which would be completely ironic, right? Because obviously Trump is both monomaniacally fixated on the stock market, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also fixated on making a bunch of money for America in tariffs, for taxing other countries through tariffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but obviously a lot of those businesses that are being taxed probably have investments in the stock market. The futures are up for tomorrow though, Sitch, So Sitch,
what's up?
What are you reading?
Nothing. Why are you assuming I'm reading something?
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
I'm not playing video games.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious you're playing video games.
Noah Screaming the Void for $5 says, President of our church died last night, and someone attacked an LDS church today. Very hard day for Mormons, but they do accept prayers and thoughts. What's horrible?
It is horrible.
Yes. Yeah, I saw it. The president of the Mormon church died. That's crazy. And then this happens. I don't know. Did they find any additional information about... I know they found the guy's name. I don't know if they know or they released the guy's name. I don't know if they found any additional information for a motivation. So
that's a shooting today.
Yes. Yeah.
When do they just stop reporting him?
Like, how bad does it have to get to stop reporting it? Yeah.
Or it's just like a daily occurrence.
That would be really bad. Sam Josh for $5 says, right or left, who does misinformation more? Which side gets their normally based act on the misinformation? How do we combat misinformation without being lambasted?
That's like the toughest question.
I don't. It's not. I don't know if it's a question of who does it more. I feel like 90. I feel like we're in a really bad situation where about 90% of the information the right and left gets is like misinformation or insanely biased information that's bordering on misinformation. In terms of which side gets are normally based to act on it. Well, in terms of the violence, I don't think it's normies doing the violence. I think it's extremists. So it's really just the normies are acting on it mostly by voting, right? It still seems like the left has more control over the mainstream culture, but obviously the right has complete control of the government. So how do we combat misinformation of being lambasted? I don't know the answer. I wish I knew the answer to that question. That's the $1 million question. Because if you ever call out misinformation that one side does, you just get attacked by that side. And then praised by the other side. And then if you attack misinformation on both sides, then you get attacked by both sides. No one wants to support you. You become politically homeless. I don't know. Do you how do we combat the misinformation?
Well, it's a fucking difficult problem. I mean, I brought this up before, and the problem is different people see different things as misinformation. So, and nobody wants to be humble about, okay, well, we don't really know this. We should proceed with caution here. They all want to say, oh yeah, affirming care is great. All the institutions buy into affirming care. Nothing can go wrong. Safe, effective, and prudent.
It seems like the psychological pull to frame everything in a way that demonizes one side is just so powerful. All the time.
Adam's law.
There you go. Yes.
99% of politics is trashing the other side.
So.
Yeah. If you want to build a stereotype that the other side is complete liars and everything they say has to be a lie.
Right.
Which is a big problem when they actually say something that's actually correct.
Black Dynamite for $2 says Sitch is still a non-believer. He's part of the issue. I don't remember what I was talking about at 413, but there you go. I'm a non-believer of something. Sells Temple for $2 says, has Patel demonstrated himself to be trustworthy? No, not really. But I still think that'd be a far cry from assuming he made up all the evidence about the shooter without evidence that he made it all up. So. Lego of my Legolas, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Prosec Alpha Fighter says everything is right wing. MAGA hates Trump, Kirk, ICE, and Christians, according to the left. Bopec for $5 says Quartering just posted a song clip of him opening a stream, mumble singing Bello Chow. Yes, we showed.
Yeah, we brought it up. Thanks for pointing it out.
Yes. Batman's Pet Goldfish for $2 says he's unironically making the 2A point for the app. Oh, Second Amendment point for the app. Lives does Wall Street for $5 says Bunty Fly has been surprisingly long-lived for a species. We should investigate his smoking material for longevity applications. That's true. Joe the Make for $2 says Hasan providing legal advice is peak Dunning-Kruger's. That's a good point.
Totally.
Good point. Listen, that's all really for $2 says shame because Bella Ciao is fun to play on the mandolin. Wow. Complete. Don't you hate it? Don't you hate it when the communists just make it so you can't sing your favorite Italian folk songs? Viking Long, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Pig Venus for $10 says no teehees or ha-has for me this week. I'm the same age as Charlie Kirk was. That being the case, I've been trying to live my life to the full since its passing. I encourage others to do the same. What's good advice? That's always great advice.
You should, yeah.
Always live your life to the fullest. Don't let fear hold you back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could think of a lot.
Don't let fear hold you back, okay? Unless it's skydiving or something. You should probably be a little afraid of that.
When I get us a big rock of crack cocaine when you come to visit,
Okay, you're gonna say, Sitch.
I'm gonna pitch you. I'm gonna play you back this clip. Don't let fear
hold you back. He's gonna give me the coke. Yeah. Todd Sullivan for $10 says if Gavin signs Senate Bill 771, which proposes penalties of up to $1 million for social media platforms that amplify violence, will that affect Hasan and those like him? Well, I'd have to see what it says. Senate Bill 771. The problem with all these bills is it's just I feel like it's gonna be so like up to interpretation of what any of that shit means. So in California, corporations like Natural People do not have a right to participate through aiding, abetting, or conspiring in hate crimes directed at vulnerable California populations. See, do not like the wording of this bill. Why is it hate crimes against vulnerable Californian populations? Shouldn't it just be like bigoted
all
crimes
populations?
All populations shouldn't be a bigoted crime.
Any human being
against any person? Why is it against vulnerable Californian populations?
Right.
Okay.
Because if you're lashing out against your white privileged master,
right. Does that count?
Then that's acceptable. No.
I don't know.
And encouraged.
Now it says, which is made unlawful by section 422.6 of the Penal Code to intimidate or terrorize Californians because of their sex, race, color, religion, ancestry, natural origin, disability, medical condition, genetic information, marital status, sexual orientation, citizenship, primarily language, or immigration status. Well, as long as that includes everyone, and white men don't have to suck shit, but I'm not confident. Social media's platform's failure to moderate content is a matter of life and death for minorities historically subject to discrimination. What?
They didn't even have social media.
What? Yeah. What does that even mean? What? Okay.
That's ridiculous.
Okay. Historically, way back in the 1800s. Listen, the only reason the transatlantic slave trade started was because we had unregulated social media platforms that were spreading malicious rumors about Africans.
Yeah. Before social media, slavery couldn't exist.
It's true. According to a December 2024 report by the County of Los Angeles Commission on Human Relations, hate crimes in which anti-immigration slurs were used climbed 31%, the largest number ever recorded since we began tracking the phenomenon in 2007. According to American University, when it comes to being bullied on social media, among the most victimized are people in the LGBT community, especially teens and young adults. Anti-LGBTQ misinformation and inflammatory accusations of grooming have recently surged by over 400% across social media platforms, according to a recent report released by the Human Rights Campaign and a Center for Countering Digital Hate. I know they do this. I always find it weird when legislation, like laws, includes a bunch of like claims in it. Anti-Semitic incidents are spiking dramatically and are at all-time high, according to the ADL. More than 10,000 anti-Semitic incidences occurred between October 7th, 2023 and September 2024, which is up from the 3,325 incidents during the prior year. This makes the most incidents recorded in a 12-month period by the organization since it began tracking threats in 1979. Likewise, social media platforms have a documented record of accepting money from advertisements that plainly and violently threaten women and that clearly violate their own terms of service. In one 2023 study, a nonprofit placed advertisements that referred to women as prostitutes, psychopaths, or vermin. It called for them to be beaten and killed. Research recently said they detected a fourfold increase in the level of misogynistic content suggested by TikTok over a 5-day period, by monitoring as the algorithms serve more extreme videos often focus on rage and blame directed at women.
What was the cause of that? The bump in misogynistic posting? Was this some celebrity said something misogynistic?
It didn't say what the cause was. Well, but this is interesting. Wait, it says in one 2023 study, a nonprofit placed advertisements that refer to women as prostitutes, psychopaths, or vermin.
Oh, so it was ads. They did ads.
No, but it doesn't say. Well, what did the study say? I assume the point of the study would be like, okay, can we get these ads on X, on TikTok, like these ads that should violate terms of service, right? That would be what the. But it doesn't say what the outcome of the study was. It just said they did it. What did the study show?
What were they advertising? Like, how do you sneak the word whore into your advertising? Oh, what the fuck are you advertising?
I am curious to look
Whores
at that study.
love our beer.
Right. Yeah. That's interesting. I don't even know how to find that study, but okay.
What is where do whores get their news? Ground News, of course. Ground News gives the whores the lowdown on how your news is left-leaning or right-leaning.
Are you tired of the blight of women infecting your society?
Right.
And think that they should all be purged from the human race? Then get a NordVPN VPN
there you go.
to discuss your opinions on women without fear that your wife will find out.
That's a good one.
Everyone knows that Ho is searching through internet records to find out if you're being a good simp or not.
That's great. Wow, we should write ads like this.
Right.
We could do our own study.
No, this law seems pretty fucking stupid, so. AKA Batosa, I think so much for 42 months. It says 42 months, I'm gonna have to buy a new t-shirt and hoodie soon.
Look at that.
Look at that. Isn't as well, so thanks so much for the one free gifted membership to someone else. Thank you. Madney 85 for $5 says, I'm retarded and became an engineer somehow. Never give up. Look at that. It's beautiful.
Yeah. That's great.
Newspread, thanks so much for the one gifted membership. Thank you.
Look at that.
Floki VT for $2 says, A-team since Sitch blocked me on X for no reason. No reason?
Yeah, why are you blocking people?
Why did I block you, Floki? What was our interaction?
Floki's cool.
I don't even know. I don't remember. Alex asks for $5 says, Hasan is telling people to go out and touch the grassy knoll.
That's hilarious.
That's funny.
That's perfect.
That's pretty good.
That's way funnier than Hasan could ever come up with.
That's true. Good one, Alex. Grants for $5 says, this is really pedantic and doesn't change Am's point, but a Navy captain holds a higher O rank than an Army or Air Force captain.
Oh, interesting.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Eat shit. Noah Screaming in the Void for $2 says, per Grok cost of violence. Oh, left 2.5 billion, right 1.5 million. I don't know how
wow.
to calculate it.
Grok.
Interesting.
Grok swinging for the fences here.
If that would make sense intuitively. I don't know if 2.5 billion seems high, but I guess that would make sense if it would include all the BLM stuff, right? The damage from all that. So
yes, of course.
Right.
Thank you, Grok, for telling the truth.
Loki says there literally wasn't an interaction. I just randomly saw it when I looked at one of Adam's posts. Oh, well, maybe it was an accident.
Just randomly blocking people, Sitch.
Maybe it was an accident.
Don't block people who listen to the show, okay? They don't like it.
I block people every day. I go on X and I say, who can I block? I need to block. I feel like I don't feel like my day is complete until I block at least one person on X. Okay.
I block people when they make assumptions about me. I think, why am I reading this? I never want to read another tweet by this person.
I will block people that just randomly insult me spam me nonstop with bullshit. Or someone who will attack me and then or like they challenge something I say and I'll take the time to actually be like respond in some sort of long post where I'm like going over what they say and then the response is just an insult. It's like, okay, well, it's just a waste of time, obviously.
Yeah. Never fear. Never apologize. Never simp.
Right.
What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
Can't do anything. Floki TV for $5. That study also includes prison crime from white nationalists in prison as right-wing terrorism. That whole thing is debunk.
Right.
They also exclude 9/11. Yeah, I saw that. Look, the left has it in their minds that the right is the only violent ones, and they're all peace, love, and understanding people. So it's very hard because the people who have that in their minds probably are very peaceful people who would never hurt a fly. But they don't seem to realize there are other people in their movement that are very violent and would celebrate violence and would commit violence if they had the opportunity. So
look at this. Dr. Diller went and found my interaction with Floki. My last interaction with Floki.
Really?
Yes. Look at this.
Tell us what happened.
So I'll say, judging on this, I think it was an accidental block because Floki's argument to me was really stupid, but not insulting and not worth blocking over. So I unblocked you, Floki.
Cool.
You're on thin ice, though. I'm watching you.
Floki was correct. He had to be.
There you go.
Well, he's A-team, obviously. He had to be correct. So
no, his argument was really stupid. You would not agree with the argument.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Bird Turgeson, thanks so much for the $5. Says Hasan's hairline is even distancing itself from his takes now. Propecia is not working anymore. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Look
Bird
at the
Turgeson coming in for the kill.
I know. Gotta get the little transplants. Pew pew pew. Orca for $2 says, and why does Ace get a pass?
Is that aimed at Ace's
was Ace
incendiary super chat about Charlie Kirk?
Today?
No, the other day he did one that was just fucking totally uncalled for. I saw this when it went through and we were talking about Charlie Kirk, so I thought it might be about that.
I mean, I told Ace last time to chill the fuck out or we're, not going to accept the super chats anymore, so.
No, we'll accept his super chats. We're just not going to
Well, we won't read them. That's true. We'll accept the money, but we won't read it. That's a good point. Yes. Liz and Des Wasp for $2 says, was it sounding that did it, Sitch?
The chopsticks?
What does that even mean?
The sound of the chopsticks.
The sound of the chopsticks?
The chop
together? No, it's because eating sushi. Listen, eating sushi and ramen with chopsticks makes sense, but every other food, eating normal food with chopsticks is stupid. I'm sorry. I stand by that one.
Ace went back to Destiny's chat now.
How do you feel about, I didn't even know this. I was watching some anime. Apparently there's like, they'll take, there's like a Japanese thing where they'll take noodles, cold noodles, and they'll like dip them in sauce and then just eat the noodles. And I was like, that sounds disgusting.
Cold noodles?
Yes. Cold soba noodles, and they'll just dip them in like soy sauce or some sort of broth.
No.
And just eat it. I'm like, that's disgusting.
Noodles need to be warm. Cold noodles are disgusting.
Okay. I agree.
Cold eggs are even, cold eggs are the worst.
That's bad.
I cannot stand cold eggs.
That is bad. Everyone in chat is saying sounding means something. You can Google that. I'm not going to look it up. You Google that, Adam.
No, I don't know how to Google.
Look it up for me.
No, you look it up.
Okay, look at this.
Chat, look it up and get back to us. No. Tell us what sounding means.
Jason Mulgreen for $10 says, Charlie Kirk said someone bail him out to ask him questions because he wasn't getting let out on the no cash bail policies, and Charlie Kirk wanted to know why he was locked up without bail.
Okay. Yeah, he was trying to point out the hypocrisy. I already said that.
Okay.
I was totally correct about it. I am the enlightened one.
There you go. Look at that. Insensitive for $10 says, I personally think that if Trump was beat up by a gay cowboy, both sides would find it humorous. The Pelosi thing is a terrible whataboutism. I think you're completely mistaken if you think if the president, or even when he wasn't president, if he was attacked by someone that people thought was gay with a hammer, I do not think that Trump fans would find it funny. And then if it came out that that guy was motivated by left-wing ideology, they would 100% not find it funny whatsoever. So you agree with that, right? If Trump was attacked with a hammer, Trump fans would not find that funny, even if there was like a weird guy doing it.
Well, he didn't say attacked with a hammer. He said beat up.
Well, we were talking about the Pelosi thing. That's what happened.
Right.
So
the hammer adds a whole level of.
Well, that's, yeah, I know. That's what happened.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be. Someone attacked Trump with a hammer. No one would be making excuses for it.
I think some people left would be like base, but I don't think Trump fans would be like in favor of that. Short-sighted Goblin for $5 says the Pelosi attack feels like a false equivalence. Pelosi was a victim of weird circumstances by a crazy guy. Kirk was murdered for his beliefs. Well, maybe people just forgot or they didn't realize that that crazy guy was motivated by political beliefs. He was trying to attack Nancy Pelosi on the basis of political beliefs. Now the guy was obviously crazy. MA566 for $5 says Sitch softening his stance on chopsticks is exactly why he's losing votes to the Sammy squad. Look at that. No conviction. Forks for the win.
Floki's accusing me of timing. I didn't time anyone out, Floki. I don't know what. I did a chat. Did it? It didn't. Oh, it did go through. What are you talking about? I have me laughing. I did laughing emojis.
Okay.
I've timed no one out in this stream at all.
Get you.
Well, everyone's super nice to me now. Look, I'm on top in the
There you
poll.
go.
I can't believe it. It's
There
like
you
a
go.
miracle. This is a fucking Christmas
And
miracle.
I'll repeat this again. If I block or ban anyone and they feel like it was wrong, or they feel like they were in the wrong, just send me a DM. I'll be happy to unblock or unban anyone.
But never apologize. Otherwise, I will never forgive you.
There you go. You should apologize to me, but not that.
You tell Sitch.
Uh-huh.
Say, I won't do it again, but I'm not apologizing.
Planescape Quarter. Oh, I read that. Or you read that one. Michael for 36 months says, for the record, S class is best class. You're the man, Sitch. Thank you.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
You
Another
got one
6
fan
months right there. Roadkill. That's a good meme. I like that you started that meme.
You've got one fan.
There you go. Roadkill VT for Tor says, I blame fuck around, find out content. People enjoy instant karma.
Oh yeah, look, I love that. There's a lot of good content like that.
There you go. Stooge McDuck for $5 says, you should talk to actual just worry about left-right violence prevalence. A lot of such cases get classified as right-wing. Yeah, I know. I know he's made a video talking about it. I know I've looked into in the past where I didn't look into the right-wing one. I looked into the white nationalist one because people were saying that. And it was like they were just including anyone who was a white nationalist who did a crime. They weren't including white nationalists motivated by white nationalism, which is stupid. That's what you have to include.
Yeah.
If a white nationalist beats their wife who's white because he's just a fucking piece of shit and has nothing to do with his belief system, then classifying that as a white nationalist crime is stupid.
Or he gets arrested for shoplifting. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there's nothing to do with it. So
I guess it's only violent crime. So
yeah,
he gets arrested for shoplifting and he beats up the store clerk.
There you go. Face reveal for $5 says bombshell federal law enforcement at riot where federal Capitol building was attacked. More news at 9. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Herbst is shown for $5 says ethno-nationalism, not left wing. So if nationalists rioted and attacked LEO for protecting sanctuary cities, they wouldn't count it as right wing. It said that they were counting black nationalists as left wing, but white ethno-nationalists as right wing when you looked into the data. So they were making a distinction. Lives in Des Walls Willie for $5 says, I don't know why people find it hard to believe that 20-year-old kids would send cringy messages to each other. I thought that was default behavior. That is true. That is true. Equishidox for $5 says, my love is peak drama kid. I am 22 and this is deep. As if adding that means you love them that much. Don't get the AI allegations. Come on, Anna. True. I think they're just women that are out of touch with
internet culture.
Terminating online internet boy talk. Linda's also for $2 says also opportunity missed for the transformers. Oh,
that's pretty good.
That's terrible.
In the bill, when they were talking about violence towards LGBT community, I kept thinking about the violence between the LGBT community. Because it really does, so much of it is the assault on gay people by trans people.
EcoShadox wants you to read the next one.
Adam, please read this. Notices bulges on Sitch. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's EcoShadox.
That's
member
be
for 40 months. Discipline equals freedom. Look at that.
Look at that.
It's a great tier. Thank you for being a loyal viewer of the show.
Look at
I know
that.
you've been around since the beginning. So
yep.
Special woo-woo going out just to you.
That will now be read in a court case when you inevitably do crime.
No, I'm not doing it.
Or I do crime as a part of the motivation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to turn to a life of crime?
Yes, exactly. Mr. Schnitzel for $5 says, don't spark Gamergate Part 2. You're a little late on that one, Adam. The discovery of Sweet Baby Inc. sparked Gamergate 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, really? Is this already
the
Gamergate 3?
It kind of did. I don't know. It never really took off the way Gamergate 1 did. So it's like Gamergate 1.9, maybe.
I wasn't really around for Gamergate, so.
You missed it.
Yeah.
Insensitive for $5 says, Zinn realized the cops were going to go through his phone and admitted to having CP on it. That is true. Didn't he say he had it like for... Didn't he try to make some excuse? Like it was there for like some, purpose of like tracking down criminals or something. He made some like insane reason for it or something. I thought, but it's like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. You shoot into a crowd of far leftists. At least one out of three is like pedo. Not great. Stooge McDuck for $5. Aussie Buck says, as the authority on the matter, the host is an Australian with a wacky accent. For some reason, Aussies go live in the US and forget how vowels work. Well, there you go. Look at that.
Anner.
Interesting. Harrison Jodit. I read that one. The Oceanist for $10 says, that's impossible. I've been told by people online this was a professional job. A shot less than 200 yards. Clearly an expert. Yeah. It always is annoying. Someone's like, oh, they shot from like 100 yards with a scope. How is this even possible? Wow.
I think he bought a $2,000 scope, which I'm assuming has a lot of different
impossible
enhancements on it, right?
He was on the grassy knoll. Jack of some trades for $20. Thank you. Says Adam, if I send you a link for a Give Send Go on X, would you be willing to share it? I have a family friend that is dealing with hard times since they sold their home and took their family on the road halfway to their goal.
Maybe so. I'm not sure. I'm always skeptical that I'm getting gaslit and it's some scam. Is this a regular viewer of the show, guys? Where's the super chat?
It's a Streamlabs.
Oh, is it Streamlabs?
Yeah, it's Jack of some trades.
Have you seen them before, Sitch?
I've seen them before, yeah.
Okay, send it to me.
Okay.
As long as Sitch is vouching for them, that it's correct.
I don't know who the Gives and Go person is, but do you want to throw a link? People can make their own decision if they want to support it or not. WTF1A1A for $10 on Streamlabs says, when are you guys going to make the DEI is Marxism video? I don't want to have to read White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo, Teaching to Transgress by Bell Hooks. These books are giving me AIDS. I want to cite you guys as a source. Probably never. Probably never. So you're going to have to do the work yourself. I'm so sorry, WTF. Super Friction for $2 says, Hasan has sung Bella Ciao many times. The gaslighting is too much. I don't care if it was inspired by a video game along with the Hey Fascist catch. You wouldn't say it if you were right wing. That's 100% true.
The fuck? Did you just randomly switch over to Streamlabs just to...
I did.
Mess with me? You
yes.
did?
Yes.
Well, I try to keep up with the super chats.
No. Sell it for $2.
Now we have to stop it on Dr. Diddler's
I feel like I should read... I feel like I should read the chats as they come in, like temporally, as opposed to
no. You're doing the right thing. I'm just give me a heads up, so I'm not like going, oh, you missed one.
Okay, well we're switching to Streamlabs till we catch up. So for Joe says, sorry if I missed it, but we talked about the conspiracy theories involving Charlie Kirk shooting and the ICE shooter. I sent you a video from Kyle Klinsky, but I didn't watch it because I can't stand. So you fucker, don't send me a video you didn't watch. Okay, but like look at this. Like you didn't watch it.
Kyle Klinsky did a thumbnail that was like Trump as Hitler with a bunch of Nazi flags and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, what the fuck? That guy just doesn't give a fuck.
So this video, I didn't watch it. It's on. I have like too many things on my watch later list. He made a video 4 days ago. This has 1.6 million views. Oh my god. And it says new Charlie Kirk evidence changes everything. Wow.
Oh no.
But here you go. Here I'm gonna link you this video, Adam, and I want you to put the transcript in AI. And have AI summarize what the video is about, okay?
I can do that.
Because I don't want to watch it right now. It's 30 minutes long.
Here's MAGA Fascism is here from 2 days ago, where they have the Chris Hedges guy, the guy we listened to last Tuesday. Fucking insane. Oh my God, yes, it's all fascism.
Right.
Fascist this, fascist that.
Solo.
Sean says, went to a movie. Otherwise, it would have came on.
There you go.
That's cool.
What movie did
I'll
you
message him back. We threw you under the bus while you were gone.
First of all, you threw him under the bus, not me. Okay.
We. Hold on.
Like
capital. We.
He's trying to. He's just jealous. He's jealous that I get the DMs. Okay.
We threw you under the bus while you were gone.
Ask him if he saw him. Tell him not to see it.
No, I'm not asking.
Okay.
He probably went to a dirty movie. I don't want to know.
Oh, okay. Probably saw one battle after another. He probably saw.
Are we going to see that? Or are we talking about the alien Earth BS on Thursday?
Is one battle after another supposed to be good or bad?
Well, I'm seeing conflicting reports online, so
it's almost 3 hours.
Is it really?
2 hours and 50 minutes.
That's a lot of Leonardo DiCaprio.
That is a lot.
Where did you leave off on Alien Earth?
I was like episode 3 or 4, I think.
Okay.
I guess you're right. That would be longer.
4 hours.
You're right. That would be longer now I think about it. What a fool I am.
Well, I think they were like 45 minutes, so it's not quite an hour, but
I can watch them at home.
Oh, yeah.
I could be on my phone while I'm watching them.
I watched them on my phone while I was exercising. So
there you go. Look at that.
Yeah.
I'll think about it. Chat. Who saw the movie? What is it good? Is it bad? Let me know. Should we watch it?
Gaslight Sitch as much
Gaslight
as
me into watching. You know what I watched? You know what fucking movie I watched and spent way too much to watch that was utter garbage, chat? That was complete and utter trash. I watched the woke as fuck racist Aztec Batman movie where they made the Aztecs the good guys.
Those are the people that cut your hearts out?
Yes, they made the heart ripping out of chest Aztecs the good guys. Batman is an Aztec who is fighting against Cortez. Cortez becomes, I shit you not, okay? Cortez becomes Two-Face. I was waiting for a response from Adam. Adam is in shock. He's in super. He doesn't know how to react to this. Yeah. Harvey Two-Face. You know, the guy, he's got half a face. He flips a little coin.
He's an Aztec?
No. What? No. Cortez.
Cortez. Okay.
Yes. From Spain. The bad guy.
Cortez was the bad guy.
Yes.
In the whole Spain thing.
Yes. Cortez is evil. He becomes Two-Face. He gets half his face ripped off by Aztec Catwoman. And he flips a little gold coin that's got an X on it to determine whether he's going to kill someone or not. And then the only bad thing that the Aztecs do is all pawned off on one priest who is hallucinating. And this is never explained. He's hallucinating and seeing some evil spirit.
Are these spoilers?
Yes. He's seeing an evil spirit.
You're spoiling it for me.
I'm spoiling it for you. He's seeing an evil spirit, Adam, who's telling him to sacrifice people. And then that guy turns into the Joker. And that's the only thing that the Aztecs do is wrong. It's like Montezuma's like, oh, I was a fool to trust the Joker in sacrificing people to the gods. Like as if Montezuma, you know, he was just an innocent baby angel.
This sounds kind of cool.
Well, then you should check it out.
You didn't like it?
You should not. You should watch it.
What was wrong with it?
Well, the animation was atrocious.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't stand bad animation. Don't fuck around with the animation.
It looked like it was a Flash animated movie or something, but
Sean says, wow, rude.
Damn
right, it was rude of you to go to see a movie.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember I was supposed to be doing the transcript.
You were. That's right. The sun is still in the sky. Did you think an Aztec today? Exactly. Saul for another $2 says, in Rebecca Jones' tweet, she does condemn the shooting, but I just thought it was crazy. She said Kirk belonged in jail and insinuated he was involved in January 6th. She also called for a nationwide protest on October 14th, his birthday. Jesus Christ.
That's a crazy... Rebecca Jones is a crazy one.
She is, yeah. Cerebral Friction for Joe says, a lot of shooters they include as right-wing violence are probably not really associated with actual far-right groups. 764 an Order of Nine Angels rep neo-Nazis, but they're ideologically not modern white nationalists. Okay. I mean, right, but if they're still neo-Nazis, that would matter, right? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Cerebral Friction for Joe says, Max Blumenthal is only 25% Jewish. In other words, not Jewish. A lot of 25% Jewish guys like to LARP that they're Jews, but don't fall for it. Konstantin Kisin is another one. Being Jewish is sort of a status symbol these days. Really? I feel like being Jewish is the opposite of a status symbol these days. I feel like that gets you thrown under the bus or attacked these days.
What about you, Pocahontas?
No.
Have you done your Forever Me 21?
Well, I'm 100% Jew. Okay. I don't got...
Are you sure?
I got it all. Yes. Both sides of the family.
We need to see the DNA test.
Hitting me. Actually, yeah, someone in my family did get a DNA test.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember if it was... I think it was my uncle.
How many paragraphs do you want the thing summarized in? 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs?
2 paragraphs. 1 to 2 paragraphs. So I guess my uncle wouldn't be 100% my DNA because it'd be on one side, but he was like 100% Ashkenazi Jew, I think. He's like some astronomical Ashkenazi Jew percentage.
Okay. Wow.
My shitty digestion seems to completely go in line with my Ashkenazi DNA. So got all the Jew in me. Sala Fortuar says, I left 4 Streamlabs on Tuesday and you only read 2. Oh my God.
How dare you? Can't believe you would do such a thing.
I think I read all these. What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure I read all these. I remember reading all those. Okay, the AI spit something out yet?
It did. Here you go.
What did it tell me?
It said, A team reigns supreme.
Oh, okay.
No. In the transcript, the host of the show discusses a range of current events, starting with a mass shooting at an ICE facility where 3 immigrants were killed and no agents injured. Did you get the link? I sent you a link to that.
Yeah, I see it. Are you saying you want me to read it?
Fuck yeah, look. Come on.
Oh my God.
Hurts my little eyeballs to read these things.
In the transcript, the host of the show discussed a range of current events, starting with a mass shooting at an ICE facility where 3 immigrants were killed and no agents injured.
I read that part.
Yet right-wing narratives falsely portrayed otherwise. The primary focus, however, is on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The official story is heavily scrutinized for inconsistencies such as the shooter allegedly changing clothes twice, disassembling and reassembling a difficult-to-handle weapon multiple times, and the weapon not fitting in a backpack. The host highlights absurd right-wing claims like Fox News dubbing Kirk a man of steel, whose body miraculously stopped a .3006 bullet that would typically pulverize bones, as demonstrated by ballistics tests on denser animal bones and dummies. Erica Kirk's statement that Charlie wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest contradicts initial explanations for the wound size. Didn't he get hit in like the neck or the head?
Yeah, he got hit in the neck. So
why would having a vest have anything to do with anything? Suggesting it resembles an exit wound rather than an entry. FBI Director Kash Patel addresses online skepticism by promising investigations accomplish shot angles, signals from audience members, and other anomalies like plane's transponder gap. I don't know what that means. While defending the agency's efforts amid public distrust of the MAGA-led FBI. The transcript delves into escalating conspiracy theories surrounding Kirk's death. The video analysis indicating the shot came from behind, entering the back right of his head and exiting through his throat. Oh my God, is he really pushing this shit? I did see there was some person who like flinches behind Charlie Kirk. Did you see that video? And they're like, he shot him from behind. He's like moving his hand. No one noticed that the shooter shot him from behind, where there just happened to be a video of a guy jumping off a rooftop, the same fucking location that would have been where the shot would come from.
I mean, if you were standing close to Charlie Kirk when that thing happened, you would flinch just because you'd be like, something happened, right?
Right. It's hard. Yeah. And I would think if someone standing like right next to everyone shot him, that they would definitely react differently. So
it had to be loud right there.
Based on blood spatter, so according to the AI, according to Kyle, based on blood spatter patterns and body reaction consistent with spinal injury, skeptics question the weapon type, shot direction, even the shooter's guilt, predicting an acquittal to the flawed narrative. Oh God. Deeper dives explore Erica Kirk's back. I gotta watch this video. Deeper dives explore Erica Kirk's background, including her participation in Trump-owned Miss USA pageants. What? Her mother's ties to Homeland Security and Defense, her work with a Romanian missionary group linked to child disappearances and organ trafficking suspicion.
Oh my God. What the fuck?
Okay. Well, we're really hitting for the fence here. Wilder theories include AI-generated footage on the shooter on the roof, citing glitches like disappearing shadows of figures, a staged event with a hologram projector, and Kirk's canopy implying he's alive. Wait, there's no fucking way he didn't bring that up in this thing. And optical illusions like a chair passing through a table. The AI has to be making this up. I cannot believe that Kyle Kalinske was talking about holograms and optical illusions.
I just said summarize this
can't
video
believe
in
it.
2 paragraphs.
I
That's all I
cannot
did.
believe
Summarize this transcript.
This is no fucking way.
He says in the transcript it says Charlie Kirk is hanging out in Cuba with Tupac.
The host criticizes the FBI's bias towards blaming trans people on the left, urging viewers to subscribe and to support independent media while teasing other stories like Trump's UN speech. Kamala Harris on 2024, Schumer shut down concessions, the Trump assassin verdict, aid to Argentina's president, and Jimmy Kimmel's anti-MAGA return. Wow. Now I gotta fucking watch this video to see if that shit is true.
Yeah. I'm putting it in the watch together. 2817 is
all right, welcome to the show, y'all. We got a lot going on. And give the right answer.
2817 is where he talks about Tupac and the hologram.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a transcript, so here we go.
Here we go.
Maybe he's playing a video.
MAGA. Nobody can trust Kash Patel. They're fucking useless and they're biased. They have their own things they want to blame it on. And so in the vacuum there, everybody rushes in with their own theory. And now we arrive at the granddaddy of them all, which is Charlie Kirk is hanging out in Cuba with Tupac. And the whole thing was a fucking hologram and he's still alive. Ready? So I'm going to click play on this one for you. This one, obviously, I think is just out there in Narnia, but nonetheless, it's interesting. So let's watch.
Good.
So he's just
he's making fun of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
these crazy.
Gotcha. Okay. Who
These
cares?
crazy conspiracy theories.
Right.
Afternoon, everyone. Now, I'm sure all of you have noticed online that a lot of people are talking about why are these people allowed to be in this canopy? Why isn't this marked off and taped off as a crime scene? And why is this guy in the white shirt taking the most very important camera down? What do you think is the most very important camera there? Why is he taking it down? Well, here's why. Because it's not a crime scene. A crime didn't take place here.
Oh my God. Uh-oh.
And that's not a camera. Now, before I tell you what it is, I want you to get a real good look at it.
Let me just say, I love how they put like the spooky music in the background to have that subtle psychological effect on you. Like, you know I'm about to drop some real shit on you, bro.
As he's taking it down. Anybody figure out what it is yet? Okay, here's what it is. It's called a hologram projector.
Oh my God, no.
And if you don't believe me, you can go look them up online. And they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Usually $20 to $60, $70, $80,000 for these things. And they come in different varieties. Now, Hollywood calls them hologram stage projectors. Now, you see how Charlie's little tent there is a perfect square? And as you can tell, it's 10 foot squared, 10 foot all the way around on each square.
How do people fall for this shit?
I'm back. What
how
happened?
do people fall? Oh, you're not.
I wasn't
paying
listening.
attention.
No.
Didn't we have a conversation about you were going to say?
I said, you didn't hear me?
Oh, okay. Well, as long as you said.
I said.
I mean, half the time I don't listen to you anyway.
So. Look, see, there you go.
Maybe
he
you
never
did say.
listens to me, Chet.
Maybe you did say. He's playing this video. This guy is saying that it was a hologram projector that was projecting Charlie Kirk into a little canopy there, and he's taking it down to whisk away the evidence. It was all a fake. How do people fall for this shit?
Because people want to believe it. How do people fall for the Earth being flat?
Yeah,
they want to believe.
Yeah,
they have secret knowledge. Nothing's as it seems.
Right.
Okay.
Makes them feel special.
Okay, let's go back to super chats here.
Yeah, let's do that. I agree.
Dr. Diller for 42 months says, free space, S-class is the best class.
Nice. Thank you, Dr. Diddler.
Thank you.
How come all the diddlers are in S-class?
Look at this. Slander. You're just mad.
We don't allow.
Where's all the? I'm not seeing any A teams. It's been 6 months since we've seen an A team. Okay.
We don't allow any diddlers.
You might be. You might be winning the votes.
Allowed.
You might be winning the votes, but in the money where it counts, S class is reigning supreme.
Is it?
Yeah.
I bet a lot of these super chats voted in the poll.
Mm-hmm.
They're just too modest.
Oh, must be.
They don't want to hurt your feelings.
Cameraman 502 for $2 says Aussies say no correctly challenge. Impossible.
Cool.
The Oceanist for $5 says World War III still hasn't started. Dave Smith most affected. Yeah, exactly. Very Dead Horse for 36 months says I'm super far behind. Pelosi thing happened with men who reported in various stages of undress at first. Happened in October with evidence presented in January. Listen, this Walt Billy for $5 says I heard Charlie Kirk was afraid to criticize folks for fear of potential reprisal from Sitch. Not that I believe this or anything. That's true.
Is that true, Sitch? You were gonna get mad?
That's true. I didn't want to say this. I did not want to politicize Charlie Kirk's death, but actually, I was Charlie Kirk's best friend, and we would talk every day on the phone for like an hour every day, and I had to keep bringing him down the straight and narrow path.
Right.
And I didn't want to tell anyone this because I did not want to politicize our relationship. So.
You told him those rich donors.
In the second,
those Zionist donors, we're going to pull all their money out.
Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson on stage. I called them up and I said, Charlie, I speak for the Jews and we're not happy about this. Okay. I was at my secret Jew meeting and we were talking about cutting our support to Turning Point USA.
This was unless you shut up
about Epstein. So, and he
This is Israel's turning point with the USA.
Yeah, exactly. Fair and Practical Progress for $5 Aussie bucks says to Anna and Lindy, even if Kirk was still alive, they still want to discuss the story due to the tension between young Republican polling and Israel/Gaza.
That's exactly why.
Yes. Listen to this. Wall Street for $2 says it was the Israeli Defense Forks. Yes.
I don't get that, but
instead of forks.
No, I get it, but why forks?
Why not?
Okay.
Hey, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Welcome.
Fair and Practical Progress for $2 bucks says the timing after the conspiracy talk is unfortunate. Yes.
Yeah.
Sales Temple for $5 says, in my opinion, it seems like a colossal risk for jack shit gain for Israel to do something of this enormity. Imagine if they screwed up in the blowback. That's what's always obnoxious when people throw out these conspiracies where it's like there's so little, it'd be like very minor gain for something, which the risk would be insane. It would be completely devastating. So,
yeah, murdering Charlie Kirk because he's talking smack about Israel.
Right. Or
when he's not even really talking smack.
No. Or it's the same thing like, Israel killed JFK because they wanted to make some sort of Israel lobby, a foreign lobby. Like, what? It's like an insane reaction to something. Diamond for $15 says, my first super chat is thanks for the years of enlightened takes. You've all been source of responsible politics for me. Thank you. The women in my family are in QAnon and other things. Righteous Mind was great.
Oh, wow. Glad you read the book.
Wow.
Thanks for being a part of the community.
Yes, thank you. The Oceanist for $5 says, Israel is clearly not at fault. It's so obvious too. There was no one dancing in the background.
Yeah. The dancing people give it away every time.
Yes.
Here's that Sean again.
Did we miss this one? Maybe we did. Sean for $10. Actor Justice Warrior says he was defending Israel, saying Jewish donors paid for the anti-Israel group disproportionately post on October 7th. They used the made-up data that comes from the Israel killed Kirk conspiracy theorists.
Right. Max Blumenthal.
Yes. Mitch for 2 Aussie bucks says thoughts on Spy Family. Spy Family is a fantastic anime. Highly recommend to everyone. Great anime.
Cool.
Very funny. It's like the first season's better than the second season, but still good. Worth watching. Probably Sam says she thinks it's like a good starter anime, which maybe. Very funny, very cute.
Starter.
Yeah, like good for people that haven't seen a lot of anime.
Hmm.
You know.
I mean, that makes me think a lot of anime sucks. There's only a few that you can get hooked on anime with.
It's more that a lot of anime has a lot of like tropes in it, or it's kind of the same thing like in TV shows and movies, and especially in genres. There's going to be tropes. There's going to be specific things in it. A lot of anime references things like that, and sometimes you kind of have to have like a baseline knowledge of anime, I think, to truly appreciate something.
Oh, okay. Because you might not get some tropes.
Yeah. Hennessy for $2 says, Sitch, on my way to Halloween Horror Nights, what houses do I need to hit? That's a good question.
How'd you know that was Halloween Horror Night? I was like, what the fuck? HHN?
Because the people in the know are in the know, Adam. Okay, I'm sorry you're not in the know.
I guess
you
I'm
don't
not.
know the abbreviations for Halloween Horror Nights is HHN. Okay.
You see HHN in a super chat, you're like, oh, of course, It's Halloween Horror Night.
So unless you paid out the ass for a fast pass, I'm gonna tell you, you get into whatever house you can fucking get into.
Right. You're like, you go around and you look at the line that's below 2 hours.
Right. That's I didn't do the Five Nights at Freddy one. Didn't have time. Didn't do Jason. Didn't do Terrifier.
What? Didn't do Jason? What's the point of even going?
It always had a fucking huge line.
Yeah, because it's awesome.
Jason? Okay. Whatever.
Look, why do you think it had a huge line?
So the ones that I did do, so I thought the Fallout one was really good. Would recommend the Fallout one.
Fallout.
And also didn't have a giant line to it.
Because no one wants to go. That one's lame.
There's a WWE one. I would not recommend that one unless you're a WWE fan. I thought that one was trash.
Sitch went to all the sucky ones. No one wanted to go to.
There's one's called The Outlaws from Hell. I think that was the second weakest one. It was okay. There's a Dolls Let's Play Dead. I think that would be the next weakest one. It was okay. There was one called Your Dead Meat, which was very good. It was like a zombie graveyard one that was very cool. There was one that's called El Artista, a Spanish haunting. Also very cool. Would highly recommend that one. So,
how many did you go to?
Went to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of 10.
Wow.
Didn't go to the Galkin one, so I don't know. So the ones that I did do, I'd say Fallout was very good. El Artista was very good, and Grave of Flesh were very good. Are the ones I did do. Those would be the top 3. It's just the problem is that Halloween Horror Nights it is like, I feel like to do all the houses, you do have to buy the fast pass, and it's so expensive. The fast pass is more expensive than the fucking ticket. Which, I mean, if you got money to burn, go for it. But otherwise, it's kind of obnoxious.
Life sucks.
NA for $5 says Black conservative perspective definitely made light of the Pelosi situation. I remember watching the video and thinking it was in poor taste. A lot of people did. Yeah, a lot of people did. I think there's like this complete misremembering about what happened. But oh, here Ace for $5. Here we go. Here's the Ace super chat. Ace for $5 says Anna thinks
be the other
Zionist...
Ace, though.
Oh, maybe so. I don't know which Ace it is now. True. Anna thinks Zionists did 9/11. Well, she said she doesn't, and I believe that's true. Would vote for Tucker Carlson and believes text messages from Robinson are fake, but hey, she's civil. What's the text messages from Robinson? Oh, is that? Oh, the shooter. Dr. Dr. Diller for 2 hours says, I heard Anna eats babies and steals their soul. I did hear that too. Yes.
True.
Nessie 10 for 2 hours says, Gaza got what they did to others, don't care. Find out. That's terrible. The Oceanist for $5 says, in the 1980s, U.S. Marines stopped Israel from going into parts of Beirut during one of their wars. Clearly, they control the U.S. Didn't Trump say that he said that there was no way that they were going to allow Israel to annex the West Bank?
What?
So,
is that going to happen?
I thought Trump said that. Said they weren't going to. He wasn't going to allow it or something. BW85 for $5 says, quote, founding the reporting credible translates to the article confirm my biases. That feels good. True. P.S. Ian Carroll is cringe and I voted A team.
Well, look at
6
that.
months.
It hasn't even been 6 months.
6 months. You got your first A team. Right.
It hasn't even been 6 months.
Right. Dave Puff says, if Anna doesn't think Zionists did 9/11, then why did her and Jenk say, quote, how did those definitely Mossad agents know the planes would hit the towers and dance about it? Good point. Blues Lights for $20 says, listening to one of the previous VODs and heard Gundam, It's a Gundam come up. You guys might enjoy, or no, just Gundam, not It's a Gundam. It's a Gundam is a YouTuber. You guys might enjoy G Gundam. It's more of a super robot show than normal Gundam. Basically, a giant tournament arc with Gundams representing countries.
I like Gundams.
Loki VT for $5 says, are we watching a TYT show or America First? I can't tell the difference at the moment. There's literally are sounding the exact same. Conspiracies, Das Jews, etc. Fair Practical Progress for 10 Aussie bucks says, Netanyahu, quote, he certainly didn't invite the horrible violence that tried to silence him. This is a worldwide problem. The people in extremes, radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives. That is what he said. Yes. Coding Jesus for 25 months. Thanks so much for being 25-month thrill seeker, Coding Jesus. Says the, quote, Greater Israel Project is an Alex Jones level conspiracy parroted by Anna. Israel has given land for peace multiple times. What's she on about? Yeah, I do agree that her talking about the Greater Israel Project is pretty crazy.
What is that? What is the Greater Israel Project? It's the idea. Project?
The Greater Israel Project is this conspiracy that Israel wants to take over like this giant chunk of the Middle East that includes, like, I think all of Syria, most of Iraq, all of Jordan, a chunk of Saudi Arabia, and a big chunk of Egypt.
All right. So they want to expand Israel beyond its borders.
Right.
They are definitely going to take over Gaza. They're going to take Gaza. Gaza.
Here, let me send you the map. I know you're a visual person, so if I say things, you can't perceive it.
No, I know. I know all those adjacent
that's the
countries.
Map.
I know where Egypt is.
Okay.
Now that the map, though.
Right. That's a retarded idea. If you think that.
Oh my God! You didn't mention they were taking half of Saudi Arabia.
I said a chunk of Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a stupid idea. It's a really stupid concept that, like, is just some conspiracy. Israel's going to take over all these countries.
Half of Iraq, 3/4 of Syria.
Yeah.
A good quarter of Egypt.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
stupid, retarded.
So Anna thinks this is a thing.
They had some. Yeah, they had some comment about it. So.
Yeah. They're taking Gaza. Oh, that's actually going to happen. There's going to be no more Palestinian-controlled Gaza Strip. It's going to be all Israel-controlled Gaza Strip.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's the Give Send Go link. I'm going to put it in the chat. I don't know these people, so if you want to donate, you look into it and check it out for yourself.
What's it say? What's it for?
You can click it and read it.
Did you click it and read it?
I did. I glanced at it.
Okay.
So I don't feel comfortable promoting heavily things I don't really know about. So
yeah,
I will throw the link in the chat. If people want to donate, they're free to do it. But I'm not gonna do some sort of heavy duty promotion for those or anything. Okay.
Yeah, it's really if I don't know the people, it's really impossible for me to know if it's legit or not. Which it's really sad, but because I would like to help people. One of those I definitely help people that I can.
Mm-hmm. Angry Bell Sprout for $5 says, "How do you not laugh at two old men outside undies chasing each other? Even if one has a thing in hand, can an old man swing hard enough to matter?" I mean, the guy that hit him on the head, how old was he? I don't think he was that old. I remember looking at the video. It looked like he hit him pretty hard.
I don't think I've ever even seen the video.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I just heard a bunch of people talking about it. And I was like, oh, well, that's fucked up.
Okay.
I'm not super excited to hear about two dudes chasing each other in their tidy whities. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like, oh man, I must see this video.
So the attacker's name was David Wayne DePape, and he was 42 at the time of the attack.
Mm-hmm.
So he was not an old man. He was middle-aged when he attacked an old man. And he wasn't in
fascism is
he wasn't
here.
in underwear. So
oh my God.
Caleb for $5 says, thoughts on Richard Hanani's post, quote, "If you can't call the fascist fascist, then the fascists have won." He's been calling Stephen Miller a fascist. I mean, I'm not a big Richard Hanania fan. Sometimes he says things I like. Sometimes he says things I think are really stupid. I think Stephen Miller is a fucking weirdo. Probably racist. Definitely hates the immigrants. I think I'm over the whole crying about fascist thing. We've talked about it a lot. It's starting to just get to the sort of I feel like it's starting to get to the whole, I don't know. It's starting to rub me as like woke people complaining about language at this point. I don't think people should do it, but I'm not going to comment on it every single time someone says it again and again forever to all time.
Good. These groomers can say whatever they want.
There you go. The Ocean is for $5 says, "I'm embarrassed to say I was a Dave Smith fan until the Ukraine war started. Plus, seeing him fumble on your stream was good. S-class. He's the best class."
Wow, you're really raking in the S-classes.
Right.
Yeah, the Dave Smith on the Ukraine war thing is super disappointing. So, especially someone who's a libertarian, because you always think democracies are the places where you maximize liberty.
True.
Although they say the opposite. They're like, oh yeah, no. Democracies where you don't have any liberty at all. Other people decide how you spend your money. Your liberty's gone, completely gone. Well, if you think it's bad in democracies, you should try out autocracies, dictatorships, where you have no freedom.
Losing does well for $5 says, instead of walking off, Jillian should have challenged them to Jello wrestling to settle that.
My God, that is a perfect idea.
How dare you, you misogynist. Kick Nastanza for $2 says, did y'all see Trump fell for an AI video of himself?
No, I want to see the video though.
I didn't know what the fuck that was, and I think I saw it right before stream, so I didn't get a chance. I saw that people were posting this video attacking Trump, and I clicked on the video, and I'm like, this is so obviously AI. What the fuck? How do people think this is real? But then I scrolled through the comments, and people were saying that they knew it was real. I mean, they knew it was AI, but that Trump himself posted it. So I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Like Trump posted a video of himself and defended the video? And it wasn't even a real video?
I don't know.
He's like, I was being sarcastic.
I'll see if I can find. Unfortunately, I didn't have a True Social account, so
I was just being sarcastic. Oh, it's AI. I didn't actually say that. See, I told you. The ultimate sarcasm.
Well, first I saw people sharing around. They're like, oh, look, Trump did this horrible thing. And I looked at him like, people think this is real? Like, the voice is very obviously AI, an AI voice. It's this med bed thing. That's right. Did Trump actually post this, or was it real? Why would Trump post an AI video of himself?
To own the libs. Come on, Sitch. So obvious.
What is the date? Oh, this is the 27th. Oh, why is people talking about it now?
What is it, last month?
It was a couple days ago. Or I guess it was yesterday.
It's yesterday.
After midnight. It's yesterday, yeah. I thought it was 2 days ago. I didn't realize it was after midnight.
It's relevant. What's the video of?
It's talking about, I've never even heard of this. There's some conspiracy about something called med beds, which is a magical technology that just heals people.
Oh, I saw that. That's in the movie Elysium.
Yes. Trump saw it too, apparently.
Trump is in the movie Elysium.
Did
He's
Trump
a Jodie
actually
Foster character?
Did Trump actually post this? Trump deletes post referencing bizarre med bed conspiracy.
Good. He knows when to delete.
President Trump shared and deleted a seemingly AI-generated video in which he seen promising Americans access to med beds, a fictional technology popular with some far-right conspiracy theorists who believe they secretly exist and hold miracle cures for every illness. The video was posted Saturday evening on his True Social account, featured an apparent AI-generated video of the president promising med bed cards for Americans, which will grant access to hospitals designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength. It's unclear why the president's account posted this video, which was taken down hours later. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment from Forbes. The video, which appeared to show an AI-generated Laura Trump conducting an interview on Fox News, never aired, and the network confirmed to multiple outlets. Did anyone from the Trump administration ever say why that was posted, how that got posted? That's very bizarre. You post an AI video of yourself? No, I guess it would be the woman who holds Trump's phone, right? Because we don't.
Yeah.
Doesn't Trump rattle off what he wants her to post? He doesn't do it himself. Though actually, when Trump has those like 2 a.m. posts, right? She's not rattling off to her, right? He's just doing it himself. Unless they're in the bed together.
He gets her out of bed. He says, get her up, bring her in. I want to do a tweet.
They're in the bed together, obviously, Adam.
But Trump, you're in your underwear. Doesn't matter. Get her in here. She's seen me in my underwear before.
That's when I do my best tweeting.
Kyle Kalinske is really hitting the Charlie Kirk stuff. All of his videos are over 1 million views on the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Wow. People eating that shit up. He knows where to get the clicks. It's obviously chasing the views.
It's crazy.
I don't see anything I don't see any explanation so far in these articles about White House explaining why they posted this video. Okay, well, there you go.
What is this debate between Kyle and Crystal? Debate, is Fuentes the future of the GOP?
They keep talking. It's so fucking weird. Kyle and Crystal, they talk about Nick Fuentes so much. Every time they're like, we don't like him, he's racist, but we're gonna do videos on him like once a week, increasing his status. It's like, okay, thanks, Kyle and Crystal.
Welcome, everybody, to Crystal Kylan, friends. Today, we're going to be talking to Taylor Lorenz. She released an article for Why.
Please, God, no.
I know.
No.
Who are the debating people for this?
Andrew Bear for $5 says, no one from Young Turks gets to complain about people using death to serve their political ideology. Anna and Jank did the exact thing for decades.
Right.
Listen, does Wall for $2 says, truly, HS lunch table was most important education.
High school lunch table.
Yes.
Look, how do you know Halloween Horror Nights, but you don't know high school?
I knew it after I said it, but then you cut me off.
Oh, bullshit.
God. PC for $5 says, not sure if this is on the video scale. Oh, that was the Officer Tatum one. Jeff McIntyre for $10. Thank you. Says, I keep missing your How to Kill franchise live, so a quick break from politics, if that's okay. Sitch, what's your favorite video game character? Adam, what's your favorite movie character? Thank you for the content.
Well, I'm not good with these favorite things because I don't really have a.
Wow.
Sitch is like, I got my top.
You don't have obviously your favorite
character.
movie character is Patrick Bateman, right? He's such a model citizen that you want to emulate.
That's an interesting one. A favorite movie character. Yeah, I don't know. What do you got, Sitch?
Well, my favorite video game character is the original Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII. Not the remake shit, but the original Cloud Strife, baby, all the way.
Yes.
Favorite movie character. Now that one, I don't know if I have a favorite movie character. I have a favorite anime. My favorite anime character, my favorite two anime characters are Kamina from Gurren Lagann and Reagan from Mob Psycho. I don't know if I have a favorite movie character though.
I like Marv from Sin City a lot.
Okay.
Marv is pretty cool.
Marv's a cool guy. I can't think of a favorite movie character top of my head.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Because you're instantly like, there's so many great movies. It's gotta be Cameron Cade from Him. God, that guy is cool.
Mm-hmm. Indiana Jones. I assume you mean classic Indiana Jones, right?
Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite
cool guy.
movie character.
Not my favorite, but cool. He's a cool guy.
I mean, Darth Vader's cooler than Indiana Jones.
Yeah, but he's also evil. So if you say he's your favorite character, it's a little like,
Yeah. I mean,
Christopher
I do
Walken,
like the comedian.
There you go. There's Adam's favorite character, yeah.
Christopher
Walken in Seven
Bender
Psychopaths.
Count? Bender's in
It'd be your favorite
there is
TV
a
show
Futurama
character.
movie.
Your favorite cartoon character.
There's a Futurama movie.
It doesn't count.
Yeah, why not?
It's a cartoon. You could say it's your favorite cartoon character is Bender.
I do like Bender.
Right. You can say Darth Vader's your favorite character. He's a good character.
No, I just pointed out Darth Vader's better than Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that Darth Vader's my favorite, but
right.
I think Indiana Jones is probably down the list.
Christopher I don't remember Seven Psychopaths. I saw it once. I remember not liking it. But I don't remember what it was about. Isn't it like a guy's like looking for his dog or something? Snake Plissken. Snake Plissken. Bill the Butcher. From
that's from Escape New York.
Escape from New York in LA, yeah. Bill the Butcher from Gangs of New York.
Are you looking up top movie characters?
I'm just reading what people in the chat are saying.
Oh, okay.
Jamie Lee Curtis's Cans in Trading Places.
Oh, those were great. I remember that.
Inigo Montoya. Ooh, that's a good character.
From Scarface?
Oh, am I thinking of the wrong person?
I
I
can't
thought Inigo
remember.
Montoya was the guy from Princess Bride. The guy who's like the 6 foot, you know, the six finger, you kill my father, prepare to die. That guy? Isn't that Inigo Montoya? What was the guy's from? Yeah, that is the guy. What was the guy's from Scarface was something else, wasn't it? Tony Montana. You're close.
Which robot in Interstellar was the funny one? Was it Case or Tars?
Okay. I never saw Interstellar.
You never saw Interstellar?
No.
I can't remember if it was Case or Tars, but it's either Case or Tars. That's my favorite movie character.
Gandalf. Gandalf is a pretty good choice.
I'm going to go with the protagonist in Tenet.
Okay, you're just fucking with us. Okay.
Why?
Nobody
You don't
likes the
like-
protagonist from Tenet. He barely has a character. Does he even have a name? Or was it just the protagonist? He has no name.
It's just the protagonist.
He
Yeah.
literally doesn't have a fucking name in the movie. You're like, that was the guy.
That's him.
That's him. Yeah. I really like Sean Bean's portrayal of Ned Stark in the Game of Thrones TV show too. It's really good.
Who do you like better, Groot or Rocket Raccoon?
Rocket, obviously.
Oh, okay. Rocket's better than Groot?
Yeah.
Oh.
Groot barely has a personality.
Doesn't talk much either.
So it says there was in Interstellar, there's a robot named Tars and Case.
Yeah.
And
I can't remember which one's the funny one though.
Oh, okay.
One of them's more mellow, one of them's funny.
James Bond is the best movie character. I've never been a James Bond fan, I will say.
James Bond.
Mm-hmm.
What about Freddy Krueger?
I never liked Freddy Krueger stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You didn't see the Elm Street movies?
I did. I just never liked them. My favorite character is CIA in The Dark Knight Rises. There you go. That's the true answer. That's the real answer. The best character. How do we get this wrong? The obvious best character. There are two. Okay, we're all stupid. We're all stupid because objectively, there are the two best characters in all of television. Or I'm sorry, in all of movies. Okay, the first is Aidan Gillian, also known as Peter Baelish, playing CIA in The Dark Knight Rises. That is obviously the best character performance of all time. Second only to Emperor Palpatine in the prequels.
Okay.
Yes.
You've convinced me. I was going to say Anakin Skywalker and the Phantom Menace, but
explaining to Anakin the story of Darth Plagueis. All right. Obviously, that is the best performance an actor has ever given in any movie ever. Is that scene when he's explaining to Anakin that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Everyone else is wrong. No, everyone else is wrong. If you don't agree, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna ban you if you don't agree. That's just an objective fact.
Oh my God.
Okay. Get out.
Talk about a tyrant.
Yes. Okay.
You've turned into Palpatine.
Good. Good. Listen to Possibility for $2 says Adam's prawn folder is just limbo rings.
That's true. I did a close up on Jillian Michaels.
That's
limbo
true.
rings. I was trying to get a good look at them. Unfortunately, the chat caught me. So
Dokes is a pretty good character. You know, Jack Sparrow in the first one, very great performance. Unfortunately, all the other Pirates movies, which get worse and worse, kind of degrades Jack Sparrow's a character. So R-worded for 14 months says, I only get my Jew news from Walt Disney's Frozen Head. As you should. As you should.
Who is Ice Cube's character in War of the Worlds?
Oh, now that's...
Aren't we forgetting?
Touchdown!
We forgetting someone here?
Touchdown. God, I fucking love that movie.
And what about Chicken Jockey?
Oh my God, Adam, how did we forget?
Yes.
How did we forget that?
Of course.
Oh
Minecraft
my God.
Movie.
The best performance. That is a performance that gave chills. The best performance in modern history. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Black as Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
It's me, Steve from Minecraft.
Steve from Minecraft.
Oh my God. How did we forget that? God. Okay, that's the obvious, that's the objectively correct answer. I'm sorry. Fuck CA, fuck Emperor Palpatine. Jack Black as Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. Or chat. I don't know if you came up with that yourself or you read so in chat.
I came up with it myself, personally.
Okay.
But you doing the touchdown made me think of the Chicken Jockey.
There you go. Sammy G, look at this. Sammy G, 42 months, Order of the Enlightened.
Really?
What a good egg.
Wow.
42 months. She's been around. She says, me to Sitch, quote, oh, this Her Talk podcast is great. Like The View, but smarter women at the table. I wonder why there aren't more of these women in group shows. Weeks later, catfight ensues. Oh, right. Sigh. Women shaking my head.
Are you playing into the negative stereotype of women?
She is.
Not nice.
Righteous Indifference for $2 says Israel plus Anna equals Trump plus Destiny. 4 star. I'm not going to disagree. Floki VT for $2 says Anna is just asking questions like Nick does.
Uh-oh.
Floki for another $5 says, how is any of this argument when they literally played Nick Fuentes? Like what? They are supporting their BS with a known anti-Semite. It was pretty crazy that they played the Nick Fuentes clip. That's pretty crazy.
I missed the Nick Fuentes clip. I was in the bathroom,
That's
so.
pretty insane. Messi 10 for $2 says, when does criticism of Israel become anti-Semitic? Well, obviously, the obvious version would be if you reach it out to something about the character or quality of Judaism or Jews as a people, as a religion or an ethnic group. But there are a lot of people, and this is where you get into sort of the more gray areas, who won't say that explicitly, but they swim in an audience that is just completely saturated with anti-Semites. And then they spend like all their time shitting on Israel, and they never really draw a clear delineation between the two groups. And you're like, that seems pretty suspect. The Oceans for $5 says, a talk about misinformation versus true information in news alt media summons the quote, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. That's true. WTF1818 for $5 says, okay, I tried the Streamlabs. Let's see how well that worked for text limit. That was a DEI Marxist video. So, question. That one guy, Toad for 19 months, says, if Sitch and Adam were to run for office, who would be the ticket VP and who would be running president? Either way, the people win, I think.
That's a tough one. Can you be president without doing a face reveal?
That's the best way to do it, right?
Of course I'm going to be the top of the ticket.
I was going to say, I want to put Adam at the top because I want him to take all the blame and talk to all the people. Like, I don't want him to be the face of the movement. He can do that shit. You go be the schmoozer. I hate schmoozing.
Oh, yeah.
You go be the schmoozer, okay? Now, I'll be the one that tells you what to do behind the scenes. It's the VP. Okay, I'll be the one pulling the little puppet strings.
I hope I'm running against Rashida Tlaib so I can say, because you'd be in jail.
There you go.
I would love to run for office. That'd be a lot of fun.
Meta Rules 81 for $5 says, will Anna cover the Dearborn mayor telling a resident he'll celebrate if the resident leaves the city because he considers he's Islamophobic? Wild story.
Yeah, see, that is the problem.
What is that story? I don't know anything about that.
Really? Oh man, I've been seeing it everywhere.
No, what happened?
There's a mayor in Dearborn, Michigan. Some guy went to the city council meeting, and I can't remember what he was complaining about, but the mayor basically tells him, someday you're going to move and you're not going to be missed. You should get the fuck out of town.
What did he say?
Oh, I think
the
he
mayor
was.
said that?
I think the guy was complaining about some Islamic center being named after a known terrorist.
Oh my God.
So he was like, this is not acceptable. This guy's on the terrorist watch list, all this stuff. And he's like, you're an Islamophobe. You're not welcome here. I hope you move and leave town. I can't believe you haven't seen this. Everyone's
I have not seen this even remotely.
Well, look, I'm sure there's no negative stereotypes about Islamic mayors in Dearborn, Michigan.
So here's
bubble butt.
Here's an article from the Detroit Free Press. The mayor of Dearborn ripped into a resident who objected to placing of 2 signs in the city honoring an Arab American leader, telling the residents, quote, he's not welcome here. In his final remarks at Tuesday's council meeting on September 9th, before September 11th, Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hamand also told the resident that if he moves out of Dearborn, he would have a parade celebrating it. I take that as like a fucking badge of pride. The mayor said that? I'd be like, bitch, I'm living rent-free in the fucking mayor's mind. Eat shit.
Well, look, how can you say the FCC chair is putting pressure on the producers of Jimmy Kimmel and not say the Dearborn,
that's a fair point.
Michigan mayor is putting undue pressure on this citizen?
That's
if the mayor comes out and says, you gotta fucking, as soon as you leave town, we're gonna celebrate, bitch.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the guy does. If he does any sort of business that the city is involved in, I would not trust
I would
the
worry
city
that
to
the cops
adjudicate that objectively.
I would worry that the cops were going to target me for parking tickets.
Right. Good point.
Yeah.
Speaking during the public comments part of the meeting, a resident, Ted Barham, had objected to signs from Wayne County placed on Warren Avenue named after Osama Siblani, a longtime Arab American leader, because of Siblani's past statements on some Middle East groups. The day before the council meeting on September 8th, the signs were unveiled in a ceremony attended by Hamoud Siblani and several other officials and Arab Americans. Quote, Barham said, quote, it seems very provocative to have those signs up. It's almost like naming a street Hezbollah Street or Hamas Street. Haman responded saying, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. That's a pretty fucking crazy thing. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you move out of the city because you are not somebody who believes in coexistence. Okay. But what was I don't know anything about this guy. This article, what did that guy do? This Siblani guy?
Oh, I don't know. Obviously, I butchered the story. I got several things wrong.
You got the vibe correct.
I did.
But yes, you got the facts wrong.
Look, it's more about the vibe anyway.
Okay. Barham quoted. This fucking annoys me. The article is like they don't tell you what the quote was. They just tell you some general version of it. Barham then quoted from past statements made by Siblani regarding Palestinians in battle and martyrs. Okay, but what was the quote? That could mean anything. These quotes from Siblani that Barham read appeared to be taken from the Middle East Media Research Institute, a pro-Israel group that monitors what is considered to be extreme, but has been accused by Arab Americans advocates for being bigoted. I mean, I follow one of their accounts, the MEMRI account, they do produce stuff that shows some people saying some very fucking unhinged, crazy shit. So I don't think you can just dismiss it outright. Blah blah blah. Does it say? It doesn't say what his words are. Okay, well, that's stupid.
So he's not on a terrorist watch list?
I don't know. Osama Siblani controversy.
He's a terrorist, right?
I don't know anything about this guy.
I guess it does make a difference if he's not even a terrorist. If he's just like,
I don't think, I'm gonna guess that he's
kind of religious leader.
I'm gonna guess that he is in fact not on the terrorist watch list. That they're not honoring some guy who's on the terrorist watch list. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. That mayor seemed kind of terroristy to me. He definitely was terrorizing that resident.
So there's a clip of, there's a supposed clip of Osama Siblani. Now, he's speaking not in English, so I don't know. But at a rally in Dearborn, praising the eliminated terrorist leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, as a martyr and a hero.
Oh,
If that is true, and that's actually what he's saying, then 100% fuck this mayor, fuck this city. That mayor should be impeached. Get the fuck out of here. That is fucking psychotic if that's true.
See, look at you already.
Yes. 100% on this guy's side if that's true. If that's true. That's fucking crazy if that's true.
You went from praising the mayor to...
I never went from praising the mayor. I was praising the guy. I said he should be happy that he's living rent-free in the mayor's mind. That the mayor hates him so much he wants to throw a parade when he leaves.
Okay. Good. That's the way it should be. The entire internet is shaming this mayor.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, Dearborn, Michigan is 99% Muslim now. So he's got a safe seat in the on the city council there.
There's an accusation that he's shouting death to Israel. Well, that's not good.
The mayor is?
No, the guy. Osama Siblani.
Oh, the guy that the mayor supports.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Not great. Okay, well, fuck the mayor.
I'll be right back.
So. Okay. The Jack of some trades for 30 months. Thanks so much for being 30 months of Free Will Seeker. Says, I did it on Streamlabs in a browser so you would get your big cut. The link is in your inbox, Adam. Well, thank you, Jack of some trades. Righteous Indifference for $2 says, Aztec Batman script sounds like Montezuma's Revenge. Yes. I saw the video. One quote was encouraging violent uprising in Palestine. And quote, whenever Muslims find themselves, he named Michigan as a place to rise up from memory. That's pretty fucking crazy. Orguni for 11 months says St. Floyd V and Charlie Kirk shared birthdays. Now explain to me how Israel isn't involved. Checkmate shills. That's true. That makes perfect sense, obviously. Harrison Dill for 2 hours says, I saw the video. The AI chat is 100% right. Thank you. Jackarama for 36 months. This one equals freedom. Thank you. Says, oh my God, he's talking about movie theater projectors. My theater just got one of these laser projectors. Awesome.
Sweet.
Harrison Dill for $2 says Kyle Kalinske is the new Alex Jones. He's definitely hitting that. Definitely hitting that for the grift. Ace for $5 says look up Ezra Klein talking to Ta-Nehisi Coates. Coates is trapped in 2020. I actually did start watching that before the stream. Maybe we'll watch some of that some point in the week or on Sunday.
It's bad.
It seemed like, so the conversation is based around, so after Charlie Kirk was killed, Ezra Klein wrote an article that was very positive of Charlie Kirk and very negative of, the fact that he was killed, and praising Charlie Kirk for, even though he disagreed, obviously Ezra Klein did not like Charlie Kirk's politics, was praising him for doing politics, quote, the right way, and meaning that, not through violence, but just going around and trying to convince people through speech.
Through persuasion.
And Ta-Nehisi Coates, apparently, I haven't read his article, but apparently he was hyper triggered by this and wrote some sort of counter article opinion piece about this. And so they're having a conversation about that.
Coates is a racist.
Yes. True. He made some weird comment that I saw about how, like, Charlie Kirk is like a racist person, and you can ask any black person and they will tell you about how their grandparents knew people that were lynched in the South. And I was like, what? He was like, this is why Charlie Kirk is bad. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Metalworks 411.90 for 42 months. It says, Adam, there's a lot of horror content in the Fallout franchise. That is true.
I mean, I kind of like this show. I hope the second season's even better. So there was problems with it. I think we covered it. I don't know if we had the media channel at the time.
J-Mac for $10. Thank you so much for your follow, Dad. J-Mac for $10 says, the wife and I are going in October. We weren't going to do Fright Night until you suggested it, Sitch, and we're getting that Fast Pass, baby. Well, look at that.
You can do them all.
Yeah, if you like that stuff, it's definitely cool. If you like that sort of stuff, I would say, like, the craftsmanship of the haunted houses is very impressive. There's some really fucking cool, like, costumes and houses and stuff. It's some very cool shit to look at. It's almost like annoying that, like, first of all, they really try to, like, they want you to move through the rooms very quickly because the line's so long, which I understand. And also, you kind of want to move through the room so quickly because every 2 seconds, a guy is jumping out trying to scare you. So
trying to scare you along.
Yeah, like trying to startle you, really. I mean, because it's a guy, but it's just like someone just jumps out at you, like, oh god. Which is kind of unfortunate because you do want to just kind of stand there and appreciate, like, the craftsmanship of the setting and the costumes and everything. It's something you can't really do that because all this shit's going on. I will say this, Jay Mac, some of the houses, you may want to bring earplugs. Some of the houses are so fucking loud that it's like, that's the real scary part, is the ear damage you're getting from the fucking loud sounds in the house. Not anyone jumping out.
What are the sounds? Are they playing music and stuff? Or
oh yeah, well, like, one of the houses have, like, a lot of gunshot sound effects going off.
Wow.
Just like a lot of, like, scream. I don't know. It's a lot of fucking loud sounds, things smashing, a lot of startling, sounds going off, explosions, all sorts of crazy shit. What's going on?
Wow.
And sometimes it's super fucking loud. You're like, oh my god.
I don't like that.
Michael, the Dover Dad for $2 Canadian says, Adam, watch Solo Leveling. A-Team reigns supreme.
Is that an anime?
That is an anime.
Okay.
Sammy, do you think Adam would like Solo Leveling?
Is that an entry-level anime, even though I've watched tons of anime?
I feel like it is not. But I only watched one episode, so. J-Max says, it's okay, I'm already deaf. I worked on jets, remember? That's true. That's a good point.
Oh, can you imagine?
Zero Fox says they specifically play YouTube video background music. There you go. Look at
That'd
that.
make it not scary, right? More like a U2 concert.
There you go. Kyle Petty for 25 months says, you guys please look into Nick Fuentes' growing popularity on the right. The Hodge twins and other mainstream guys are covering him positively. It's crazy. It is fucking crazy. I should watch the Hodge twins interviewing him, but it is fucking crazy. I think we talked about it earlier in the stream. This like really fucking weird shit where more and more people keep trying to mainstream him. It's very disturbing.
Well, I doubt he's saying the stuff that I heard in that other video.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt he's going on the Hodge twins and talking about how black people are terrible and we've got to segregate America now.
Mm-hmm. You should send me. I'm curious what you saw, but yeah, I'm sure whenever he goes on these other platforms, he tries to temper his stuff to be more palatable. So. Quantum Wing says it's entry level slop tier. There you go. For solo leveling.
Is it really?
I don't know. I think Sam had mixed opinions on it.
That's just a funny way to phrase it. Entry
Yeah.
level slop.
Yeah.
Slop tier.
It does.
Isn't S tier the good tier?
Yes. S tier is usually the highest tier.
Making it slop tier, wouldn't that be confusing?
No, just because it starts with the same letter.
Yeah.
I don't think so. No.
What's S stand for? Superb?
Super.
Oh.
Okay. J-Mac, thanks so much for $20. Daddy J-Mac says, amazing art. Adam, I still need to purchase my Adam original hang above my bed so I can fall asleep below a true masterpiece.
Definitely. We'll put something together.
Look at this.
I got a bunch of different paintings that I want to work on anyway. So, but I'm gonna try to basically document the whole process because that's really the key.
Sam must not be listening to stream anymore. She never answered. She never answered my question.
What were you trying to get her to answer?
If you would like solo leveling.
Oh. Let me see.
She's running around trying to finish. I think she's trying to finish decorating the apartment for Halloween before I finish streaming.
It's not even, look. A week ago, a huge 30-foot Jack Skellington went up in the neighbor's yard, and I was like, it's not even fucking October. God,
you don't understand. Okay. This whole month, she's been like biting her nails to decorate for Halloween. The fact that she made it to today is like an impressive feat of self-control.
What is your take on decorating?
I like it.
Well, is it something that you engage in a lot? I mean, I don't decorate at all. Maybe once every 5 or 6 years.
I do zero decoration. It's all Sam.
Okay.
But she does it good. So she has like, so every like season, the apartment will be changed. So there'll be like a fall theme, a summer theme, a winter theme, and then there'll be holiday themes like Halloween and Christmas are like the big ones where like the most things get changed. Like the soap dispensers get changed to be Halloween themed. There'll be Halloween pillows, Halloween sheets, Halloween towels, Halloween. Even the shower curtain is now a Halloween shower curtain.
The whole house really just transforms.
It does, yeah. The table runners, there'll be pumpkins, there'll be all sorts of like little things, all the little knickknacks. We'll have like a Halloween version or a Christmas version of Christmas stuff. It's nice, I like it. Because then like it makes, feels like things are always like a little different. And she's very good at it. She's very good at like getting the aesthetic. So it's nice. And I don't have to do any of the work. I just like walk out, amazing decorations, go, oh, everything looks so pretty.
Mm-hmm. Well,
she's got
you've got to compliment it and stuff.
Well, that's so
emotional labor.
Oh, the emotional. Well, I like it. I actually do like it. I'm not just like blowing smoke. So
sure.
She does have like
it's not what you
giant. She has like boxes and boxes of like decoration stuff.
Where's all this stuff going? It's not Halloween.
She stores it at her parents' house.
Oh, hey, really? She's like, I got to take over your spare room, Mom and Dad.
They got extra space. They just shove it in there. Okay. So, do I carve the pumpkin? No. So I was traumatized by a pumpkin when I was 3. No, I guess I was 5. It was in school. That smell.
How do you get traumatized by a pumpkin?
I'm kind of joking. The smell of the pumpkin when you started cutting it just made me like throw up when I was 5. I think I was just, you know how like sometimes when you're sick for an unrelated reason.
I thought you were gonna say you got sodomized.
I got sodomized by a pumpkin. No, I just threw up when I smelled the pumpkin smell when I was 5, and it, like always, whenever I smell that smell, it just makes me want to throw up. So,
wow.
What's like pumpkin flavored things are fine, but you know, like that smell the pumpkin gets. Oh, it just makes me want to vomit.
That sounds like the plot to Solo Leveling.
That is the plot to Solo Leveling.
The world's weakest hunter.
There you go.
Who survives a near-death encounter with a deadly pumpkin. He gains a mysterious system that allows him to level up his power.
Andrew Bear for $2 says, have you watched Big O? I think Adam would like it. I have seen Big O.
Big O? That's old.
That was on Toonami. Yeah. I guess you know about that one.
Yeah.
Roger Smith. Everyone's lost their memories. Giant robot.
I don't remember how it ended. It was on Adult Swim, right?
It was, yeah. It's on Adult Swim. I don't remember how it ended. Did you watch it?
Did you like it? I watched an episode here or there.
It's got robots. It has a robot lady in it too.
I love robots.
Now she doesn't have big tits, so I know it's like a tick off for you.
Yeah, the robot makes up for it.
Okay. Are you going to see the new Megan movie?
I hadn't planned on it, but
I know how much you like robot ladies. So
did it already come out? I thought it came out and bombed.
Oh, did it already come out?
Yeah, Megan 2.0.
Oh, okay.
I think it came out and bombed.
I just saw like a trailer for it for some reason at Halloween Horror Nights. So I assumed it hadn't come out yet.
Rotten Tomatoes.
You're right. It came out in June. Okay.
Yeah, it came out in June.
I haven't seen any of the Megan movies.
Oh, look, it got 81% audience score. So,
wow.
Certified fresh audience. Yeah, let's go see it.
Okay.
Talk about it on Thursday. It'll be great.
Kyle Petty for $10 says it'd be cool if you guys had a news roundup segment at the end of the week or something where you go over the biggest stories and cover the popular misinformation about them. And for another $10, Kyle says, I only asked for it because I can't trust literally any news channel or pundit to be objective and can't be asked to look into all stuff myself. Great shows always. You guys are the best. That would be good. I thought about doing stuff like that before. Usually there's too much stuff.
Drop the information.
Yeah. Maybe we'll go back to it. Kristen Brandon for $5 says, thoughts on the TikTok deal. We need Congress to approve the deal, then do it in an executive order. I don't know enough about it except that I don't like Egghead. So I don't trust Egghead.
Yeah, we made fun of Egghead.
Yeah. But I don't know enough about the deal to know if it's really going to be outside of China's control or not.
I listened to the press conference on it, and if everything Trump said is true, then yeah, it's a great deal.
Well, it's a big if, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if I mean...
You don't trust the president, Adam?
Well, the people involved, I don't know how much they trust China, so...
China.
But it's going to be in American hands, right?
Supposedly.
That's good.
Blues Light, thanks so much for the fight. Get the membership. Thank you. Michael Doberdad for $2 Canadian says, I have enough Xmas decorations for 6 Look at that. 6.
You should have watched the press conference because it was pretty funny. One reporter asked, now that TikTok is in American hands, is it going to be 100% MAGA? And Trump was like, well, that would be great. I would love it if it was 100% MAGA.
Nice.
He said, of course, that it would not be that way, though, because he's like, it'll be fair for every perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But it was funny that he was milking the MAGA.
Arithmus for $6 says, I completely reject the conflation of Pelosi attack and the Kirk assassination. The right did not celebrate the Pelosi attack. They told jokes, but I didn't see a single case of someone advocating for the action. The Pelosi attack was so bizarre that there was absurdist comedic element to it. It was distasteful to make jokes, but I can't really blame anyone for it. There's nothing funny about Kirk's assassination. Paul Pelosi was not killed. I think that changes the response considerably. I find it hard to imagine the same jokes would have been told if he had died from the attack.
That was what I was saying.
Disagree, respectfully.
Oh, okay.
Cerebral Friction for $2 says, I'm not going to let you slander my boy Nick. The 150 million figure was reported by Nick as having come from Candace Owens and Max Blumenthal. He always says it was unconfirmed and been at the forefront of debunking it and the entire Israel angle. To be clear, Nick confirmed that Netanyahu offered money and was turned down, but he always said the 150 million figure was unconfirmed. Well, I'm glad you're giving us correct information, but also that you're some sort of Nick stan, so not great.
You said you were glad.
No, I said, I guess I got cut off. I said I'm glad that you're correcting the record, but not glad that you're some sort of Nick simp. So unfortunate.
Nick fan.
Well, slander my boy. I'd say that's a stan / simp, but thank you for the $6. Serial Friction also says, I understand people not believing Israel's behind 9/11 JFK. Most likely they are not. But if you don't believe the USS Liberty attack was a false flag, you're a sucker. It wasn't just Israel. Johnson and McNamara too. Okay. Well, there you go. You're a sucker if you don't believe Israel engaged in the stupidest false flag attack of all time. That makes absolutely no sense. But okay.
Israel did the false flag?
That's the accusation.
Nah. That couldn't have happened.
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
That's it? We made it?
We made it.
This was a lot of fun. What a great show. I had a blast. How about you?
I did too.
It's just amazing. So much drama.
The drama.
So much intrigue.
Yes.
I had no idea that Israel was responsible for 9/11.
You didn't know that?
I'm glad we learned this along the way.
Okay. We did. We're learning all sorts of things about Israel. And the Jews.
Tuesday, we're going to have a whole show on the Jewish question. We're going to talk in depth about it with our special guest, Nick Fuentes. Fuentes is going to tell us all about it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
His new interesting theory of how the world works.
Right.
Special.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You made it to the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists. You are the true Steves of Minecraft. You make all the chicken jockeys and all the lava chicken songs. And you are the true Jews. That's right. The Jews in Israel are all the fake Jews. The real Jews are here in this chat. The ones who make the end of the stream. You are the true Jews. The ones who would never, ever do a 9/11 or JFK or a USS Liberty attack. And we'll see you all on JMac for $20. Thank you so much. Says, send me your pity guy. My daughter told me today that she has a crush on a boy. I thought I had more time.
Oh shit, that's
Oh no, it begins. Anyways, and see you guys all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye, Sitch and Adam, Israelites.
The Jew Crew. That's the new thing. We have S-Class, A-Team, and